Yes, Mr. Keith.
Good morning, my lady. As sometimes happens, I know the next witness, and so he'll be examined by Miss Blackwell.
Thank you. May I call David William Donald Campbell, please? Mr. Cameron, will you please take the oath?
I swear by Almighty God that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
May I begin, Mr. Cameron, for thanking you for the assistance that you have so far given to this inquiry and for coming to give evidence today. May I also ask you to keep your voice up and speak into the microphones so that the stenographer can hear you for the transcript. Is your full name David William Donald Cameron?
Yes.
You were leader of the Conservative Party and leader of the opposition from 2005 until 2010, when you became Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, leading a coalition government with the Liberal Democrats, with Nick Clegg as your Deputy Prime Minister and George Osborne as your Chancellor.
Yes.
To put that in context, you became Prime Minister in the wake of the 2008 global financial crisis. And you remained Prime Minister in 2015 when the Conservatives won the general election and you formed a Conservative government. In 2016, you stood down following the European Union exit referendum result. Now, your evidence this morning is going to fall under 4 topics. First, the architecture in place to deal with large-scale emergencies in 2010 and changes implemented during your time in office. 2, the state of pandemic preparedness before and during your tenure. 3, your concerns around the World Health Organization. And 4, the impact of austerity on the health and social care service and underlying health inequalities. First of all, please can we have on the screen your witness statement, which is at INQ 000177808. Can you confirm, please, Mr. Cameron, that this is your witness statement and it's made true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is. Yes, I can.
Thank you. For the record, it is in fact signed at page 19, but that signature has been redacted, my lady, so we don't need to go to that. Thank you. We can take that down, please. So dealing first of all, please, Mr. Cameron, with the architecture in place to deal with large-scale emergencies in 2010 and changes implemented during your time in office. When you became Prime Minister in 2010, you tell us in your witness statement that, in your opinion, the existing architecture to deal with large-scale emergencies such as pandemics derived in large part from the Civil Contingencies Act of 2004 and since 2008 had included the National Risk Assessment and the National Risk Register Assessment. So by architecture, you mean framework, including legislation?
Yes.
Yes. But before coming into power, your sense, whilst in opposition, was that whilst the National Risk Register was a welcome innovation, the overall architecture for dealing with civil contingencies, such as pandemics, and the national security machine more widely could benefit, in your view, from improvement. In what ways did you think it should be improved?
Well, I commissioned Pauline Neville-Jones, who had been head of the Joint Intelligence Committee, to write a report on national security and foreign policy in opposition. And one of the recommendations she made was to have a sort of full-on National Security Council, to have a National Security Advisor, to have a National Security Secretariat. And the point was to, first of all, make sure that the whole government looked at these risks. Second, to make sure there was sort of real ministerial oversight, because the National Security Council would be chaired by the Prime Minister. Third, to make sure that it was more strategic, thinking right across the board about all the risks, and also making sure it was truly international. So you were looking at risks of terrorism and climate change and space weather and all sorts of things, but also things like pandemics. And why I particularly thought this was important was, while I think the Civil Contingencies Act and the previous government had done a good job in this regard, I knew that prime ministers are always in danger of being pulled into the short term rather than the long term, and having a National Security Council that you chair and a National Security Advisor, and having as part of that looking at the danger of things like pandemics, and it would make sure you did focus on those long-term things as well. So that was the point of the reform, and I think it worked. I like the way the National Security Council and the advisor worked, and the time the Prime Minister spent on that stuff, because it had a good structure.
And you implemented those recommendations as soon as you came into office?
That's right. I mean, we were in the middle of the Afghan conflict, and I thought, for instance, we would handle that conflict better if we had a whole government approach, and if the National Security Council could address the challenges, and you'd have round the table all the relevant people, whether it was the Defence Secretary, the Aid Secretary, the Energy Secretary, the Home Secretary, and the Prime Minister. And why I think it's so important is, while of course Prime Ministers are very powerful because they're Prime Ministers, they don't have a department in the same way that other ministers do. And having the National Security Advisor and the National Security Secretariat working for you and bringing together the whole of government to address these challenges, I thought got politicians involved at the highest level and the right level to make sure this was being looked at properly.
So a National Security Council, as you've described, supported by a National Security Secretariat and a National Security Advisor.
That's right. And the National Security Advisor had deputies, one of whom was mostly concerned with intelligence and terrorism and security, and the other more with foreign policy. But specifically, part of the job of the National Security Advisor, together with the National Risk Register and the National Security Secretariat, was to look at all the potential risks. And it's important that we did make a health pandemic, a tier 1 risk. So it was about looking across the risks and saying which are the most likely, which are the ones we need to prepare for the most. And as I say, this pressure always to look at the most pressing risk, the terrorism risk, or the most dangerous risk, or the most immediate risk, you need to balance that with making sure you're looking at all the risks, including ones that might not occur next month or next year, but might occur at some stage. And that's why I think this reform was important. I'm not saying these things weren't looked at before, of course they were, but this embedded in the system prime ministerial leadership and political oversight and a whole government approach.
Thank you. Now, the risk of a future pandemic was, as you've already made reference to, prioritised as a tier 1 risk and remained as such, did it not, throughout your time in office? One of the highest risks that the United Kingdom faced. And although you tell us at paragraph 12 in your report that it was a pandemic that was prioritised as a tier 1 risk, in fact, it was more discreet than that. It was an influenza pandemic, wasn't it?
That's right. I mean, I think this is maybe getting ahead of myself, but when I look at all of this and read all the papers and thought so much about what subsequently happened and the horrors of the COVID pandemic, and let me say the massive sympathy I feel for all those who've lost loved ones, and for the suffering people have felt, and the importance of this inquiry's work to get to the bottom of, the decisions that were made, decisions that could have been made, and the preparations for the future. This is the thing I keep coming back to, which is the pandemic was a tier 1 risk. Pandemics were looked at, but there was this, the former Chief Medical Officer, Sally Davis, has said it was a group thing. Much more time was spent on pandemic flu and the dangers of pandemic flu rather than on potential pandemics of other more respiratory diseases like COVID turned out to be. And
yes.
I think this is so important because so many consequences follow from that. And I've been sort of wrestling with, well, why, I think the architecture was good. National Security Council, National Security Advisor, the Risk Register, and also this new security risk assessment, which was perhaps a bit more dynamic. But that's what I keep coming back to, is so much time was spent on a pandemic influenza, and that was seen as the greatest danger, and we've had flus, we had very bad years for flus, so it is a big danger, but why wasn't more time and more questions asked about what turned out to be the pandemic that we faced? And it's very hard to answer why that's the case, and I'm sure this public inquiry is going to spend a lot of time on that.
Yes, because during your time in office, there were several outbreaks of other coronaviruses across the world, weren't
Yes.
there? This inquiry has heard about multiple outbreaks of SARS and MERS, both of which were coronaviruses. I'd like to put on screen, please, the following document, INQ 000149116, which is a note of a meeting of experts, including Professor Mark Woolhouse at the University of Edinburgh and also Dame Sally Davis. And could we go to page 2, please? Because under the heading Clear and Present Danger, if we can highlight the third paragraph, we can see it, in fact, Corona Viridae, including the severe respiratory infections SARS-CoV and MERS-CoV. We note that although there are not currently any vaccines available against human coronaviruses, there are vaccines for animal coronaviruses. Now, this was a note from a meeting in March of 2015 when you were still in office, a meeting chaired by the former Chief Medical Officer, Dame Sally Davis, to whom you've just made reference. Do you remember, Mr. Cameron, if this assessment of coronaviruses as posing a clear and present danger was brought to your attention by the Chief Medical Officer in March of 2015?
I'm afraid I don't recall a specific conversation, and it's difficult, this, because you're trying to remember conversations you had or didn't have 7 years ago, and of course, before this inquiry, I've read all of this documentation. And obviously in the documentation, there is, and the government did look at SARS and MERS, and particularly there's Operation Alice in 2016,
we'll come to that.
which I'm sure we'll come to. But in terms of the specific conversation, I don't remember that. I would certainly say that my relationship with the Chief Medical Officer was very strong, and we met quite regularly, and because of the experience with Ebola, which I'm sure we'll also come on to,
Yes.
I think this was a government and a Prime Minister that was very concerned about potential pandemics and about dangerous pathogens and about things like antimicrobial resistance and all the rest of it. So we weren't backward in thinking about it, but it still comes back to this issue, why so much time was spent on a flu pandemic and not so much on these others. Although, having said that, the MERS exercise in 2016, that was looking at a respiratory condition.
Yes, well, we'll
Yeah,
come
sorry,
to that in a moment.
yeah.
Not at all. Well, you've mentioned Ebola there, Mr. Cameron, and indeed you were alive to the dangers that disease or a similar disease with high transmissibility and high mortality rates posed. And in the...
Except for, sorry to interrupt, I think the point about Ebola, though, it was not, it's less transmissible, but it's highly lethal. And I think that, so we've been looking at pandemic flu, we had a plan for pandemic flu, we'd obviously wrote about in the National Risk Registers SARS and MERS. Ebola comes along, which is not that transmissible, but highly deadly. And so I think the question I keep coming back to is, why weren't more questions asked about something that was highly transmissible, indeed with massive levels of asymptomatic transmission,
Yes.
which was lethal, but at a lower level than either MERS or Ebola. And I don't have an answer to that question, but that's clearly where the gap was.
Well, so concerned were you about the Ebola crisis that you created a new body, didn't you? A threats body, the NSC-THRC, which is a rather clunky initialism for the National Security Council Threats, Hazards, Resilience and Contingency Committee.
Yes. I thought that predated Ebola, but I may be...
Well, forgive me, I think in your witness statement you tell us that it was formulated partly as a result of the Ebola crisis, and in addition to which you also formed a horizon scanning committee, both of which were run by Oliver Letwin. And Oliver Letwin was, as you say in your witness statement, in many ways your resilience minister. Why did you think it was necessary to establish the Threats Committee and the Horizon Scanning Department?
I thought the Threats Hazards Resilience Committee, I think it was set up before Ebola, but I have to check that. The reason for that was, as I said a bit earlier, clearly the National Security Council will spend a lot of time on terrorism, on security, on Afghanistan, on Libya and Syria, and things like that. And so I thought it was important to make sure that the National Security Secretariat and the politicians in the government spent time on hazards, threats, things like pandemics and other such things that were less immediate and current, but otherwise you spend all your time on the other things. So that's why THRC was set up. Oliver was an extremely capable minister and had worked in government before and was in the Cabinet Office and sat on the National Security Council. So I knew he'd do a great job at chairing that and running that. And then, as you say, after Ebola, he suggested, and I think the letter to me is in the bundle somewhere.
Yes, we're going to come to that. In fact, Can we put that on screen now, please? INQ 0000174451. Now, this is, in fact, the contingencies forward look, because the Threats Committee, as you explain in your statement, had a 6-month forward look, didn't it, which was a much shorter term when compared to the National Risk Register, which was 5 years, and the National Security Risk Assessment, which had a 20-year timeline. And this is one of the updates which, as the man in charge of the Threats Committee, he would give to you. Can we look at page 22, please, and paragraph 6.2? And then we'll come on to the letter in a moment. Now, paragraph 6.2, we can see here an outbreak of a novel strain of an infectious disease causing serious illness, excluding pandemics, is raised within this forward look. And he tells you here that the risk of an emerging infection becoming prominent is always present, particularly at the interface between animals and humans, i.e. zoonotic infections. Globally, there are currently 3 main areas of concern: the ongoing cases of MERS-CoV in the Middle East and Eastern Asia, the large number of avian and human cases of influenza, particularly in Egypt, and the epidemic of Ebola virus disease, EVD, in West Africa. Now, we can take that down, please, and can we go to the letter which you've made mention of, Mr. Cameron, which is at INQ 000146550. This was a letter sent to you by Oliver Letwin the following year. We can see that it's dated the 22nd of March of 2016. And we can read through this together. It's titled Horizon Scanning for International Health Risks. Diseases like Ebola and Zika can constitute major risks to our national security. I have therefore asked the Civil Contingencies Secretariat to develop a new scanning system for international health risks. So this is the Horizon Scanning Group. The results of this work have now been agreed with all relevant departments and have been endorsed by the Chief Medical Officer. I'm confident that the new system will enable ministers to spot major emerging diseases across the world, understand the direct risks to the UK, British nationals and broader UK interests in affected countries, and receive expert advice on clear and flexible UK responses and mitigation arrangements. A monthly report will be issued to the Health Secretary, the International Development Secretary, and me. This will outline key international health risks, departmental assessments of the impacts, and actions to mitigate the risks. I've asked the Chief Medical Officer to approve each monthly report before it is presented, and attached is an illustrative example of the report for your reference. To avoid this becoming just business as usual, I suggest, rather than sending these reports each month to the NSC THRC, I shall write whenever officials have flagged a health risk of particular concern. And then he goes on to talk about the implementation in April. So, were you concerned, Mr. Cameron, that rather than using this as an example, these bodies which you set up, extending pandemic preparedness to a whole government procedure, that what this was doing was encouraging working in a silo so that fewer people rather than larger departments were going to be involved?
Oh, no, not at all. I think this was a really excellent idea of Oliver's, and I think it came out of Ebola because we'll come on to the World Health Organization, I'm sure. I don't think there really was very timely information coming out of the WHO about Ebola. And this was Oliver saying, let's have our own horizon scanning to look across the globe for emerging problems. And the next one that comes along, of course, is the Zika virus. And this horizon scanning unit spots that quite early, and then there are conversations in government. So, no, I think this was saying we can make the national security architecture work even better if we scan the horizons and look for novel pathogens and problems coming down the tracks. And I think that was a thoroughly good thing. I don't know what happened to this organisation after I left, whether it continued, but I think this was a really good idea, and I don't think it was in a silo at all.
All right. Well, I'd like to ask you some questions about placing Mr. Letwin in charge. You deal with this at paragraph 21 of your witness statement, in which you say, in terms of oversight of our resilience planning, I found that civil servants were very good at enumerating risks, setting them out and getting them in the right order. However, to get follow-on action, I tended to use very strong ministers in the Cabinet Office. And you say that in addition to Oliver Letwin, you also had Francis Maude, who were both very senior and experienced ministers driving change and action on those fronts. It may be suggested by others to this inquiry that rather than having a minister in charge of resilience, there should be an independent assessor, so somebody independent of government responsible for resilience who might be an expert and be able to dedicate himself or herself full-time to the role and effectively be beyond the civil service. What's your view of that, Mr. Cameron?
I don't think they're alternatives. I think they should be complements. As I said, I had the National Security Advisor with his deputies, but the idea of having someone equivalent to that who's in charge of resilience and threats and hazards at the civil service level, I think is an excellent idea, and I think the government themselves has suggested that. I personally would keep that in the National Security Council architecture, but then you do need a minister to take responsibility for two reasons. One, otherwise, there's a danger that the ministers around the cabinet table will just think, well, threats and hazards and resilience, that's taken care of someone else, somewhere else, a civil servant. And so they won't spend time on it. And the second is the reason I give in my statement, which is not in any way to denigrate the incredible work civil servants do, but I think ministers often come at these problems on a committee asking the question, right, here's the information, what are we going to do? What are the actions we're going to take? What's the outcome of this meeting? What are we actually going to do that's different? And I found that, maybe we'll come on to COBRA, chairing COBRA as often as I did, that I think is what the Prime Minister or another politicians bring is yes, here's all the information, here's what we need to communicate it to all the right people to make sure everyone is across it. But what's the action? What are we going to do? And I think it would be a mistake to park resilience at the official level and not have senior politicians, including the Prime Minister, at the National Security Council discussing it. I mean, for instance, when we did the National Security Risk Assessment, that assessment came to the National Security Council. I can't remember the date of the meeting, but I absolutely remember sitting around the table debating with the Secretary of State for Home Affairs and Foreign Affairs and Defence and all the rest of it, which risks should be where. Have we got this right? And that by its very act, you're getting people who don't think every day about pandemic preparedness and the importance of pandemics and other things that can happen to focus on those things as well as the terrorism and the
Yes.
foreign affairs. And, yeah.
You've explained why you chose Oliver Letwin and the qualities that he had to be placed in the shoes of, effectively, the Resilience Minister. And you would, of course, expect him as Resilience Minister to deal with the threat which had been already assessed as a Tier 1 threat, that is pandemics. So I'd just like to look, please, at Mr Letwin's witness statement. It's at INQ 000177810. And can we go, please, to page 2 and highlight the first part of paragraph 6 down to and including the words much less well prepared halfway down. Can we zoom in, please, and highlight that? Thank you. He says, during this period, 2011 to 2016, I was not directly involved in planning for the government's response to pandemic influenza in the UK. In retrospect, it may seem surprising that my resilience reviews did not cover this issue, given the fact that pandemic influenza was ranked high, both in terms of impact and in terms of likelihood on the National Risk Register. The reason was that I was informed by Cabinet Office officials when I initiated the resilience review process in 2012 that an unusually large amount of attention had already been focused on this particular threat because of its position in the National Risk Register. That, as a result, the UK was particularly well prepared to deal with pandemic influenza, that the Department of Health was preparing to carry out a major exercise to test our national capabilities in the face of pandemic influenza, and that my time would therefore be better spent examining other whole system risks for which line departments might be much less well prepared. And could we go, please, to the next paragraph and highlight paragraph 7, please? Reflecting on that, Mr Letwin goes on to say, I now believe, however, that it might have been helpful if I had delved into the pandemic influenza risk for myself, notwithstanding the amount of attention being focused on this issue by the line department and the consequently high level of preparations for responding to it. This is not because I believe such a review would have been likely to lead to any significant improvements in our preparedness for a pandemic flu itself, but rather because it might have led me to question whether we were adequately prepared to deal with the risks of forms of respiratory disease other than pandemic influenza. Are you surprised, Mr Cameron, that Mr Letwin, in the shoes of a Resilience Minister, did not perform any tasks in relation to the Tier 1 risk of pandemic influenza?
Well, I think he explains it, really, which is that this was a risk that he was told that was already well covered because there was already a pandemic preparedness plan. But I must say, I thought his statement was incredibly clear, and I think he's being very frank here and saying, you know, the more people who were in there questioning what sort of pandemics we might have, the better. And I think his suggestion about having a sort of red team to challenge whatever architecture you build, it's only as good as the people within the building and the decisions they make. And his idea of having sort of red team to challenge the thinking, I think is an excellent one, because, as Sally Davis has said, there is always a danger of groupthink, and perhaps that's what was happening here, is that we were so focused, or the system was so focused on pandemic influenza because of the well-known risks of it, that the system had got itself into a belief that that was the most likely pandemic and that was the one that needed to be prepared for. And so I think Oliver's statement is very powerful.
So you don't think, as Resilience Minister, ignoring this risk, he let you down?
I don't think he was ignoring it. I don't think he was ignoring it. He was doing the work on other risks because this one already had a plan. Some of the other things he was looking at, catastrophic failure of power grids, breakdown of the internet, you know, some even quite space weather and slightly more wacky things had almost no attention. He thought they needed to have that attention. So no, I never felt Oliver let me down.
All right. I want to move on to the second area of questioning now, the state of preparedness immediately before and during your tenure. So within a couple of months of you taking up residence in Downing Street, Dame Deirdre Hine produced her report on the government's response to the 2009 swine flu pandemic, which included 28 recommendations. Just to remind ourselves about swine flu, it hit the world in 2009. It was an influenza virus, a respiratory disease, causing just under 500,000 global cases and 18,500 deaths worldwide, with a fatality rate of between 0.01 and 0.2%, and causing, sadly, 457 deaths in the United Kingdom. You were aware of this report, were you not, Mr. Cameron?
Yes, I can't.
Yes.
I can't remember the exact circumstances of when I was told about it, but yes, and obviously I've read it subsequently.
Thank you. Can we put it up, please, on screen? INQ 0000350085. And we can go, please, to page 96, paragraph 5.38. Thank you. The national framework was designed to prepare the UK for a variety of pandemic scenarios, up to and including a reasonable worst case in which the clinical attack rate reached 50% and the case fatality rate reached 2.5%. In late April, the limited information coming from Mexico gave cause for considerable concern, but as the pandemic progressed, it gradually became clear that a scenario approaching that scale was unlikely. A number of contributors to this review have noted that it was difficult to switch from the plan we had, predicated on a worse pandemic than that which emerged, to a more proportionate response. And can we now go, please, to page 63 and highlight paragraph 3.65, dealing with the worst case. Thank you. Top of the page. The worst case in the planning framework is for 750,000 additional deaths. Given pressures on resources, ministers will need to consider whether they wish to make any additional investment required to cope with the full worst case scenario. I have no recommendation to make on what the correct figure might be for the worst case scenario, although in Chapter 4 I have recommended that the Government Chief Scientific Advisor convene a working group to review the calculation of planning scenarios. However, I do believe that it would be unsatisfactory if the national framework implied that government and local responders were prepared to cope with many more thousands of deaths than they were, in fact, equipped to handle. Are you aware, Mr. Cameron, we can take that down, please, that these worst case scenario figures that a pandemic could affect 50% of the population, it could kill 2.5% of the population, and assuming a population of around 65 million in 2015, that would equate to infecting 32,500 people and causing around 800 deaths. Those figures remained in place and indeed formed the basis of the United Kingdom influenza pandemic preparedness strategy the following year and remained in place until COVID hit. They were never amended.
If you ask me, the trouble is I can't remember exactly what I was told at the time.
You've seen the report now, though.
I've seen the report now, yes.
Those figures were never altered during your time in office. And as far as the inquiry is aware, although there were moves to update the 2011 strategy much closer to the pandemic hitting, in fact, those matters were never dealt with. Do you consider that that was a mistake?
Well, I think it was a mistake not to look at, repeating myself slightly, not to look more at the range of different types of pandemic. My reaction to reading Hine was, like many of the other reports, it doesn't mention the potential for asymptomatic transmission. And so, when you think what would be different if more time had been spent on a high infectious asymptomatic pandemic, different recommendations would have been made about what was necessary to prepare for. That's what I think is is my focus.
In terms of focusing on a pandemic other than influenza, it's right that the strategy in 2011 states as follows: plans for responding to a future pandemic should therefore be flexible and adaptable for a wide range of scenarios. So that was acknowledged, but nothing appears to have been done. No further papers were prepared or exercises undertaken to say how the strategy should be adapted. No practical solutions.
Well, there were other exercises undertaken, like Alice, which was looking
Well, we'll
at
come
MERS.
to that in a moment.
But so other. I don't think it's right to say the government only looked at pandemic flu. It didn't look at other things. The risk registers and other documents mention MERS and SARS and other types of pandemics. So I think that wasn't a failing. I think the failing was not to ask more questions about asymptomatic transmission, highly infectious, what turned out to be the pandemic we had. And I think there are occasions where, reading these reports, you can see was there adequate follow-up to some of the work. I spotted that in one or two places.
Yes. Well, I want to come back to Ebola, please. I don't know if you heard the opening statements to this inquiry, but Pete Weatherby, King's Counsel, on behalf of the COVID-19 Bereaved Families for Justice UK, began with your words. And I'd like to display, please, INQ 000146555. And this is the press release from June of 2015, when you were speaking ahead of the G7 summit in Germany on the wake-up to the threat from disease outbreak. Can we go, please, to page 2? And we'll go straight to your words, please, at the bottom of the page, where we can see that in this press release recorded is the following. Speaking ahead of the G7, the Prime Minister David Cameron said, "The recent Ebola outbreak was a shocking reminder of the threat we all face from a disease outbreak. Despite the high number of deaths and devastation to the region, we got on the right side of it this time, thanks to the tireless efforts of local and international health workers. But the reality is that we will face an outbreak like Ebola again, and that virus could be more aggressive and more difficult to contain. It is time to wake up to the threat, and I will be raising this issue at the G7. As a world, we must be far better prepared with better research, more drug development, and a faster and more comprehensive approach to how we fight these things when they hit." And indeed, your plan that you set out, it included a UK vaccines research and development network with £20 million invested from the outset, and also what you described as a rapid reaction unit ready to deploy to help countries suffering such devastating epidemics in the future. Was your warning that Ebola was a wake-up call based on your understanding of the effects that Ebola had and a concern as to how the global community could improve for next time?
Yes, I mean, the reason I chose to raise that at the G7 was I had become really concerned about this whole issue, and Ebola was, one example of it. And it was through conversations with Dame Sally Davis and others that I became more and more interested in this. I thought we had taken important steps at home, and this was genuinely trying to put on the table the UK vaccine network and the rapid reaction force that you mentioned, to say that these were going to be our contributions, as well as this Horizon scanning unit. So I thought we were putting in place good steps, and it was important to say to other countries, we all need to do this, because with Ebola specifically, there was this sense that, the WHO was quite slow to announce that it was happening, also quite slow to ask for help. And the help that was given to Sierra Leone, to Guinea and to Liberia was very much ad hoc. I think I put it in my statement. It was at a meeting, it was at a NATO summit. I was sitting next to Obama, and he said, look, the world's being too slow on this. We'll help with Liberia. Can you help with Sierra Leone? Can the French help with Guinea? And it was quite an ad hoc response that led to this. I mean, we spent £500 million sending troops and nurses and all the rest of it, and I think they did a magnificent job. But it was quite ad hoc. And so it made me think that we needed to put, again, the international architecture was lacking, and we needed to put it in place. And that's what this press release and that announcement was about.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to now turn to two exercises, UK exercises, one of which you've already made mention of, Exercise Alice, which took place in February of 2016. And the hypothetical scenario of this exercise was an outbreak of the MERS coronavirus in March of 2016, having been reported to the World Health Organization and caused about 500 deaths, most cases having occurred in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. This was a tabletop exercise, as the inquiry has already heard, involving the Department of Health, as it then was, the NHS and Public Health England. And it was commissioned by the Department of Health in response to concerns raised by Dame Sally Davis about planning and resilience in response to a major outbreak of MERS in England. The Cabinet Office is described in the report as having observer status. So does that mean that the Cabinet Office was not actively involved but was there in order to observe?
I'm afraid I don't know the answer to that question. I mean, I think these exercises are good, and it's important they take place. I think Oliver Letwin's evidence about they should happen with great regularity and at a senior level, I think is absolutely right. Because
yes,
as I said earlier, you want in the end to have ministers asking questions about, right, well, what will we actually do? What needs to change? What needs to be put in place? And you want their attention to be focused on this.
Yes. Well, let's have a look, please, at the recommendations of Exercise Alice. And they are in document INQ 0000562239. Thank you. And if we can go to page 16, please. Here we are, the page of summary of lessons and actions identified. I'm just going to read through a few of these. At number 1, the development of MERS-CoV special instructional video on PPE level and use. Number 4, to develop a MERS-CoV serology assay procedure, that's blood test searching for antibodies, to include a plan for a process to scale up capacity. Number 7, to produce an options plan using extant evidence and cost benefits for quarantine versus self-isolation for a range of contact types, including symptomatic, asymptomatic, and high-risk groups. And just going back a little further up the page to number 5, to produce a briefing paper on the South Korea outbreak with details on the cases and response, and consider the direct application to the UK, including port of entry screening. Now, you may be aware that Professor Heyman, the esteemed epidemiologist, gave evidence to the inquiry last Thursday, and he told the inquiry that he thought that recommendation 5 was an extremely good idea to learn from the experiences of South Korea in terms of their response to MERS and to see how those matters could be possibly adapted to the United Kingdom in the event of a similar pandemic. Do you agree that was a useful and important recommendation?
Yes, I do. And I mean, I think it's having read through now, Alice, because ministers weren't involved.
Yes.
But, you know, there's a sentence in Alice which is access to sufficient levels of PPE was also considered and pandemic stockpiles were suggested. That's a sentence in Alice, but it doesn't make it into the recommendation. So, I mean, if you're asking were there, you know, failures, does it look like there were failures to follow through from this?
Yes.
I think the answer to that is yes.
Thank you. At the same time, we can take that down, please. There was another exercise being planned, Exercise Cygnus. Now, although this was not delivered by Public Health England until you had left office, in fact, it took place over 2 days between the 18th and 20th of October of 2016. Planning for this exercise began in 2014, but was postponed due to the Ebola response. Were you aware at the time that exercise Cygnus was being planned, Mr. Cameron?
I'm afraid I just don't recall. I haven't, in the papers, I haven't
Yes.
seen anything, sort of a note from an official saying there's this exercise going on. I mean,
Yeah.
I've seen notes of me saying to Jeremy Hunt, let's do a note on an exercise on Ebola.
Yes.
And I do remember that, but I don't remember. That doesn't mean I didn't get a note about it,
No.
but I haven't been able to find one, and I don't think you have.
All right. Well, we haven't, no. But this was an exercise designed to assess the UK's preparation and response to an influenza pandemic. The inquiry has heard about it already and no doubt will continue so to do throughout the course of these public hearings. But it involved 950 representatives from the devolved administrations, the Department of Health, 12 other government departments, NHS Wales, NHS England, Public Health England, and 8 local resilience forums and 6 prisons. Took part in the exercise. Huge then in terms of organisation. I'd like to look briefly, please, at some of the recommendations from this exercise, whilst acknowledging again that you had left office by the time this report was produced. Could we go, please, to page 30? Now we can see that here we have the table of lessons identified. I'm going to move through these quite swiftly because the common theme of the recommendations that I'm going to highlight is capability and capacity in health and social care. So we can see at KL4, an effective response to pandemic influenza requires the capability and capacity to surge resources into key areas, which in some areas is currently lacking. LI5, please, further down the page. Further work is required. Where have we gone now? Further up the page, please, LI5. Thank you. Further work is required to inform consideration of the issues related to the possible use of population-based triage during a reasonable worst-case influenza pandemic. LI16, please. Thank you. Expectations of the MOD's capacity to assist during a worst-case scenario influenza pandemic should be considered as part of a cross-government review of pandemic planning. LI 17, please. The process and timelines for providing and best presenting data on which responders will make strategic decisions during an influenza pandemic should be clarified. If we can have LI 18, please. A methodology for assessing social care capacity and surge capacity during a pandemic should be developed. This work should be conducted with directors of adult social services and with colleagues in the devolved administrations. And finally, LI 20. Department of Health, NHS England, the CCS and the voluntary sector and relevant authorities in the devolved administration should work together to propose a method for mapping the capacity of and providing strategic national direction to voluntary resources during a pandemic. Given the experience of exercise Cygnus, it is recommended that this work draw on expertise of non-health departments and organisations at national and local level. Standing back for a moment, Mr. Cameron, and considering that these recommendations were made in October of 2016, would you have expected the government to have implemented the lessons learned from exercise Cygnus by January of 2020?
Well, I don't really want to comment on my successors, but I mean, you would hope so. I mean, I thought a lot about this because, you know, having been back through all the paperwork and everything, I haven't found any moment when I was asked or the Treasury was asked to approve sort of surge capacity for PPE supplies or anything like that. I think that's because there wasn't enough attention on the sort of pandemic that we ultimately experienced. But I don't recall any recommendations like that. But these are, as you say, are quite clear. And I think that the Treasury, while I'm sure we're going to come on to, money was tight and we made difficult decisions about public spending. When we did need to spend money on important priorities, when we had to spend money on Ebola, we did and we would.
All right. Well, before we come to deal with austerity and the effects of that on health and public health, I'd just like to draw together the lessons that we have just seen identified in these exercises. So in exercise Alice, we saw recommendations of a need to plan for scaling up testing capacity, for isolation and self-isolation options, for asymptomatic transition and issues with the provision of PPE. Do you know whether those matters were addressed during your time in office?
Well, what I know is that there was capacity for isolation when we had the Ebola outbreak in Africa, and obviously there were some cases in the UK. But, I would say that the problem with Alice was that it was a MERS outbreak with a very high degree of mortality, 35% mortality, but a very low caseload. And so, again, that wasn't anywhere close to the sort of pandemic we then actually experienced.
By the time you left office, do you accept, Mr Cameron, that there had not been any planning specifically of the effects of a pandemic? And by that I mean this: there had been no planning, for instance, by the Department of Education about the impact of school closures, had there?
Well, I don't know the answer to that. Somewhere in the bundle, there's mention of school closures, I think. Is it with respect to Signet? But
certainly that it should be looked at, yes. It was raised as a recommendation.
The point is, during my time in office, there were investigations into SARS and MERS and other types of pandemic, including Ebola, but there wasn't one into a highly transmissible coronavirus-style pandemic like we had, and so these questions weren't asked.
But even in relation to an influenza pandemic, which had, as we have already established, been a Tier 1 risk during your whole time in office, here we have Exercise Cygnus reporting just after you've left office, saying that there should be plans and research into the effect of school closures in the event of a pandemic. That hadn't been done. It was being raised as a recommendation in Cygnus on your departure from office because that planning hadn't been done, had it?
Well, it was raised, that as far as I can see, that's the first time it was raised.
Yes.
After I'd left office.
Yes, which means that type of planning was absent during your time in office.
But I haven't seen a report while I was in office saying that sort of planning should be done, because the pandemic preparedness plan, which had been worked up by the previous government and then amended and improved and enhanced during my time in office, there were lots of recommendations made and all sorts of things about stockpiles of Tamiflu and all the rest of it.
Yes.
But it didn't go into things like school closures.
No. Had there been any planning of the economic, political and social consequences of the imposition of restrictions in the event of a pandemic?
The answer to that is, first of all, our whole economic strategy was about safeguarding and strengthening the economy and the nation's finances so we could cope with whatever crisis hit us next. And I think that's incredibly important, because there's no resilience without economic resilience, without financial resilience, without fiscal resilience. And so that was the absolutely line one of our plan for dealing with any unexpected crises. Also, I think I'm right in saying that in the national risk registers in 2014 and subsequently, there was quite a lot of examination of how to respond to different catastrophic economic problems that that these sorts of pandemics would bring about. There was national business resilience planning going through area by area, looking at what you might have to do. But I think all of those, I mean, a plan, is only as good as the financial and economic capacity of a country to deliver it, and that was the most important thing of all.
you've told the inquiry that as soon as you came into office in 2010 and you made significant improvements to the architecture of planning and resilience, that one of your major major intentions was that would lead to a whole system level of preparedness. Do you accept that you failed in that desire? By the time you left government in 2016, there wasn't wholesale preparation and resilience, was there?
No, I don't accept that, because we set up a much superior architecture for looking at risks, for judging risks and planning for risks. And that's what the National Risk Register, the National Security Secretariat, the National Security Council did. And I think there was more attention, including more attention of senior politicians, onto those sorts of risks than there had been previously. But as I've said, the problem was that when pandemics were looked at, there was too much emphasis on pandemic flu. And when other pandemics were looked at, including Ebola, including MERS, they tended to be high fatality but low infection. And you know, the regret, and you see it in Oliver Letwin's evidence, you see it in George Osborne's evidence, is more questions weren't asked about the sort of pandemic that we faced. But I think many other countries were in the same boat of not knowing what was coming. But I would argue we did more than many to try and scan the horizon, to try and plan. We did act on Ebola. We did carry out these exercises. We did try to change some of the international dynamic about these things, and we planned and prepared in accordance with that.
The evidence of Mr. Mann and Professor Alexander that was received by the inquiry last Thursday, it included them posing this question: who is in charge of keeping the country safe? What is your answer to that question?
Well, the Prime Minister is always in charge of keeping the country safe. And under my reforms, the Prime Minister was much more actively involved because he was chairing the National Security Council. The National Security Advisor was appointed by him, reported to him. And in my case, I'd set up a specific subcommittee on threats, hazards and resilience that looked exactly at this area with a highly capable minister in. I'm sure there are further improvements we can make, and the government has announced some which seem to me sensible with the proviso that I made. But at the pinnacle of it must be the Prime Minister, because from all my experience of chairing Cobras, whether it was during terrorist problems or Fukushima, nuclear disasters or Ebola or anything else, the system works extremely well, but the system works better when the Prime Minister is in the chair, asking questions, driving changes, and making sure decisions are made. So my answer is it's the Prime Minister.
Thank you. We've dealt with your concerns around the World Health Organization and how you sought to deal with those. So I'm now going to move on to the final area of questioning, the impact of austerity on the health and social care service and underlying health inequalities. And I'd like to display, please, paragraph 26 of George Osborne's witness statement, which we have at INQ 000187308. Paragraph 26, please. Next page, thank you. Reducing the deficit and placing debt as a percentage of the GDP on a downward path was also essential to rebuild fiscal space to provide scope to respond to future economic shocks. A responsible approach to repairing the UK's public finances following the financial crisis was essential. I have no doubt that taking those steps to repair the UK's public finances in the years following the financial crisis of 2008-2009 had a material and positive effect on the UK's ability to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic. The most urgent task facing the UK economy, as stated in Budget 2010, was therefore to implement an accelerated plan to reduce the deficit. Indeed, there was cross-party consensus on the need to reduce the deficit following the financial crisis. And you've already made reference, Mr Cameron, to the need for this to happen and, in your view, for the positive effect that had on the state of the country's finances going into the COVID-19 pandemic. I make it clear, we can take that down please, that the purpose of the following questions that I have for you is not to explore whether that policy was right or wrong. That is no part of this inquiry to descend into those political areas. But what we are interested in are the impacts and consequences of that policy in three areas, please: health, inequality, and societal resistance. The Health and Social Care Act of 2012 changed the landscape of public health, did it not? Because it transferred to local authorities public health features and the involvement of directors of public health. So from that time, from 2012, those areas of public health were no longer funded through the Department of Health in the way that they had been before. Mr Osborne also says at paragraph 71 of his witness statement, we don't need to put this up, that the Department of Health's budget from 2011 to 2012 until 2014 to 2015 was to increase in real terms in each financial year, and that growth occurred in circumstances where all other departmental budgets, other than overseas aid, were cut by an average of 19% over the same period. He also goes on to say that in 2010, the budget for public health was ring-fenced, but of course, as we've just discussed, that was only relevant up to 2012, at which point in time public health was no longer funded through the Department of Health. Do you accept, Mr Cameron, that the health budgets over the time of your government were inadequate and led to a depletion in its ability to provide an adequate service?
I don't accept that, neither on a sort of big picture level or on a small picture level. I mean, the big picture level, I don't think you can separate the decision and the necessity of getting the budget deficit down and having a reasonable debt to GDP ratio so you can cope with future crises. I don't think you can separate that from the funding of the health service or indeed anything else. I mean, if you lose control of your debt and you lose control of your deficit and you lose control of your economy, you end up cutting the health service. That's what happened in Greece. That's what happened in countries that did lose control of their finances. So I don't think you can separate the two. So we made the important decision to say that the health service was different, its budget would be protected, and so there were real terms increases every year. And so, for instance, there were 10,000 more doctors working in the NHS at the end of the time I was Prime Minister than there were at the beginning. Would everyone like to spend even more on the health service? Yes. There were. I mean, making these difficult choices about spending was it wasn't a sort of option that was picked out of thin air. I believed, and I still believe, it was absolutely essential to get the British economy and British public finances back to health, so you can cope with a future crisis.
The inquiry has received witness statements from Jeremy Hunt, who was the Secretary of State for Health and then Health and Social Care from 2012 to 2018. Were you aware that during the time that you were in power, Mr Hunt laboured considerable concerns about the structural problems within NHS capacity and the workforce and funding, as he has set out in his witness statement?
I've read his witness statement. He was a very capable health secretary. I worked with him extremely closely. Of course, he was always batting for the NHS and for all the extra resources he could get. These decisions were arrived at collectively. I agree with a lot of what's in his witness statement, where he says there's more that could be done, for instance, for future workforce planning. But I will absolutely defend the record of the government in both getting control of the finances and increasing funding for the health service at the same time.
Aren't these concerns, Mr Cameron, that Jeremy Hunt sets out, structural problems with the NHS and workforce and capacity, the real issues which preparedness for a public health emergency needs to address? Not papers and guidelines and protocols, but action to remedy fundamental problems.
Well, I think what's needed to prepare for a pandemic is first of all, you've got to have that overall economic capacity. As George Osborne puts in his statement, without our action, you could have had almost $1 trillion of extra debt. And you'd have, as well as a coronavirus crisis and a public health crisis, you'd have a financial and economic and fiscal crisis at the same time. But I think the answer to your question is that the best way to prepare is to have a strong economy, and the next thing you need to do is prepare for all of the relevant pandemics that you might face. And we've already discussed where, the system, I think, didn't spend enough time on the sorts of pandemic that we did end up facing.
Do you accept, Mr Cameron, that the government was repeatedly warned about growing pressures on the NHS? Firstly, from the Nuffield Trust annual statement in 2015, which detailed growing concerns that demand was outstripping capacity and, quote, the warning lights on care quality now glow even more brightly. And finally, in 2016, in the Nuffield Trust annual statement before you left office, which stated slowing improvement in some areas of quality combined with longer waiting times and ongoing austerity suggests the NHS is heading for serious problems. It seems likely that a system under such immense pressure will be unable at some point in some services to provide care to the standards that patients and staff alike expect.
Well, of course, there were pressures on the NHS, as there were pressures on many public services. But at the end of my time in office, I think public satisfaction with the National Health Service was still extremely high. I think the King's Fund, it might have been, was ranking it as one of the most successful health systems in the world. We'd virtually abolished mixed-sex wards. We'd got hospital infections down. We were carrying out 40% more diagnostic tests every week. There were successes in the NHS as well as pressures. But there are always pressures on these services. And our job was to try and sort out the economy, which we did, so we could then have bigger increases in health spending, which then followed.
In preparation for your evidence today, you were invited to consider the witness statement of Professor Kevin Fenton, who is the president of the United Kingdom Faculty of Public Health, which is a professional standards body for public health specialists and practitioners with over 4,000 members. You will know then that, according to Professor Fenton, health protection teams saw successive reductions in funding and capacity over the pre-pandemic years and a lack of investment in regional emergency preparedness response and resilience teams. And the summary of his evidence as provided to the inquiry so far in written form is that there was no ring fencing of funding to local government for health protection, that health protection teams had their funding reduced and their capacity reduced, and that ultimately this resulted in a lack of capacity for pandemic preparedness. What's your response to that, please?
Well, I read the Fenton report as the other reports. I thought... I don't want to be too critical, but throughout all of them, I thought there was very little acceptance that it is possible to reform public sector organisations, sometimes to merge them and get rid of duplicating bureaucracies and overheads, and get more output for the same amount of money. I thought in Kershell, in Marmot, in Fenton, there was just this assumption that you only ever measure inputs rather than measuring outputs. So, for instance, I would say the creation of Public Health England, where it was merging together a lot of other bodies, increased the focus on public health, meant money was spent more wisely, and I would argue also that the Health and Social Care Act, by putting public health into local authorities, that was the right place for it. Local authorities are responsible for housing and for education and for licensing, and so making them responsible for public health is very logical. And even I think most of the experts coming to your inquiry, I don't think people are arguing to turn the clock back and put it into the health service. So I think these were good reforms. And yes, we faced very difficult financial circumstances, but where we could, we tried to encourage the spending of money more wisely, and sometimes the merging of public bodies was a sensible thing. But they don't seem to give that much credence.
Well, you've mentioned the evidence of Professor Sir Michael Marmot and Professor Claire Bamborough. You've clearly read their report, and you will know that they gave evidence to this inquiry on Friday. Do you accept their evidence, Mr Cameron, that health inequalities increased during your time in office?
Well, I accept, I mean, I've read their reports.
Yes.
I accept that after 2011, in lots of countries in the world, life expectancy continued to improve, but didn't continue to improve so quickly. Now, their conclusion is to look a lot at austerity and what have you. I'm not sure the figures back that out. We had some very difficult winters with very bad flu pandemics. I think that had an effect. We had the effect that the improvements in cardiovascular disease, the big benefits had already come through before that period, and that was tailing off. And then you got the evidence from other countries. I mean, Greece and Spain had far more austerity, brutal cuts, and yet their life expectancy went up. So I don't think it follows. And I found, you know, I mean, there's one sentence in Bamborough and Marmot that just baldly says, you know, child poverty increased. Well, actually, the number of children living in absolute poverty went down. The number of people living in absolute poverty went down. The number of pensioners living in absolute poverty went down very considerably. So
So you don't agree with that?
Well, I mean, they've got lots of important evidence, and I've looked at it very carefully, and will think about it very carefully. But I did find that I found that they had leapt to a certain set of conclusions quite quickly, not all of which was backed up by the evidence. And they don't mention the evidence that I've just mentioned, which I think is quite important. I mean, added to the fact that I agree with Professor Bamber that social and economic conditions have a big bearing on health inequalities, and so therefore the fact that there were 2.6 million more people in work, there were over 500,000 fewer children in households where no one worked. There were obviously a big dent in pensioner poverty because of the triple lock and the increase in the pension. These are positives as well, which they don't seem to get mentioned in the same way. So I had my problems with them, but I'm sure the inquiry can look at all the evidence and come to its conclusions.
Do you accept that cuts to public health budgets tended to be largest in the most deprived areas, and that as a result, local authorities working with the most vulnerable populations faced the biggest challenges in carrying out their public health functions?
No, I don't necessarily accept that. The way the local authority spending decisions were made was to try and make sure that the reductions in spending power in each local authority were broadly equivalent. And obviously, when you're looking at spending power, you've got to look at the grants from central government to local government, the business rate revenue, and the council tax revenue. And so, for instance, I mean, I checked this last night. The 2015 settlement was for no council should lose more than 6% of its spending power. And so that does affect different councils in different way in terms of their grant, but it affects them in a more similar way when it comes to spending power. And it's obviously the spending power that a council has that matters, and I think that's a better way of measuring it.
All right, but were you aware whilst in government of evidence that people from lower socio-economic groups and minority ethnic groups would be more likely to be affected by whole system catastrophic shocks?
I think it was well known, and I knew that when you have health pandemics of any sort, you get differential effects on different parts of the population.
Yes.
I think as coronavirus turned out, the biggest category, that's the wrong word, the biggest impact was obviously on older people. But many of our policies were directed towards lifting people out of poverty, the more jobs, the first national living wage, the big increase in the minimum wage, taking 4 million people out of paying income tax. All of these things, the reform, the universal credit and the reform of welfare and the whole effort of getting people out of welfare and into work, all of these things have an economic and social benefit, but also have a health benefit too.
the inquiry saw last Friday that pre-existing health inequalities only featured minimally in the UK pandemic planning. In fact, they were barely mentioned at all. Do you accept that this was a significant omission?
I think all plans can be improved and updated, and I've read the evidence about that, and I'm sure future plans will. But if you're asking, did you understand, did your government understand the importance of trying to lift people out of poverty and into work and into prosperity? Yes, absolutely. That's what the whole plan was about. And going back to this economic thing, because it is important, over the period of my government in the G7, after America, we had fastest growth of GDP and fastest growth of GDP per head. So this is important because ultimately your health system is only as strong as your economy because one pays for the other.
Do you agree that different political decisions will have to be made in the future if a strong public health system is to be nurtured to withstand another pandemic?
I think different decisions, I think we need to improve the way we look at pandemics and the way we plan our resilience, because while, as I've said, the architecture was there, the structure was better, the involvement of ministers was better, the dialogue between ministers and civil servants was good, there is this gap that I keep coming back to, which is how do we make sure that you're not subject to groupthink, that you don't plan for one type of pandemic because it's very current, it's very risky, it's very dangerous. You need to have teams going in to question the assumptions. And I mean, the biggest one was this issue about asymptomatic transmission. I kept looking through all these documents, looking for what about a pandemic with wide-scale asymptomatic transmission. And if that question had been asked, then a lot of things would follow from that. In Jeremy Hunt's evidence, hospitals in Hong Kong had to have 3 months of PPE supplies. I was never asked, can we have funding for 3 months PPE supplies for every hospital? But had I been asked, we would have granted it. That's not expensive. That's not a huge commitment. But that comes out of planning for the right sort of pandemic. So all these questions about economic policy, we can have an argument about, was it the right economic policy or wrong? I think it was the right economic policy. But the real problem was time spent quizzing the experts on what potential pandemics were coming and preparing for those in the right way and the questions that would follow from that.
Thank you. My lady, that concludes my questions of Mr. Cameron. I know that prior to today, permission has been given to Miss Mitchell, King's Counsel, on behalf of Scottish COVID Bereaved Families for Justice, to ask a short series of questions. May she now be allowed to do that?
Certainly, I would normally break now, but if
I think
the stenographer carry on from Ms Mitchell's questions.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Ms Mitchell.
I'm obliged. Mr Cameron, I'm Senior Counsel instructed by Amaran Warren Company for the Scottish COVID Bereaved. You've made it clear both in your written evidence and your evidence here today that you understood that pandemics were a very real threat. And you might not have understood the phrase or remembered the phrase clear and present danger, but you would agree with me that as a Tier 1 risk, it certainly was something that was immediate, important and potentially grave in terms of risk.
Yes.
And we've also heard that given pandemics have happened throughout history, it was a matter of when and not if a pandemic would occur.
Yes.
Your language, indeed, we will face an outbreak like Ebola, made it clear that you understood effectively that a pandemic was inevitable.
Yes.
You also referred to it, I think, here and also in your statement about taking a longer-term strategic view and trying to fix the roof while the sun is shining. Presumably because whilst things are good, you put plans in place so that when the pandemic arrives, it'll allow those to deal with it to weather the storm safely.
Yes.
Because presumably you appreciated that failure to properly plan would be likely to have a catastrophic effect for the United Kingdom.
Yes?
Can I ask you to look at the following document? It's document INQ 0000871993, and we're looking at page 7 of that document. While we're waiting for that document to come up on screen, this is a document from the Public Accounts Committee of the House of Commons entitled The Whole of Government Response to COVID-19. Now, I'd like to draw your attention, please. I'll wait till it arrives on screen.
Yep.
To the heading Conclusions and Recommendations.
Milady, I'm extremely sorry to have to get to my feet. My learned friend knows very well.
Could you get by the microphone, Mr. Keith, please?
My learned friend knows very well that we're constrained by the rules of parliamentary privilege not to be able to put parliamentary material, which includes NAO reports, in a way which calls into debate the merits of whatever conclusions are being drawn by the particular parliamentary body, or anything said, in fact, in the chamber of the House of Commons. So I'm just a bit concerned that we may be breaching parliamentary privilege by going down this line of examination.
Well, there's certainly a way, Milady, that I can ask the questions without having to refer to those documents. So I'll be able to do that in that way. And I'm obliged to my learned friend for highlighting that before that route was gone down.
Thank you.
While you were in government and when you were Prime Minister, did you make any plans for the effect economically on individuals in the United Kingdom?
Well, I think as I answered earlier, there's two answers to that. One is the biggest thing was to get the British economy and the public finances in a state where they were capable of responding to the next crisis. Because just as I answered earlier, we will have another pandemic. We will have another economic crisis of some sort, whether it's a recession or a banking crisis or a insurance, who knows what it will be. The question is, do you have the capacity, do you have the spare capacity to suddenly borrow another 10, 15, 20% of your GDP to help the country and help people through it? That's the key question. And that was very much in my mind when we drew up the plan to reduce the budget deficit and get the debt GDP ratio under control, because that's the responsible thing to do. The second answer is that, as I think I said, in the national risk assessments, there's quite a lot of material about national business resilience planning, working out if you had a pandemic flu, and even with the pandemic flu we were looking at, which would have had, hundreds of thousands of deaths and a huge effect on the economy, what do you do to help the various sectors of the economy to recover? So to that extent, yes, there was a plan.
Well, your plan was about the country. What I was asking you about, and if I would ask you to focus on the question, was there a plan made for the economic impact on individuals during a pandemic?
Well, until you know exactly what pandemic you face and whether you're going to need to have people at home, so you have a furlough plan, or you're going to have to act in a different way, and you might need to cut VAT or change tax rates, or you need to have those decisions can be made very quickly, as they were to the credit of the Chancellor when the pandemic hit. But you need to have the capacity in the economy to do it.
You clearly understood that the effect of a pandemic might mean that people were sick and weren't able to attend work, and businesses might have problems.
Yes.
Did you, while you were in government, make any plans, have any conversations about what a furlough might look like, about what an economic plan might look like? Were those discussions had?
Well, I can't remember every discussion I had, but I have seen that in the national risk assessments, those sorts of things are looked at. And obviously, in government, when we were looking at the threat of pandemics or the threat of terrorist attacks or the threat of something worse, a major terrorist attack that could take out a whole city, what would you do in order to keep the economy going and help people, yes, we did have those conversations.
What I'm actually specifically asking about, though, is not at the level that you're talking about. I'm talking about the individuals who would not be able to go to work. I'm talking about the businesses that needed to keep going. There were no concrete plans made for that, correct?
Well, I mean, you keep asking me this. I mean, I think I'll have to go back over the national risk assessments. I think there were looking at individual sectors and businesses and what would have to be done. Maybe I can look at that again and give you a written answer, because I don't want to say there's something in them that there isn't, but I think they do address some of these questions.
I'm sure the inquiry would be greatly assisted if you can find anything in relation to the economic planning. But as of at today's date, you can't think of anything.
Well, I can, which is if you have a strong economy and good public finances, you can flex your tax, your benefit system, your spending, that you have the enormous financial capacity of the British state to act and help people.
We now know that over 227,000 people died from COVID, and we've heard evidence that the UK was not prepared for a pandemic. We've heard evidence that after years of underfunding, cuts, inequalities, that this impacted upon the devastating scale of the death. In retrospect, do you agree as Prime Minister that it would have been wise for you to plan for economic impacts of the pandemic? And I mean by that the furloughs and the business schemes, so you had a plan ready-made, off the peg, available to implement, so that the government was not left scrabbling around and making ad hoc decisions in very fast time, right at the very moment when they could have better been focusing on other matters like the pandemic.
Well, I'm afraid, with great respect, I'm not sure I agree with the premise of the question. I mean, the furlough scheme came in very quickly, very boldly, and made an enormous difference. And that was possible because we had the financial capacity to do it. But it proves the point that, for all the plans you can have in the world, until you actually see the nature of the pandemic and how it's developing, planning in advance exactly what your economic responses are going to be is only of I would argue, limited use.
It would certainly be useful, though, to have an economic response which took into account something that you knew which would happen, which would people would be sick and off work.
Yes, but what you don't know is, are you going to have a pandemic where people who are symptomatic stay at home, or are you going to have a pandemic where effectively, the committee I'm sure will decide whether it's right or wrong, you have a lockdown and everybody stays at home? So these are two, different types of pandemic requiring two different types of economic response.
Despite what you say about planning, do you accept that when the pandemic arrived, the UK still found itself in a situation where essential medical items such as the ventilators, stockpiles of PPE, hygiene control were not still readily available?
Well, clearly there were problems when the pandemic hit, and I think this does go back to identifying the different sorts of pandemic that could hit you and planning for each one. And I come back again and again to this issue about, asymptomatic transmission of an easily transmitted virus, which is, yes, lethal, but much lower than MERS or lower than Ebola, and that's what we had. And if more questions had been asked inside the system or challenging the system about that, then lots of consequences about PPE and about surge capacity and Nightingale hospitals and all the rest of it, a lot of consequences might have followed.
So we were not only preparing for the wrong pandemic, but the wrong questions were being asked. Can I ask?
So I think it was more we were not. I think it's wrong to say we're praying for the wrong pandemic. I mean, there could easily have been. There could still be a pandemic flu, and it's good that we have been prepared for that. But as Oliver Letwin says in his evidence, and George Osborne says in his, and they put it perhaps better than I have, a lot of time was spent preparing for a pandemic that didn't happen rather than the one that did happen.
In retrospect, Mr Cameron, do you think that as Prime Minister, your government's failure to plan for the economic impacts on individuals and businesses played any role in the catastrophic loss of lives when the storm of COVID-19 arrived in the UK some 4 years after your departure?
Well, I'm desperately sorry about the loss of life. So many people have lost people that are close to them, and there's been a lot of heartache, and obviously that continues. And people also suffered in all sorts of ways through the pandemic, and that's why this inquiry is so important. I've tried to be as frank as I can and as open as I can about the things my government did that helped put in place the right architecture for looking at these threats, the horizon scanning, the units we put in place, the exercises that were undertaken. But I've also tried to be frank about the things that were missed. And the thing I struggle with is why they were missed, because it was not asking questions about asymptomatic transmission of an easily infectious disease with a certain level of lethality that we hadn't seen before, but nonetheless might appear. That is I think where some of the difficulties flow from. I mean, there's then a whole question of how the response is actually managed in practice, which I know the committee will come on to.
Milady, I have no further questions.
Thank you very much, Ms Mitchell.
That concludes Mr Cameron's evidence.
Thank you very much for your help, Mr Cameron.
Thank you.
Oui.
Good morning.
Milady, may I please call Sir Oliver Letwin?
Please repeat after me. I do solemnly, sincerely and truly
I do solemnly, sincerely and truly
declare and affirm
that
the evidence I shall give
the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the
and
truth.
nothing but the truth.
Could you please give the inquiry your name?
Oliver Letwin.
Thank you very much for attending today before the inquiry. Sir Oliver, as you give evidence, could you please remind yourself to speak clearly into the microphone in front of you and keep your voice up so that we may all hear what you have to say. If I ask you a question which is not clear, don't hesitate to ask me to repeat it, and there will probably be a break mid-evidence during the course of the morning. You provided a statement to this inquiry dated the 24th of April 2023. Could we have that please on the screen? 177810, thank you. The first page is page 1 there. If we go to page 16, we should see your statement of truth at the end, and you, in fact, signed it on the 24th of April. And the contents of that statement are true. Milady, may that please be published.
Certainly.
So, Oliver, I'd like to commence, if I may, about asking you some questions about the functions that you performed whilst you held the post of Minister for Government Policy between May 2010 and July 2016, and as Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster between July 2014 and July 2016. Essentially, you held the resilience portfolio whilst you held both those ministerial posts. Could you tell us, please, something about that portfolio, why it was divided between those ministerial posts, and what the difference was in those ministerial posts?
Yes, I should clarify that I didn't become responsible specifically for resilience until some point, which I can't exactly remember, but late-ish, I think, in 2011. So, as I said in my statement, it's from 2011 to 2016 that I was specifically involved. And that was in the context of a rather wide-ranging and unusual role, which began by my taking a large part in the formation of the coalition and the negotiation of the coalition with our Liberal Democrat colleagues, and then in the drafting of the programme for government, which came out of the two manifestos, and then in the succeeding 5 years of 2010 to 2015, the years of the coalition, absolutely endless discussions with counterparts in Liberal Democrat cabinet to keep the show on the road and keep resolving issues. I was also responsible for monitoring the implementation across the field of our programme for government and for devising the second programme for government that came along sort of halfway through the coalition, and for sitting on all cabinet committees across the board in order to have a view of policy and where it was going and how it connected with the implementation and whether there were going to be coalition issues arising from it. So it was a broad portfolio within which resilience was therefore a relatively small part, which has led me to reflect, as you may wish to discuss later, that actually there really ought to be a minister solely devoted to resilience at a senior level.
Well, I was going to ask you, may we take it from the fact that whilst you were focusing on resilience as part of a wider portfolio of obligations, there was no minister, and there has never been at any time, a minister whose sole responsibility is emergency preparedness, resilience, response, civil emergencies?
There hasn't, as far as I'm aware, and I think that is an error. I came to that view very gradually, but by the end of my time, I was pretty convinced that we ought to move, and had I remained in situ, I would have tried, therefore, to move to a model where somebody took that position. If you'll allow me, I think I should add 3 other points. One, there's a tendency to learn that lesson in the wrong way. The appointment of a junior minister will achieve nothing, I think, in this domain. It would have to be somebody who's senior and who's close to the Prime Minister in order to get things done, because this, in the end, is not about elegant committee minutes and discussions. It's about pursuing things to the end and trying to find out whether things have actually happened and whether they're going to work. And that requires someone senior and close to the centre of government to get prime ministerial authority behind things, because that's the way things happen in government. The second point I want to make is that whilst I think that there needs to be a group of people who are devoted exclusively to resilience in the sense of preparedness, and they probably need to be separate from a group of people who are ready to service and handle emergencies as they arise, the minister, in my view, needs to fulfil both of the roles that I was fulfilling very part-time, full-time, but both of them simultaneously. You learn a lot when you're dealing even with minor crises about how to prepare for other crises, including complicated and major ones. And I think it's by being present in, during, and taking some responsibility for the handling of crises that you learn most about how to prepare for them. So I would keep those two things together. That was the one good feature of my role, that because I was involved in dealing with flooding, with Ebola, with a whole series of fuel tanker problems and so on, at least I knew some of the problems that arose when you were facing a real crisis when I was trying to pursue my resilience review. And the final point I'd make is this, and I find it difficult to explain this briefly and articulately, so forgive me if I'm not as articulate as I should be, but there's all the difference in the world between discovering that something is the case, shall we say, that the diesel available for backup in local authorities is all very well for the local authority vans which run on diesel, but not much use for the care responders who use petrol, and actually getting to the point where there is petrol available. And you don't do that by attending to it on Monday and then waiting a long time. You have to attend it on Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday and Thursday. And that really is very difficult to do if you're doing an awful lot of other things. I tried to do it in the fields that I preoccupy myself with in resilience, but I'm very conscious that I didn't have enough time to do as much as I should have done.
That's extremely helpful, thank you. May we take it from what you've told us, Sir Oliver, then, that the issue of resilience, of preparedness, and perhaps also some of the other areas involving civil contingencies, such as the risk of cyber attack and so on and so forth, was not a formal area which was assigned, if you like, to one or other of the ministerial positions that you held. It was a function or a post or an area that you grew, that you devoted attention to, and which perhaps took up a larger amount of your time. It wasn't a formal policy area for which you took formal responsibility by virtue of one or other of those ministerial posts.
That's correct.
All right. Could you just help us, please, with the differences between the various ministerial positions to which you've made reference? Is the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster a more senior ministerial post than, for example, the Minister for the Cabinet Office?
The Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster is like the Holy Roman Empire, neither holy nor Roman nor empire, neither a chancellor nor much of a duchy, and it's just an honorific, an ancient honorific. A minuscule proportion of my time, perhaps an hour a month, was spent on Duchy of Lancaster business, and that will be the same for any chancellor. There's a perfectly well-oiled machine that looks after the Queen's lands in Lancaster and does not need to preoccupy a minister. My real role was as so-called Minister for Government Policy, and actually, really, under that, I was simply a jack of all trades, a Mr. Fix-It. I did what it was that the Prime Minister wanted done, and that was holding the coalition together, making sure that our programme for government was implemented, and trying to fix crises as they arose. It was really out of the third, the fixing crises as they arose, role, that I slipped into resilience and became progressively, as I learned about it, more and more concerned about our state of resilience or lack of it, and became more and more involved in it, and eventually decided that really I ought to, or somebody ought to, spend their entire time doing it.
Whilst you were a minister, was there a position known as Minister for Implementation? We've heard evidence that at some point there was the creation of such a post, and Oliver Dowden, I think, was the Minister for Implementation from 2018 and 2019, but there was no such post in existence when you were a minister, was there?
During the coalition, Danny Alexander, my Liberal Democrat counterpart, and I were effectively joint ministers for implementation. Our job was to make sure that the coalition programme was implemented. And in a coalition, of course, that's a matter of contractual obligation. It's not just a matter of will or desire. So it was vitally important to the sustaining of the coalition that we were confident that that programme was being implemented.
All ministers, by definition, start off, by and large, as amateurs. To what extent did you have to learn on the job in relation to the field of emergency preparedness, resilience and response?
Completely. I think I can accurately say that when I began, it was entirely new to me. I'd been in opposition, Shadow Home Secretary, for example, so I had seen some of the issues arise, but that's a whole different thing from actually trying to deal with crises and trying to deal with preparation. It was when I actually sat in the Cobra room and discovered that we were not properly prepared to deal with a fuel tanker crisis or to avert it, discovered that the Civil Contingencies Act emergency powers were powers for having an emergency rather than preventing one, and discovered that it was only through the army that I could actually get someone to organise for the tankers to arrive at the petrol stations in order to prevent the strike being effective and thereby ultimately prevent the strike, that I discovered that there was a whole set of problems here I knew nothing about, and that's when I began to learn about them.
And is one of the more difficult features of being a minister concerned with emergency preparedness, resilience and response, that you're necessarily having to deal not just with the arcane world of policy and guidance and the general application of principles, but with, to use a word that we've seen many references to, operationalization. That is to say, having to respond to crises and to civil emergencies and to have to take practical operational decisions for which perhaps one may not be terribly well suited or trained.
Yes, I mean, first of all, in answer to that, I should say I don't think this is an area where policy matters terribly. Policy matters where there are disagreements about the direction in which some aspect of the country's affairs should go, and your government has a view, and then it seeks to find means of fulfilling that. There are no disagreements here that I'm aware of, right across the political spectrum. We all want to prevent emergencies arising. We want to minimise their impact when they do arise. This is not an issue for argument and debate and policy. There's only one policy, which is minimise emergencies and make ourselves as resilient to them as we can. It's all about the operations. It's all about finding out what actually is there on the ground. It's all very well having committees and structures and guidance documents, and these can come out of your ears without actually knowing that you've got the right things there. You know, you can have a guidance manual about PPE, but if there's no PPE there, it won't be available.
To what extent, whilst you were a minister, were documents such as the 2011 influenza pandemic strategy or the risk assessment protocols and guidance brought to your attention?
Well, they weren't, but for a reason which I've described in my
We'll come
statement.
We'll come in a moment sort of to your request that there be a number of reviews and to what the response was. But in order to gain some understanding of the level to which you had to descend in terms of looking at the guidance and the policy documentation and the protocols and the approaches, the written strategic material relating to how to respond to a crisis, was that the sort of material which would find itself to ministerial level?
Typically, it did arrive for blessing at the end of a very long bureaucratic process that had led to its formulation. But in the areas that I was focusing on, as I've explained in the statement, I was not focusing on pandemic flu because I was advised that that was already being very well dealt with, and I delegated that, therefore, to Clay Smith. We may want to come back to that. It's a matter of regret on my part. But in the areas I was delving into, proactively, the whole of our critical national infrastructure, which I believed increasingly and still believe is wildly under-resilient, I was not spending time reading guidance documents and policy documents. I was spending time with people who were running the telecom system, the grid, the district network operators, the ports, the airports, the people who ran the supply chains for critical chemicals and so on, and spending hours with them, hour after hour, in an inquisitorial mode, rather as you're doing with me now, to try to find out whether, rather than all the documents and guidance, they actually had the things in place that needed to be in place to make them resilient.
So how does the system work in a ministerial office, Sir Oliver, in relation to the signing off, if you like, of important strategies, policies or guidance? So take, for example, during your time in office, there would have been and there were produced a number of risk assessments, generally biannually, and those risk assessments would be drawn up by reference to particular and different risks, and they would be revised and considered by any number of government departments, by external advisors, by chief scientific advisors, by chief medical officers in relation to health risks, and so on and so forth. That biannual risk assessment would then come to you as the minister, and you would be presented with it, and presumably you would be asked to give your assent to its promulgation.
Yes, but your description is accurate. That's to say, I didn't know the details, but I was aware that each one of these risk assessments had been through this awesome process you described with any number of experts. And I was, of course, an entire amateur. I mean, I know nothing about the science of the spread of diseases or the science of almost any of the other things that might have come onto the risk register. And nor was I expected to be an expert in the science or the professional judgments. So it was, of course, absurd to suppose that I could counteract or overrule all these experts.
Or even be alive to the particularly difficult doctrinal or practical issues which underpin the particular document with which you were being presented.
Well, I think that I should have said to myself, in retrospect, not are all these experts wrong, but have they asked the right questions? Because that is something an amateur can do. Perhaps only an amateur can do that. In the sense, you have to be outside the system, I think, to a degree, to be able to ask that question. And that's why I came to the conclusion gradually that we needed a sort of red team that was going to ask the right questions, because I didn't even know enough to ask the right questions or to know whether they'd asked the right questions. I think in the case of the critical national infrastructure, by the end, I got close enough to the subject so that although obviously I can't run the electricity system and I don't know how the telecommunication systems operates as an engineer does, I did know what questions to ask by the end, because I'd asked so many questions and seen so many answers that I'd begun to suspect the things I wasn't being told. You can't do that for areas that you're not deeply involved in.
Emergencies are, by definition, of course, not business as usual. Is there a case, therefore, for a formal system of training of those ministers who are tasked with the heavy obligation of dealing with civil emergencies?
Not only a case, I think an overwhelming case, but that's just part of a much wider need for training, which emerges, I think, extraordinarily from all the papers that you've asked me to review, and which I got the sense of gradually anyway, and why I'm so very glad to see in the Resilience Framework document the government has now produced that there is to be an academy. I hope that rather than just dealing with how to produce guidance and how to write minutes and so on, will actually be about how to handle emergencies and therefore how to exercise for emergencies and therefore how to prepare for emergencies to make sure that you can actually handle them effectively.
And does that include, therefore, by way of exercise or training, enabling ministers to be able to better discharge the functions imposed upon them?
Yes. But can I add one thing? Because I hope, Milady, that this inquiry will make this point, because I think it's incredibly important. If you're a minister responsible for anything, A4CRI resilience, but even really important things like health, defence, for 6 months, you could have training for the first 2 months, but by the time you finish your training, you'll practically finished your job. If you're an official that does a job that's related to the crucial interests of the United Kingdom for 18 months, and you have training, which usually takes 6 months to arrange and 6 months to conduct, again, you by the time you know, you're off. By the end of my time working on these things for 5 years, with the exception of 1 or 2 people in the Civil Contingency Secretariat who were continuing their role there and knew an awful lot, I kept on coming across officials who knew less than I did as an amateur, me as the amateur, because they'd actually been in post for next to no time whatsoever. So it isn't just a question of training, it's a question of training and having a system that keeps both ministers and officials in post long enough so they can use the training.
Is that another way of saying that the revolving door aspect of some ministerial appointments and official appointments tends to undermine experience, efficacy, and the ability of ministers and officials to be able to do the job with which they're tasked?
I strongly believe that it does. I think that's true as a general proposition, but we're not here to discuss the whole of British government. In this crucial respect, I think having a minister responsible who's there right the way through a government and with officials who are committed to it from beginning to end and with luck longer than that in their careers is really critical to success.
So, Oliver, can I just ask, you described the revolving door, and I think we're all familiar with it across government. Is that because you think there is a trend to have a revolving door with whatever government, whatever political hue, or because there is a revolving door in this particular area because it isn't considered to be a good career stop?
I think probably both, milady. I'm pretty certain that the entire structure of the civil service means that you can't really make progress in a career without going through endless different jobs, one after another, which I regard as a disaster for the country, particularly disastrous in the case of things that have very long lead times and where learning from experience is critical. And as to ministers, of course the exigencies of our parliamentary democratic system make it difficult to maintain continuity in every post. But in this particular domain, if we were really taking it with the seriousness we need to take it, I think we would have people who were there right through. And I thought one of the very good things about the way that David Cameron ran this aspect of our affairs was that I was allowed at least to learn, so that by the end I really did know much more than at the beginning.
Sir Oliver, in your witness statement, you make reference to a specialist committee called the National Security Council Threats, Hazards, Resilience and Contingencies Committee, which we believe what was commenced around the time, I think, that you became Minister for Government Policy. But it was a committee which was very much within your brief, because you and David Cameron agreed that there ought to be a specialist unit in the Cabinet Office which would deal with matters such as horizon scanning, which would feed into that committee. Can you recall whether or not the Cabinet subcommittee structure gave as much weight to the issue of hazards and civil emergencies as it did to the issue of threats? National security threats of the type, I don't know, terrorist outrages, CBRNE, attacks, the behaviour of rogue states and so on and so forth. Was there equality, do you believe, between the two systems? Or was the system that dealt with hazards crowded out to some extent by the focus on threats?
I think there is always a danger that threats are more considered in Whitehall than hazards, because there's a huge apparatus dealing with threat. MOD, the Foreign Office, the agencies, security agencies, the National Security Advisor, on and on. Whereas there hasn't been up till now, though I hope there now will be with the head of resilience, and if the Man Alexander suggestions for an integrated management system were adopted, or indeed very similar to what the Rycroft review I now see recommended in 22, maybe we could create if not equivalent, at least a counterbalancing power in Whitehall, pushing for consideration of things that aren't threats. So I think the answer to your question is that it was overbalanced towards threats. But may I just point out something else which gets lost in the dichotomy threat-hazard? Actually, for most of our fellow citizens, for people who were bereaved in COVID or people who were affected by any of the other disasters which have afflicted our nation over many decades and centuries, actually, it's the impacts that count and not the causes. And whether a biological agent is released by nature or by a state actor or a non-state actor, a terrorist, whether the whole of our critical national infrastructure goes down because there's space weather or because there's a cyber attack by a malicious party, it doesn't matter from the point of view of the way we prepare to respond and the response we exhibit. it's the impact that we need to deal with on behalf of our people, in particular the most vulnerable people, the people who are vulnerable to that impact. And unless you focus on impacts, you can't focus on the right vulnerabilities, because it's not the cause that causes some people to be more vulnerable than others. It's the impact that causes some people to be more vulnerable to others. Old people may be more vulnerable to some impacts, young people to others, and so on. So it's not so, I mean, although I do think it's important to separate between threats and hazards because of this overbalancing towards preoccupation with threats, because of the structure of government and the weight of the money. Actually, I think the most important shift to achieve is a shift from focusing on causes to to a focus on impacts and dealing with impacts and preparing to deal with impacts and minimising impacts, and particularly minimising impacts for the most vulnerable people in relation to that impact.
Does it follow from what you said, Sir Oliver, that going forward, the system for the assessment of risk, for the consideration of response, for the development of resilience, needs, in a general sense, to focus more on impact as opposed to likelihood or cause? Absolutely.
And you introduce an important element that I hadn't mentioned, which is this question of likelihood. I have great respect both for economists and for the Treasury, genuinely. It's not a snide remark. But there's a terrible danger in treasuries the world over and amongst economists the world over that they're fixated with discount rates and probabilities. So if event X has a low, very low probability of occurring and is likely to occur a long time away, when you multiply the probability low by the discount rate high, you come to the answer that it's not worth worrying about it compared to things which are right in front of your nose. And this is a very bad mistake, because events with huge impacts that are very unlikely and may not occur for many years, if they do occur, will nevertheless have huge impacts. And as we've discovered, those are, in every sense, human terms and economic terms, incredibly costly. So I think it's vital not only that we focus on impacts, but that we focus on major impacts. That isn't to say we should ignore the minor ones, but actually I think we're pretty good at handling the minor ones. It's the major ones that we're not properly prepared for.
Milady has procured a copy of a book called Apocalypse How, found, I think, in all good bookshops, but it's your book. Do you say in your book that there has been a failure by virtue of over-reliance on statistics and probabilities, that the system should focus remorselessly on worst-case scenarios without worrying in the least about how likely these are to occur? This ought to be obvious, but it will seem quite counterintuitive in any established bureaucracy, because bureaucracies are used not only to cost-benefit analysis of the sort that is so destructive of fallback option planning, but also to the allied pursuit of probability analysis. So are you saying, Sir Oliver, that the danger, and it is a trap, of course, into which the country fell, is of being unprepared for an event which, although it may be less likely, may have colossal impact?
Yes, exactly. I mean, my great regret about not having focused on pandemic flu, because I was advised it was being well looked after, is not actually about pandemic flu. I might or might not have been able to improve preparedness for pandemic flu, but that it might have occurred to me, if I had focused on that despite the fact that all the scientists had concluded, and no doubt they were right, that there was a very tiny probability, by comparison with the probability of pandemic flu, of some other catastrophic pathogen. It might have occurred to me to say, well, okay, there's a tiny probability, but as a matter of fact, can we, for a tiny amount of money, prepare properly to deal with it in advance? And that would be the right question to ask.
Now, you made reference a few moments ago to the reviews that you ordered be carried out whilst you were a minister. And you made reference, in fact, to your junior ministerial colleague, Chloe Smith, MP. Could we have, please, on the screen 13404? at page 1. This is a memo dated the 18th of January 2012, copied to a number of people, including your private secretary, as well as the private secretary to Francis Maude MP and a number of senior officials. And it's headed Minister for Political and Constitutional Reform, Cabinet Office, briefing for ministerial review of the UK's resilience to pandemic influenza. And you will see that the memo concerns a prospective meeting with Anna Soubry MP to review the UK's resilience to pandemic influenza. If you look at page 3, please, paragraph 12, you and Oliver Letwin will be writing to the Prime Minister with your findings. We'll discuss with you when and what form this takes, but this may be some months from now. Consequently, if you have particular concerns with the adequacy of existing plans or the Department of Health's knowledge of them, we suggest you use the meeting to commission the Department of Health to update you on progress in a few months. So is this a memo, in fact, to your ministerial colleague? But it concerns, does it not, the series of reviews that you instructed be done into various aspects of civil contingencies?
Well, we should distinguish. There were those areas that I didn't commission, I undertook the review. So with the critical national infrastructure, I didn't have meetings with other departments of the sort that's represented here. I spent, as I say, many hours drilling down into the detail with the actual people operating the systems in question. Because my officials in the Civil Contingency Secretariat at the very beginning said to me, this is the area of our national life that we think is least well prepared, and so that I didn't have an infinite amount of time at my disposal. I decided to focus on that and drill down into it. So I didn't ask other people to do that. I did that very personally,
right.
Sat there hour after hour. Then, of course, there was all the rest of our planning. Pandemic influenza, yes, but also all the sectors. There's another memorandum in the dossier here which is similar to this but relates to the care sector, for example. In all of those sectors, I asked Chloe Smith to hold a series of much less detailed meetings, assuming that the departments in question, under the lead government department model, which we may want to discuss in a moment, I'm not a great believer in, but nevertheless, would be concerned with preparations in those sectors, and her job was simply to interrogate them and make sure that they were on the job.
All right. Could we please have a look at page 6 of this document? That there's a reference to maybe back one page, thank you very much. In the middle of the page, there is this heading, UK surveillance of other diseases with pandemic potential, so that is to say non-influenza diseases.
Yes.
The applicability of pandemic influenza planning to other scenarios is good and continues to develop. Obviously, the passage of time demonstrated that that was not an entirely accurate prognosis. This field of pandemic influenza planning and planning for other scenarios, was that one of the areas in which you were able yourself to carry out a review? No. Now you're shaking your head for the transcript.
I'm sorry, no,
Can you say no?
It was not. I was advised, as I say, that was under good control, as reflected in this official briefing, and therefore I made the mistake of not looking into it myself.
Could you please tell my lady a little bit more about the way in which you asked whether this was an area which required your personal attention, and how the response came back to the effect that this was an area in which we were particularly well prepared and therefore did not require your personal assistance?
Yes, and incidentally, I mean, I will, of course, answer that. I should start by saying I don't exonerate myself, because actually I probably should just have paid no attention whatsoever to this advice. Nevertheless, I did. What happened was this. When I took on the job, it was, as I say, in the context of the fuel tanker crisis, and I was dealing with things minute by minute. when I had time to draw breath and to consider what had happened during that uncrisis, because we'd managed to avert it, and what it showed about lack of resilience planning, I thought I really should begin a set of systematic reviews to find out whether there were other areas, like fuel delivery, where we were not well prepared for a crisis. And so I asked the CCS, how should we do this, and what
Is that a reference to the Civil Contingency
The Civil Contingency Secretariat, I'm very sorry. I was, of course, aware that the National Risk Register or the National Security Risk Assessment, or whichever of these documents one refers to, put pandemic flu high both on impact and on probability. So it was an obvious thing to put high on my review. And I said to them, perhaps we should begin with this. And they said, Minister, that would be a mistake, because there's going to be full exercise, which became, I think, exercise Cygnus.
Indeed.
There is already a desktop exercise plan, which I think was called Cygnet. There is an indefinite amount of attention being paid to this by the government chief scientist and his team, which I think was true. There is a great deal of attention focused on it from the chief medical officer, which I think was true as well. And it's a risk which is, I hate to use this word, but it was used frequently in Whitehall, owned by the Department of Health. And you'll really just be reinventing the wheel. Why don't you focus on critical national infrastructure, which is much less well investigated? And I followed that advice. As I say, actually, it's absolutely not an excuse for a minister, alas, because you can always ask the following question. You don't have to accept the advice. You can say, well, okay, I hear that advice, but actually I still would like to look at it, and that is actually what I should have done. And it's a matter of lasting regret. I didn't, but I didn't.
And therefore, Sir Oliver, does it follow from that between the time when you asked that question and the time that you left ministerial office, so essentially 2011 to 2016, there was no effective, or at least no effective detailed ministerial consideration of the area of pandemic influenza planning or associated non-influenza pathogenic planning. This was an area which you yourself played no role in supervising.
The last part of your question is absolutely right. I myself did not. I just checked from time to time with the chief scientist and the chief medical officer that they were content it was progressing, and had Chloe Smith doing what you see from these documents. So far as that part of your question is concerned, therefore the answer is yes. But it doesn't follow from that there were no other ministers who were dealing with it in detail. Of course, the health department contained ministers who were dealing with it, as I understand, in detail. You're talking here, I suppose, just about the Cabinet Office.
You were the Minister for Resilience, Preparedness, and,
yes,
in a broad sense, civil contingencies.
Yes.
Yes. Could we have, please, 13415 on the screen and at page 2? Thank you. This is a memo dated the 28th of January 2013. It's a memo from the Civil Contingency Secretariat, and it concerns the review of UK resilience planning, which was being conducted by, but not, as you've described, by you. At the top of the page, there is a reference to, perhaps we could go back one page. Actually, it might be a little easier. And then down to the bottom of the page. On the issue of countermeasures for pandemics, the challenges of ensuring a proportionate response early on in a pandemic when knowledge of the virus was limited were noted. And then this right at the bottom of the page, MPCR questioned whether the stockpiles of countermeasures provided protection, and then over the page. Perhaps you could go to the top of the page. Oh yes, we are at the top of the page. From other non-influenza pandemic disease risks. So the issue is plainly raised there as to whether or not the stockpiles for influenza pandemic would be sufficient for other non-influenza pandemic disease risks. Was that a question or an issue which was ever brought specifically to your attention?
No. I obviously received both the briefing and the account of the meetings that Chloe Smith had, so I will have seen these documents. To that extent, it was brought to my attention, and it looked as though, as you can see from these documents, there was a consensus in the Department of Health and the Health Protection Agency that this was, I don't know how to put this, so ludicrous in retrospect, but under control.
The evidence may show, it's a matter entirely for my lady, that there were a number of strategic flaws in the United Kingdom's approach to pandemic planning, as it turns out. You've mentioned one of them already in your witness statement, a long-standing bias in favour of influenza and diseases that had already occurred, in particular the 1918 H1N1 Spanish flu pandemic. There may also have been a failure to appreciate properly that viruses were unpredictable with variable characteristics, and therefore the next pandemic may very well not be an influenza pandemic, but be a non-influenza viral respiratory pandemic with just as catastrophic consequences because of high transmissibility and deadly severity. And there also appears in the risk assessment process to be a failure to consider multiple scenarios. There was an approach by which there was a cause-agnostic approach, that is to say, a failure to consider the specific nature of a possible future pandemic. And because the worst-case scenario was focused on, that there may have been a tendency to stop and think, well, does there really have to be 820,000 deaths in the worst-case scenario for a pandemic influenza? What about trying to stop it before it gets that bad? So preventing the terrible consequences from ensuing as opposed to dealing with the terrible consequences once they have ensued. Those are all aspects of arguably a strategic failure to think through the issues. You've referred in your witness statement to the need, therefore, for group think to be eradicated, to be challenged, for red teams to be put into place to challenge orthodoxies, to ask the questions that have to be asked. What did you mean by the reference to red teams and the need to challenge groupthink?
I not only will answer that, but very much want to answer that, but may I just, before I do, say that I doubt that the right analysis is that there was a set of experts who got it all wrong. I think it's more likely that what happened was that the fact that it goes back to the impact versus cause issue and the likelihood versus impact issue. I suspect that what happened was that the scientists and the medics all came to the conclusion that the most likely thing was pandemic flu, and that other things had a much lower chance of success in attacking us, and that therefore the attention should be focused on pandemic flu. If they had been focused on impact rather than on cause, they might have observed that it was very likely that whatever particular virus it was that attacked us would require to be tested, to be traced, to have PPE associated with it, to have vaccines developed for it and so on, which are dealing with the impact and, as you say, minimizing it in advance, trying to avoid having a catastrophe rather than, or minimize the catastrophe rather than simply handling it. I think that was the mistake, that was the strategic error to which you refer. And I think if we were to reorient our resilience planning towards impacts and to being prepared for them, we could make much better progress. And indeed, in some respects, even at the end of my time, for other reasons to do with Ebola, for example, I pressed for the vaccine network, which Mark Wolpert then took forward with Chris Whitty, and it did happen, and I think was a very helpful thing, although it wasn't developed specifically for the virus we were attacked by, because I knew nothing of it, but I did see from Ebola that there was a need to have a much better system for producing vaccines. I think it's very clear if you look at the results of Exercise Alice, which went on at the very end of my time and was implemented, or perhaps not very well implemented, after my time. Actually, it had looked at the question of the scaling of testing, which Matt Hancock refers to in his evidence, or the lack of ability to scale testing. And it also looks at the question of the rollout of tracking data. So these things were known, but they were not being attended to because people were not thinking about impacts in general. They were monomaniacally focused on pandemic flu. This is exactly why I think a red team is needed.
And what do you mean by a red team? How in future can orthodoxy be challenged effectively within the confines of a bureaucracy, in the confines of a government system?
It can't be challenged within the confines of the normal bureaucratic system because officials are just like the rest of us. They would like their careers to progress. And if you're a member of a team and you start being a frightful nuisance, it is not a career-enhancing move. So they need to be separate. They need to be accountable to a different person than the person who's responsible for the thing that they're meant to be inquiring about. Whether, as I prefer, they be completely outside government, or whether they be within government but somehow sufficiently insulated so that their careers can progress, notwithstanding causing trouble for colleagues in government, is, I suppose, a matter for choice. But the crucial thing is that there be, this is not expensive, incidentally, but just a smallish number, 20 or 30 people, with the relevant expertise. Because one of my problems in all of this, obviously, was, as you rightly described, that I was an amateur. This should be done by professionals. So you want someone in the red team who, all right, may not be as expert as the government chief scientist, but nevertheless is a plausible, credible scientist, a credible medic, a credible industrialist, and so on. And if they're sitting there and they're saying, well, hold on, you haven't asked this question, it becomes very difficult not to start thinking about it. And at the moment, there is no such mechanism in place.
So you mentioned earlier the possibility of a new statutory resilience institute, and we'll come on to that in a moment. How would such a body, whilst providing challenge to groupthink and performing the red team function of which you've described, how would it, though, be able to exercise the political control, or how would it exercise the political influence to which you made reference earlier, in terms of being able to be near the Prime Minister and to make sure that what is to be done, is carried out, is put into effect?
Well, I'm delighted you mentioned the Prime Minister, because I don't think it's a matter of political influence or political power or the power to do things. It's a matter of whether this red team reports quite directly to the Minister of Resilience, if there is one full-time proper, and the Prime Minister.
Right.
If they do, things will happen. If they're, I'm terribly sorry, if they're siphoned off into reporting to some elaborate set of internal committees and bureaucracies, nothing at all will happen. It'll be absorbed and it will re-emerge as mush. It has to go directly to the people who can then say, this can't be business as usual. The red team has pointed out we're missing something. What is going to be done about it?
You refer to mush. In November 2015, you wrote an article called 5 Principles for Getting Things Done in Whitehall. Principle 1, volume is usually in inverse proportion to effectiveness. And you say this, the longer the document, be it legislation, strategy, or a simple submission, the less effective it is for advising ministers, communicating with the public, or getting whatever result you're looking for. Whilst you were a minister, what view did you form about the profusion of paperwork, the sheer number of policy documents, guidance documents, strategy material, and so on?
I formed the view that it was highly counterproductive. You will have seen my letter to the Prime Minister notifying him that I was establishing the horizon scanning for viruses after Ebola that he and I had agreed. You will have observed it's a page long. It was an absolute rule for me. I wrote endless memoranda to the Prime Minister in that role, as you might imagine. It was an absolute rule of mine that if I couldn't get it on 1 page, the maximum it would ever be is 2, because I knew he was very busy and I wanted him to be able to find out what, in essence, I was trying to say to him. On the other side, I was unfortunately, as part of my role, responsible for receiving every public-facing document produced by Her Majesty's government. They all came across my desk. And some of them were many times longer than the material warranted. And I started a process of putting in 3 jars, green, yellow, and red tags that my private office very kindly arranged for me, so we could keep track of how many of these documents were ludicrously overweight and incomprehensible. And it was about a third. A third were pretty good and quite short and clear. A third were not very good, and a third were totally catastrophic. And on the catastrophic ones, I sent them back. And I asked for them to be produced at much lesser length. In most cases, I got back something less than a quarter of what I'd started with. It then often required further work to get it to be clear what the person was saying, and we could sometimes then get it down to half of that length. There's a huge overproduction of large documents. Mann and Alexander are pretty eloquent about this, and they're right.
Yes, although their own report, of course, did weigh in at a monstrous 321 pages.
It's too long, but otherwise it's right.
Milady has heard evidence that if you happen to be a local resilience forum and tasked with the primary duty of responding locally to the duty of preparing for emergencies and then also responding to them, you would have to be familiar with Cabinet Office produced documents such as the Concept of Operations document at 80 pages, the Revision to Emergency Preparedness document at 591 pages, multiple versions of a document called Emergency Response and Recovery. There are National Resilience Planning Assumptions, Engagement with and Guidance for Emergency Responses, GESIP paperwork, Local Risk Management Guidance, Humanitarian Aspect Guidance, Department of Health Guidance, Pandemic Influenza Strategic Framework Guidance, and so on and so forth. Do you believe that there is a case for a radical rewrite of the available policy, strategy, planning documentation?
I don't think there's just a case. I think it obviously needs to happen. But if it happens without having a well-organized central team under a head of resilience who has direct access to the Prime Minister and is parallel to the National Security Advisor, it will be wasted effort because it will just dissipate through endless consultations and committees all around Whitehall, and the simplification exercise will become a complication exercise. So what's critical is to have a group of people who are determined to produce clarity and then set them to the task of producing clarity out of what is currently much too unclear and much too verbose.
Now, may we turn just to some specific issues and areas on which I want to ask you for your views.
Before you do, Mr. Keith, I'm sorry to interrupt. Going back to the point about you just made about the head of resilience and a specialist team, given the point you made about somebody having the ear of the Prime Minister, would your head of resilience be an independent person with an independent agency, or would it be somebody ministerial like you who had the ear of the Prime Minister?
Well, there are various models around the world, and some of them do have an agency. And of course, we have agencies for some purposes, and that is a possible model. I don't personally favour it because I think there is a risk that in this absolutely crucial function, central to the purposes of government as a whole, it's very important that the person heading the work and the people working under them have direct access to the Prime Minister, and that's much more easily done from within the centre of government than anywhere else. I don't think it's just a question of having a minister, however. I think there needs to be, as is foreshadowed in the framework, the resilience framework just published by Oliver Dowden, a head of resilience who is an official, who is parallel in stature to the National Security Advisor, and has, as the National Security Advisor, has direct access to the Prime Minister. If you had that combination of a full-time senior cabinet minister for resilience exclusively and a head of resilience, parallel to the National Security Advisor, I think you would find that it worked as I worked with Jeremy Hayward when he was Cabinet Secretary on the policy implementation front. He and I would meet for an hour or so each day, and we'd go through the various questions of what had or hadn't been implemented, and I would ring ministers and he would ring permanent secretaries, and often enough by the end of the day we had actually managed to get something done. And that's what you need as a sort of pincer movement, and you need those people then to be able to walk into the Prime Minister's office without too much ado and without having to schedule it weeks off and say, we've hit a problem here, we need your help in commanding that something be done. That, I think, would be the most effective model, but I understand that there are people who think that, and there are reasons why they might think that an independent agency would be better, less captured by the system and so on. I don't discount that possibility, I just think it's less perfect.
In your statement, you refer to, you say this, that working relationships are as least as important as any structure, systems, processes, plans, and policies. The system doesn't appear to have changed dramatically between 2011 and 2020. Can you recall, therefore, what the position was in relation to the nature of working relationships with, firstly, regional bodies, and secondly, the devolved administrations, from the viewpoint of a United Kingdom minister in the field of civil contingencies?
Well, by the time I was dealing with resilience issues, the government offices of the regions had been abolished.
Indeed, in 2011.
Yes, I think fairly early in 2011 it must have happened. Therefore, I can't comment on relations with them or how effective they were. I'm very sympathetic to the view that's taken in some of the papers I've now read as a result of the inquiry, including Man Alexander, that it would be helpful to have a regional tier coordinating local resilience forums. I hadn't thought of it before reading these papers, but I see now that might well be a useful thing. I can, of course, comment on relations with the devolved administrations, not actually in relation to the resilience planning that I was involved in, because when it came to the critical national infrastructure and trying to make it more prepared for various kinds of impact, that was an England exercise, because the critical national infrastructure is a devolved matter, and I would not have succeeded in doing the kind of inquisitorial work that I was doing with the English providers of the structures, the infrastructure, in the devolved administrations. However, when it came to handling specific crises, so for example, flooding, Ebola, the fuel tanker crises, we did have repeated involvement of the devolved administrations, senior representatives of the devolved administrations, appearing in Cobra, usually by video. And I had offline pretty continuous conversations with, for example, John Swinney, who was then, I think, the Deputy First Minister in Scotland. And I have to say that although, as you might imagine, there was some friction with the Scottish administration when it came to constitutional issues about independence and union, there was no friction when it came to dealing with these, that I could observe, when it came to dealing with these issues. And indeed with I was at Brighton when the Brighton bomb occurred. I'm not a lifelong devotee of the IRA, but I had a perfectly sensible conversation with McGuinness about doing things in Northern Ireland in the context of these crises. My experience was you could do business with the devolved administrations perfectly well on the basis of establishing some degree of personal trust and limiting the scope of the discussion specifically to something where we both had an equal interest and they, as much as I, wanted to protect their populations.
Resilience is, as you've already observed, a devolved issue. But pandemics don't recognise borders, and therefore would you agree that any proper system of emergency preparedness and response must have in place structures for dealing with other territories, other nations in the United Kingdom, where there will have to be a joined-up response?
Yes, I think that's particularly true with biological agents.
Indeed.
Although, for example, in relation to the electricity grid, there is, of course, a deep interconnection with Scotland, and indeed, while we're at it, with France. And therefore, I had discussions with the devolved administration in Scotland and with French counterparts when I was concerned with the protection of the grid. So, yes, you have to involve all those who are involved. And if you're looking at impacts, you'll quickly discover who is involved. And the impact of a virus is very likely to be nationwide, or indeed, as we saw in this case, global.
But your answer, Sir Oliver, appeared to indicate that the connections that you forged with the devolved administrations were based more on ministerial inclination and your own personal involvement than on a formalised system of committees or some body which would allow the devolved administrations and the UK government in Westminster to be able to liaise and plan properly and fully. Was there not in place that formal structure? Did the system, in fact, depend too much on ministerial inclination?
I don't know what I think about that. Half of me wants to say you're right. Sorry, you are factually right. There was not such a formal system. And half of me wants to say that, that sounds like a gap. The other half of me says, actually, you can create any set of formal institutions you want, but if everyone arrives ready to come to blows, you won't get anywhere. If you don't have any formal system, but you have good personal relationships, you can probably get it done pretty well informally. So,
well, isn't the answer that you need you don't need an overly ossified system, but you need a system by which everybody can expect to play their part and can envisage an attendance and they can attend and do what needs to be done alongside good personal working relations?
That would be the ideal.
Yes.
I agree.
All right.
Just before Mr. Keith goes on, Soliver, you mentioned working relationships with Northern Ireland and with Scotland. Did the same apply to Wales?
I didn't, as it happens, have... there's one occasion when I did have a relationship with the Welsh administration, which is in relation to flooding, which happened to involve them as well as England. And I think the same applied. They were present at relevant Cobra meetings by video. We had a perfectly working relationship. As it happens, in the other cases I was dealing with, Wales was not a particularly material issue.
Also in your statement, you addressed the issue of the need for exercises, and you state that you believe that the United Kingdom government should regularise the practice of simulating responses to a variety of whole system emergencies by carrying out at least 2 such large-scale simulations in each parliament. Putting aside the resource implications and putting aside the undoubted fact that such exercises are difficult and complex things to arrange, why would exercises with such regularity have a demonstrably beneficial impact? I mean, if there is an exercise, for example, every 5 years, and recommendations and actions which flow from the exercise are properly implemented and acted upon, would that not be sufficient for the foreseeable future, or at least for the next 5 years, before having another exercise?
In a particular domain, I think my answer to your question is yes. That's to say, if every 5 years we exercised for the impact of an unknown but ghastly virus or bacterial agent, and we did it properly, and we learned the lessons in the sense not of writing great volumes about it, but actually getting down to the business of correcting the things that had emerged as not in place, that would be pretty good. That would be much better than we're likely to do at the moment. But if you had, for each domain, 1 exercise every 5 years, you'd be having an exercise every, well, it depends how many domains you create, but at least every year. More frequently than I'm recommending, in other words. My 2 years suggested that for a particular domain, you probably wouldn't have a repeat for 10 years, because you'd want to deal with the impacts of virus, you'd want to deal with major impacts on 2 or 3 different elements of our critical national infrastructure, you'd want to deal with major events of flooding. You know, there are various impacts that you want to look at and exercise for. And so a regular program would involve quite a long period between the time when you did one and hopefully implemented the recommendations of it, and then go on with the next one on that same subject.
It's just in your statement, you suggest wholesale, whole system emergency exercises, at least 2 in each parliament, which would
Yes.
tend to suggest a greater frequency than once every 5 years. And of course, if it were focused only on one contingency, you would end up with an exercise in each contingency every 2 years.
Yeah, but I
Same
wasn't
with each
suggesting
of
on
them.
one contingency. So
across the board.
Across the board. So there are lots and lots of minor emergencies. I don't think you need to have whole system exercises about them. There are identifiably, you could argue 5, you could argue 10, but it's sort of not less than 5 and not more than 10, major kinds of whole system emergency that might affect the UK, leaving aside their causes. And if you exercise for each of those every 5 years, you would end up with more than 2 a parliament. If you exercised each of those every 10 years, you would end up with roughly 2 a parliament. And that was what I was thinking.
All right. You referred earlier to Exercise Alice, and you supposed that perhaps the recommendations from Exercise Alice had not been, or maybe they had been properly implemented. It was, in fact, after your time, and particularly in relation to Exercise Signet and Exercise Cygnus. The recommendations and the actions which flow from an exercise appear to a very large extent to be left to the government of the day to give effect to the ministers, to the civil servants, and of course they're not all automatically put into place. Is there an argument that there needs to be a fresh, a new process by which we may be assured that all lessons and recommendations which by by necessary implication, are sensible ones from an exercise which challenges the country's emergency response systems, are put into place and are seen to be put into place?
Abundantly, yes. Some of this is ground we've covered in the sense that one of the things you need is for, in my view, an external red team in a resilience institute that would be keeping track of whether these things had been done and simply couldn't be stopped from doing so. The second thing we haven't covered, but is covered in the government's resilience framework and is also in the Mann Alexander report and various other documents, which is that there ought to be regular reporting to Parliament that can't be evaded. Not because the parliamentary debate in itself will shed much light, but because the duty to report to Parliament will cause the whole system to worry about whether it has actually implemented these things. But the third element we have dealt with, which is that there needs to be a sufficiently well-armed body inside government or as a separate agency, one or the other, which pursues these questions remorselessly and at a high level and brings to the attention of the Prime Minister, and if there is one, the Minister of Resilience, if there are things which were the product of a particular report, of a particular exercise, which have not been implemented. If you had that triple architecture, I think you would stand a very good chance that most of the stuff would be implemented pretty well.
Are you moving to a different topic or the same one?
I was going to conclude with one final topic, a very short one, my lady.
Matter for you, whichever you prefer.
Shall I continue and then conclude it? It's obvious that resourcing is a most difficult subject and one that is, of course, highly politicised. And it forms no function of this inquiry, of course, to advise or direct that anything be done in terms of resources. Resources are a matter of fact, and funding levels are a matter of different fact. There would appear to be a problem, therefore, insofar as decisions about future funding and future resources have to be left to the politicians to decide. But would the creation of this new architecture to which you refer, a new Resilience Institute, be able to at least address in part that problem? Because it could make recommendations as to how money should be spent. And therefore that would give the politicians the ability to be able to more transparently and more openly make the decisions about future resources.
Absolutely. I see that as one of the major roles of the Resilience Institute. It's extremely important to realise that most of the steps that really most need to be taken to improve resilience in most fields do not cost very much. The problem has not been that there wasn't money available to stockpile PPE, or that we couldn't have afforded to have a scale-up process for testing. These are minuscule amounts in the context of £150 billion a year of health spending. One can argue till the cows come home about whether it was or wasn't a good thing to constrain government expenditure and put the finances back in order. I would argue it was, others would argue it wasn't. But
should we not go there?
Exactly, leave that wholly aside. Under any dispensation that's remotely plausible to the United Kingdom, we could afford to do perfectly easily all of the things that would most protect us against the biggest impacts of these major whole system emergencies for tiny amounts of money. The problem is identifying what they are and forcing the money to be spent when the PAC and public opinion and the media and so on are all too likely to say, the money's been wasted. You've been holding this stockpile for the last 15 years. We haven't had an emergency. What are you doing? And then it doesn't matter whether it costs £50 or £50 billion, because they all sound the same, and it's a waste, it's a scandal. We have to change the culture so that it's accepted that consciously spending money that we hope will never be used is a good thing to do if, in an emergency, it would save us a huge amount of effect on human beings and our economy. And that change of culture is what I hope the Resilience Institute could begin to achieve, the reports to Parliament could begin to achieve, the fact of having the resilience head sitting right next to the Prime Minister would begin to achieve. Once you accept that this is a fundamental feature of government and well worth spending a little bit of money on, then you've changed the culture and much will follow.
Does that analysis apply equally to the field of public health improvement, which I think it's generally accepted as a far more expensive matter than the narrow area of emergency preparedness? Because in the context of a pandemic, a health crisis, a more resilient public health structure is obviously desirable, but is itself perhaps very much more expensive.
I don't think that most of the things that are most important in that domain are very expensive either by comparison with the vast sums under any dispensation we're going to be spending on health. It's typically much, much cheaper to prevent things, whether in the health domain or any other, than it is to deal with the after effects. We've just spent, I don't know what it is, 300, the inquiry will probably find out, 350, 450 billion pounds on the effects of COVID. We're talking about minuscule amounts by comparison with that. And it's well worth investing in advance.
Oliver, thank you.
Two short questions from me, Oliver. You seem to be disparaging about the lead government department model.
It's inevitable that the expertise on transport will lie in the Department for Transport and Health and the Department of Health and so on. In that sense, I don't decry the idea that when we have relatively minor problems, I found myself, for example, at one stage involved in what was not trivial for the people involved, but was not a large-scale disaster of individuals who were trapped the other side of the channel or further afield because an airline was collapsing and they couldn't get home, which is a minor emergency. The Department of Transport was perfectly well equipped to deal with it. They knew what they were doing. I sat with them, but it was not necessary to convoke some great cross-governmental arrangement. So the idea that those kinds of risks should be handled by individual departments, I think, is perfectly sensible. There are, as I say, not causes but impacts that are so big that they are definitely rightly described as whole of system. You know them when you see them, and we could list them. And for those, I think the idea that one department is in charge is mad, because they're not going to be in charge when you get to the response. The system we were operating already meant that they were not in charge, it would not have been in charge in the response, because in response we would have gathered in Cobra, we would have been chaired by the Prime Minister, we would have, and I think incidentally the XO and XS committees that Michael Gove established originally to deal with Brexit, to my mind the only advantage of Brexit for COVID, were useful, would be useful in handling any future cross-government whole-of-system emergency. So it's very clear to me that you can't describe these major risks, whole-system risks, as owned by a department, and therefore they need to be attended to by a central entity that keeps its focus on that and learns continuously and has a corporate existence.
Thank you. The other question I had was that you mentioned support for the idea from Man Alexander about regional tiers of resilience for. I'm no lover of bureaucracy, as you have gathered from some things I've said, Sir Oliver, but if you have a regional layer, why aren't you just imposing yet another structure? Somebody's got to manage the structure, call the meetings, handle the minutes. Why doesn't it become an unnecessary layer of bureaucracy on top of what is already quite a complex system?
Well, it could do, but perhaps it would help if I illustrated this not from my Cabinet Office experience, but from my experience as a local MP in West Dorset. The LRF, the Local Resilience Forum in Dorset, is composed of people from Dorset, County Council, police, so on. And, you know, if there's a problem at the village of Biddlehinton, this is fine. But if there's a widespread problem around, shall we say, the flooding of the southwest, as unfortunately happens reasonably frequently, first of all, the ambulance service is not organised on a county basis, it's organised on a regional basis. Secondly, rivers inconveniently don't follow county boundaries. So if you want to manage them, you've got to manage upstream and downstream, and you have several counties involved. I'd be tedious to go on enumerating. There are
I get the point.
Various respects in which, for mid-level crises, regional coordination is necessary. It's then just a question of whether you set it up ad hoc, which is what happens at the moment, or whether you have it there permanently. My argument for having it there in a small, I mean, I'm talking about 5 people or something, but a small group of people being there permanently is that then, as well as bringing together the relevant people to handle the emergency when it arises, they could be involved in the planning in advance, and so when they got to the emergency, they'd know about it, the coordination.
Thank you very much. Well, I think that's all the questions.
There are no Rule 10.4 questions, my lady.
You've been extremely helpful and been very
Thank you.
interesting, Sir Oliver. Thank you very much
Thank you.
indeed. I shall return at 22:12.
My lady, may I call George Osborne, please? Would you like to take the oath?
Please repeat after me. I swear by Almighty God
I swear by Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the
and
truth.
nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Is your full name George Gideon Oliver Osborne?
Yes, it is.
Thank you for the assistance that you've given to the inquiry thus far, Mr Osborne, provision of your witness statement and also documents. And thank you for coming to give evidence to the inquiry today. Please keep your voice up and speak into the microphones so that the stenographer can hear you for the transcript. You were Shadow Chancellor from 2005 to 2010, then Chancellor of the Exchequer from 2010 to 2016, and First Secretary of State from May 2015 to July 2016. Your witness statement is at INQ 000187308. It's on screen now. Please can you confirm that that is your witness statement and that it's true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. My lady, may we have permission to publish it? Thank you.
You may.
We can take that down. Before we start, Mr Osborne, I understand that you want to say a few words.
Well, I just wanted to express my heartfelt sympathy to all those who lost a loved one during the pandemic, and for those who feel things could have been done differently. I hope the inquiry gets to the bottom of what those things might have been.
Thank you. I'm going to ask you questions about whether or not the Treasury had a plan for a pandemic, and if so, what that was, and how the Treasury contributed to the government's planning for a pandemic. I emphasise from the outset that this examination is not a discussion or a debate about the merits or otherwise of the government's fiscal policy, or indeed the imposition of austerity. We will touch upon the effects of a sustained period of austerity in the United Kingdom, but only insofar as it relates to the state of the country's preparedness and resilience when COVID hit. In order to put your evidence in context, Mr. Osborne, the Treasury is the government's economic and finance ministry. It maintains control over public spending and sets the direction of the United Kingdom's economic policy. And as Chancellor, you were the Minister of the government in charge of the Treasury. There are other important entities in the financial architecture that we will touch upon, including the Office for Budget Responsibility, which you set up during your tenure as Chancellor. In your witness statement at paragraphs 7 to 11, we don't need to look at it. I'm going to attempt to summarise it. When you came to power immediately after the 2008 financial crisis, you imposed an economic policy intended to improve the United Kingdom public finances, and meaning that the United Kingdom was in better financial shape to face the pandemic when it hit. You say in your statement that your handling of the Treasury allowed the government to fund the furlough scheme and the bounce back loan scheme and other pandemic fallout, that you made reforms to financial services, which meant that there wasn't a banking crisis as a result of the COVID pandemic, and that you invested in research and development, importantly, vaccine development, which was important when COVID hit. Is that a fair summary of your explanation, as you give it in your witness statement, of the policy that you implemented?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. So that gives us an understanding of how you believe the Treasury, under your watch, contributed to the government's preparedness for a pandemic. But I want to explore with you the plan that the Treasury had for a pandemic. You say at paragraph 16 in your witness statement that for the risks where the Treasury is allocated as a lead department, it develops scenarios and determines the potential impacts and likelihood of the risk in question. That was the case prior to the COVID-19 pandemic. So does it follow, Mr. Osborne, that where the Treasury was not the lead government department, it didn't develop such scenarios?
Basically, yes. So if I might elaborate, I mean, there are certain crises which the Treasury is clearly directly responsible.
Such as a banking crisis?
A banking crisis,
yes.
An economic crisis, a run on the pound. Sadly, our country has experienced many of these over the decades. And the Treasury is clearly the lead department, to pick up on the conversation that you've just been having with Oliver Letwin,
yes,
for those crises. But when it comes to other kinds of crises that might affect a government, the Treasury is a contributor to the whole of government plan that usually another department leads. In the case of pandemics, the Department of Health.
The Department of Health, yes. So we'll look in a moment at how the Treasury assisted the Department of Health, being the lead government department for pandemic preparedness. But before we do, could we please display on the screen page 8, paragraph 20 of your witness statement and read through it together, please? You say here, between 2010 and 2016, Her Majesty's Treasury and therefore the Chancellor contributed to cross-government preparations for civil emergencies. This contribution broadly fell into 4 categories. A, the monitoring, assessing and managing of economic and fiscal risks. B, leading responsibility in government for monitoring and responding to risks to the stable operation of the UK financial system, learning the lessons of the financial crisis. C, setting budgets and applying spending controls and/or conditions for government departments, although noting that it was ultimately for the relevant Secretary of State to decide how to allocate their budgets. And D, preparing Her Majesty's Treasury's own corporate structures to enable effective crisis management, working closely with the Permanent Secretary and other senior officials, again learning from the financial crisis. So summarising those 4 points, you believed that the Treasury's job was to plan for economic and fiscal risks, a stable operation of the United Kingdom financial system, setting the budgets and applying spending controls, and also preparing the Treasury's own corporate structures to enable effective crisis management.
That's right. Yeah.
Yes. Whilst this may well be a form of pandemic planning, these are all purely economic risks and matters which fall directly under the Treasury's remit in any event. These are the Treasury acting on business as usual, aren't they?
Well, the only thing I would draw attention to is that most whole country crises, of which a pandemic is an obvious example, but a devastating military attack, a catastrophic civil emergency of some kind, would probably lead to a second crisis, which is an economic or financial one. And indeed, in the spring of 2020, I wasn't in government, but it was clear for everyone observing government that they were not only dealing with a health emergency, but they were dealing with an economic emergency and a financial emergency. And a huge amount of effort, successful as it turns out, was put into trying to stabilize the markets, make sure the banking system didn't fall over. And so I think, it's quite hard to think of, crises on the scale of COVID that would not also have the potential to tip into a fiscal crisis and or a financial crisis, fiscal being about the ability of the government to fund itself, financial being about the ability of the banking system to cope with the crisis. So I think, unlike other things which you might look at, most major civil crises have the potential to tip into an economic and financial crisis.
All right. But given how central the Treasury is to the functioning of the United Kingdom and its economy, do you agree that there appears to have been no planning for external shocks which would have a major economic impact? In other words, no specific pandemic planning, no plan in the Treasury?
Well, I've been following the evidence given to this inquiry
Yes.
With interest and before appearing here, and you have covered this territory. I'm happy to cover it myself. But clearly, the UK, as indeed I think is the case of most Western democracies at the time, has an influenza plan. And the Treasury had done some work on what the impact of that would be. And it's a hit to GDP. There's an expected period when much of the workforce might be absent from work for a week or two. And there's, tragically in that case, there would be a high mortality rate. The Treasury basically had the structures to deal with that because there are already sickness benefits. There are already structures available for companies to pay people who are not working, who have the flu. And in the exercises that had been done before I came to office, there were some very specific supply chain issues that had been established if there was an influenza pandemic around things like the impact on the travel industry and the like, given what subsequently happened. Very small scale.
Yes.
You're absolutely right that there was no planning done by the UK Treasury, or indeed, as far as I'm aware, any Western Treasury, for asking the entire population to stay at home for months and months
Yes.
on end, essentially depriving large sectors of the economy, like hospitality, of all their customers for months and months to come.
That could have been done, couldn't it?
Well, you're completely right that if someone had said, and I know that's absolutely core to what this modular inquiry is looking at, if someone had said, the UK government, should be preparing for a lockdown that might last for months, then I've absolutely no doubt the Treasury would have developed the schemes that it did subsequently develop around the furlough, the COVID loans and the like. What I would say, in defence of the officials I work with, who were some of the most hardworking and dedicated public servants I've ever come across, is that in 2020, it turned out to be fairly easy and rapid to be able to put those support systems in place. Not all the other areas we're going to, I'm sure, cover around the health service, but the actual economic support schemes, like furlough, were designed by hardworking Treasury officials under a pressure situation very quickly and put in place. So yes, planning could have been done for a furlough scheme in advance. I'm not clear, observing it as at that point just a citizen, I'm not clear that that would have made a better furlough scheme than the one we actually, as a country, saw.
All right. Well, taking other examples than lockdown and furlough, using, for instance, a plan to consider the economic output required for self-isolation, or the COVID business interruption loans, or any economic effect of a mitigation action. None of that was done. There could have been planning, joined-up planning between the Department of Health identifying what the mitigation actions were being considered, and the Treasury then coming in and dealing with a worst-case scenario, a middle-case scenario, and assessing whether or not the proposed mitigation actions were economically worthwhile. None of that sort of planning took place, did it?
Well, you're right that there was no planning in Britain, or indeed, as far as I'm aware, in France, Germany, United States, or anywhere else.
Well, we're dealing just with...
Well, yeah, but it's important because I think if you're challenging, the phrase that's come up here, groupthink, it was not a groupthink unique to this country. There was no assumption that you would ask the population to stay at home, or mandate that the population stay at home for months and months on end, and so there was no planning for a lockdown.
Whose fault was it that there was no prior thinking that could...
Well, I don't think it's particularly fair to sort of apportion blame, because, the entire scientific medical community, again, hardworking individuals with the best of intentions, we're not elevating this particular possibility of a coronavirus that would have this level of contagion, have asymptomatic patients, and the Treasury, or indeed the Education Department or the criminal justice system, should pay attention and come up with some plans for if that was to happen. But if we had, I think, if you look at the planning for the influenza pandemic, and of course we don't know in practice, we'd have to come into contact with reality, how it would have fared. But it's clear that the Treasury, and indeed the rest of the government, responds to reasonable requests by saying, yes, please stock antivirals. Yes, please have in place advanced vaccine purchasing agreements. Yes, let's have some money set aside for call centres we can set up.
But
yes.
That is different that is very different to sitting down with the Department of Health and working out whether or not there would be such a catastrophic effect to a lockdown that it would have to be considered. And the benefit of considering that prior to the incident hitting is you're not making these decisions on the hoof.
What I would observe now, just as a citizen who very much wants this inquiry to come up with some good answers, is I don't think we still know the answer to some of those questions. I don't want to jump ahead for this inquiry, but should the schools have been locked down in the way they were? Even now, after the inquiry, after the pandemic, we don't know the answer to those questions. Well, certainly I don't, and maybe the inquiry can get to the bottom of that.
Well, they're certainly worth asking.
But, they are absolutely critical questions about balancing, the life expectancy of an 80-year-old versus the educational opportunities of an 8-year-old. Incredibly hard questions, and it's not absolutely clear to me now that as a country we know, all the rest of the world knows what the answer to those things is. So I think it's the idea that all of this could have been sort of forethought, I don't think is the case. What I think is certainly the case is that if the expert community and governments had anticipated that there could be a pandemic that was not an influenza but was another form of respiratory disease, and had characteristics that weren't like influenzas, like asymptomatic patients and so on, then clearly we could have done certain things, which hopefully I'm sure this inquiry will get around to recommending, to prepare for those things in advance, like stockpiling more PPE. But I've absolutely no doubt that as Chancellor, and indeed any of the Chancellors before me or subsequent to me, if they'd been asked to provide a budget for stockpiling PPE, 10, 20, 30 million pounds, whatever it would have been. As Oliver Letwin was pointing out, these are very small sums in the overall scheme of the government budget. And I'm pretty certain, like we said yes to everything we were asked to fund with an influenza pandemic, we would have said yes to those things too.
Should those questions have been asked?
Well, I'm with hindsight, yes, but I mean, I would say the one thing a Treasury can do, and I think it's a very powerful statement from the chair of the OBR in the witness evidence that I was shown, is, he says, Richard Hughes, in the absence of perfect foresight, fiscal space may be the most valuable risk tool. Above all, as a country, whatever hits you, you need to be able to respond, to throw, in this case, large amounts of public funds at the problem without it leading to the thing I mentioned earlier, the fiscal crisis or the banking crisis that makes either the situation very much worse or indeed just removes the option of funding. Poorer countries in the world were not able to afford lockdowns. Poorer countries in the world were not able to provide loans for businesses to stay in operation. Right. This is not some academic question. And indeed, in our own country in the last 12 months, we saw in the autumn of last year, with the funding crisis for government debt, that this is not some abstract problem for the UK either. If you can't fund yourself, you cannot spend £340 billion on COVID support.
Well, you're going back with respect to the issue of funding. The questions were based around the lack of preparation and the lack of planning. You've raised.
I would say that part of preparation and planning is, as an economy, to have flexibility to deal with whatever the world's going to throw.
But that's only part of it, isn't it?
Of course.
And even recognising the questions that need to be asked, it is not a plan. Once those questions have been identified, there then has to be planning for the practicalities of what might take place. I just want to go to this statement of Richard Hughes, please, as you mention him. He's the chair of the Office of Budget Responsibility, as you say. His statement is at page INQ 000130270. And if we could go to page 5, please, and look at paragraph 6D of the witness statement. And whilst we're waiting for that to be put up on the screen, you will be aware of the evidence that Mr. Cameron gave to the inquiry yesterday, that in his view, and indeed since he was instrumental in bringing into being the National Security Committee and with the security advisor supporting it, he believed that only a whole cross-government response to a pandemic and to these huge catastrophic risks was suitable and was going to work. Do you agree, Mr. Osborne, that unless the Treasury is involved in proper joined-up thinking with the other lead government departments, then there is a piece of the jigsaw missing, and it is not a cross-government response?
Yes, I do agree with that. And, institutionally, the Treasury is involved in every government decision because decisions can't come to the Cabinet, for example, until the Treasury has given its sign-off. So the Treasury, uniquely among the government departments, is already in the weeds of many, many decisions across government. But obviously, the nature of that involvement and the nature of the cooperation is incredibly important. And, I listened with great interest to what my former colleague Oliver Letwin was saying. I'd make one observation to the inquiry. Unfortunately, not all ministers are like Oliver Letwin with the kind of self-starting capacity to check everything and chase everything. And you can't build an entire system, unfortunately, around a future supply of Oliver Letwins.
No. That's a shame.
It is.
Looking at the document that we've got on screen then, this is, just to remind ourselves, from Richard Hughes, the chair of the Office for Budget Responsibility. And he says this: while it may be difficult to predict when catastrophic risks will materialise, it is possible to anticipate their broad effects if they do. The risk of a global pandemic was at the top of government risk registers for a decade before coronavirus arrived, but attracted relatively little and, in hindsight, far too little attention from the economic community. I'm going to pause there. Do you agree with that statement?
Yes, I do. With
And take that down.
but as he points out, with hindsight, it's not just the economic community, obviously, that doesn't give sufficient attention to the possibility of a coronavirus pandemic. It's all sorts of other communities, including the health community.
Yes.
I think there is your line of questioning is completely correct, because in my view, you're trying to get to the point which is, sorry, I shouldn't be anticipating what you say, but you're saying, why didn't we plan for a lockdown? Right. And the truth is, we didn't plan for a lockdown. No Treasury did. Before me, after me, no Treasury, as I'm aware, in the rest of the Western world. The influenza pandemic did not pose the same economic planning challenges that coronavirus subsequently did. Because in an influenza pandemic, lots of people get sick. There's, tragically a mortality rate, and you have to deal with that. But people are off work for 1 week, and then they come back to work. They're not off work for months and months and months, or not off work, but absent from the workplace for months and months and months. There are not whole sectors of the economy like airlines that don't have anyone flying on them, or restaurants or pubs that don't have anyone visiting them. So,
and there's clearly a difference. Isn't
so
there?
there's a massive difference. So I think on the influenza pandemic planning, the Treasury, it was actually, the work was done before I arrived in office by the previous government, but they'd made an estimate that it would hit the economy around 3% of GDP. They'd made an estimate about how many people would be sick over a 6-month period. They had done some planning to make sure, and indeed during my period in office, there was planning to make sure that the banking system and the financial system could cope with the expected absenteeism of people having flu at home.
Yes.
It's completely different to what actually happened in 2020, 2021, where for months and months on end, no one was at work.
No, but if the analysis that
no one was at work at the workplace. Obviously, people were working remotely.
If the analysis that you've just performed in the witness box had been undertaken prior to COVID hitting, then the Treasury would not have been flying blind in having to make the decisions and give the advice that they did. Why did that not happen?
Well, because no one said to us. I've said this actually in my witness statement. No one said to us there could be a health pandemic that is not influenza, for which the likely response is you're going to have to shut down the economy for months and months on end. So that was not elevated to us as a health risk, and obviously the Treasury not trying to second guess all the health experts. And this is not, I'm not disparaging the health experts who I work with very closely in government. It's just, it doesn't seem to me, in all the documentation I've read, everything I've seen in the rest of much of the world, that anywhere else in the world, people are saying, you've got to prepare for this thing. And obviously the entire world is caught out by what has happened. And indeed, it's an interesting question, which is only entirely sort of unknowable. Would we all have gone into lockdown if China had not locked down in January or February? I think the Chinese lockdown is what gives the rest of the world the idea of a lockdown. And it's the overwhelming of the hospital system in northern Italy that then leads all Western governments to reach basically the same conclusion, which is we've got to do what the Chinese have done in order to try and preserve our capacity in our emergency wards. And I wonder, but it's unknowable, that if we'd done a kind of tabletop exercise in 2011, 2012,
yes,
that we would have come to the conclusion you could lock down the entire population, whether that would have even been a feasible policy option, as it turned out to be.
We'll never know because it was never done, was it? We asked the Treasury to provide us with any plans, pandemic plans, and evidence of what in fact was done in the time that you were Chancellor. And Catherine Little, who is the Treasurer's second permanent secretary, has provided a witness statement, which I know you will have read, Mr. Osborne. And in it, she says that because the Treasury doesn't hold direct responsibility for pandemic preparedness, that is at the door of the Department of Health, we should ask them for any pandemic preparations and to see whether they have any records of any pandemic preparations, including at the Treasury. So we have been provided with plans such as they existed, and they are appended to Catherine Little's statement. the ones that remain with the Treasury. And the only material which the inquiry has been furnished with post-2010 is a project to fund a call centre and purchase antibiotics, both in 2012, and requests dealing with the funding of the pandemic flu clinical countermeasure, Tamiflu. Other than those, held within the Treasury, there are no plans, no reaction to any of the Department of Health mitigation proposals, and nothing specifically relating to any pandemic threat. Do you accept that?
Well, what I would accept is that there are, I would say, the items you cite are examples of to my knowledge, 100% of the requests made of the Treasury to fund things that would help deal with a influenza pandemic are funded. And you gave the examples there. There is also a whole set of planning that goes on during this period to deal with banking crises, and endless exercises which I took part in, and structures with us and the Bank of England and the Prudential Regulatory.
But we're talking about pandemic planning.
No, but that was, so pandemic, I think, that would have been part of the thinking, which is if there's a crisis, can the banking system cope? But there's not, I don't want to repeat myself, there is not planning for a coronavirus pandemic.
Should there have been a plan, a blueprint, some sort of playbook from the Treasury containing strategies and plans that could have been turned to and considered when something like the pandemic occurred?
Well, with hindsight, yes. But as I've said, I question whether in 2011, 2012, 2013, if someone had come to us and said, right, there's going to be a coronavirus pandemic and we're going to ask the whole population to stay indoors for 3 months, I wonder in 2011, 12, 13, whether anyone would have thought that was a plausible plan. I mean, it turned out to be one, but after other parts of the world had started doing it.
Right. If there had been a series of papers, a series of levels of consideration given to different scenarios, dealing with different assumptions, so whether what was coming down the line might be symptomatic or asymptomatic, how quickly it was likely to reproduce as a disease, then in advance of COVID hitting, you would know as Chancellor which economic levers would need to be pulled and how best the Treasury could support the mitigation actions of the Department of Health. And the problem with not having that thinking taken place sometime before the pandemic hits is that, as I've said before, the result of that is the Treasury's acting on the hoof.
Well, I don't think that's entirely fair. So first of all, the Treasury is by its nature, it's not a big delivery department. It has around 1,000 individuals who are exceptionally capable civil servants who can deploy their talents and abilities to different policy problems as the world throws them. In the last 2 years, they've suddenly had to deal with the Ukraine and energy supplies in the way that the Treasury would not have had a big standing capability to do with before. But that's one of the great strengths of the British Treasury. There are definitely, following your line of questioning, things that we could have done if this kind of threat of a coronavirus pandemic had been identified in advance. So we could have, I'm making sort of, I think, straightforward observations, like we could have stockpiled more PPE because we might have anticipated that the whole world would want to get hold of this material, and it was only being produced in a certain number of factories on the other side of the world, and the US government was doing everything to get hold of it, and so we could have stockpiled more of that. For example, we could have maybe looked at things like having more respirators in hospitals than we would normally carry in the health service, but that was not identified as a particular need. I think the sort of broader question of, I don't want to repeat myself, would we have anticipated the lockdown? I just don't know the answer to that. All I know is that when the actual debate came in March 2020, there was a lot of uncertainty in our own country about whether it was the right policy response and whether the population would accept it as a policy response. So I wonder 10 years in advance whether we, would have resolved those questions. The one thing I'm sure of is, there's no point having a contingency plan you can't pay for. And absolutely central to all of this is the ability of your economy and your public finances to flex in a crisis.
The OBR, mentioned it a few moments ago, it is an organisation that you implemented during your time in office. And part of the assistance that it gives to the Treasury is the preparation and presentation of fiscal risk reports. Can you explain to us what those are, please?
Well, these were, so the OBR was created very shortly after I came to office. It gave an independent assessment of the public finances. And it's not just, I think it's important for people to understand, it's not just another think tank with a sort of another set of finances, another set of forecasts. These are the government's forecasts. There's not some other set of government forecasts. In other words, the forecasts for GDP, for unemployment, for tax revenues and so on are independently produced, but they are the official government forecasts. And that is the central role of the OBR. And to do that, it is privy to secret information in government. So it is privy to the budget decisions. I gave 8 budgets. It knew what was in the budget weeks before the general public did, or indeed weeks before members of the cabinet would know what was in a budget. So it's a very important institution at the heart of government. And we sought to add to its capability by asking it to undertake essentially assessments of potential risks to the UK and what impact they would have on the public finances. Well, they were issues like, I think, they looked at everything from a no-deal Brexit to climate change to all sorts of, things that might have an impact on the UK and what the fiscal consequences of that would be. So the actual crisis was not a fiscal crisis. It was what was going to be the cost, basically, of these various things that they looked at.
And there were business as usual risks, as they defined, weren't there? And then there were also one-off events recognised and reflected in their risk analysis. And in July of 2017, the OBR produced as part of its report this statement. On top of the business as usual risks, there could be one-off events that generate demand for additional health spending, such as a large-scale outbreak of disease, for example, an influenza pandemic, which the Cabinet Office considers to represent the most significant civil emergency risk. Long-term systemic cost pressures could also arise from sources such as an increase in antimicrobial resistance. So there was some recognition in the risks that were identified by the OBR of that which is contained in the National Risk Register.
Yes, that's right. I've left office by this point. I think the OBR actually tell us that they had considered doing the influenza scenario planning, but in fact they switched their resources to looking at a no-deal Brexit scenario instead.
Right. Well, my question for you on this topic is this. Does it surprise you, given what I've just read out, to know that despite there being an acknowledgement of the influenza pandemic being the most significant emergency risk identified by the National Risk Register, that the pandemic, did not appear as a risk on the fiscal list?
Well, I think I don't know if you're taking evidence from the OBR, oral evidence, but they made their own decisions about what they thought were part of their independence was to make their own decisions about what they thought they should look at. I imagine the government at the time would not have wanted them to look at a no-deal Brexit scenario, for example. So it's incredibly important they're independent and make those decisions. So you'd have to ask them that question.
All right. Well, do you accept, I appreciate you're not in office anymore, but perhaps you will accept from me that by July 2021, the OBR had changed its approach to risks, particularly those identified in the National Risk Register, in 2 ways. Firstly, there was a broader focus in its report of 3 major risks rather than 97 individual risks. one of those three major risks that is now covered in great detail is the risk of a pandemic. And secondly, there appears to be much more joined-up thinking now between the risks identified by the OBR, the fiscal risks, and those identified in the National Risk Register. So they have adapted and learned from what happened during the crisis.
No, that's absolutely right. And I think they specifically in that case are looking at what happens if there's a coronavirus strain that the vaccines aren't effective against. So yes, absolutely. But of course, look, I would say what it points to is try and put in place the right machinery. I wish this inquiry, every success in trying to anticipate what we could do in the future for different crises. But the truth is we're not going to be able to anticipate every crisis that hits the United Kingdom over the rest of our lifetimes. And therefore having, a strong OBR, a treasury with the capacity to come up with quick policy making, central government machinery that can respond quickly to, that is also important, that's also important as well as trying to anticipate specific crises that you can specifically plan for.
Can we put up, please, the witness statement of Sir Mark Walport, which is at INQ 000147707, and go to paragraph 86 at page 33. And given what you've just said, Mr. Osborne, about the fact that not every eventuality can be predicted or planned for, I'd like your view on what Sir Mark says here at paragraph 86. Every national emergency has knock-on effects on citizens' lives beyond the immediate impact of the emergency itself. And there is always the possibility that the cure for this specific emergency, in terms of the policies and actions directed at stemming the primary damage, causes harmful side effects. In the case of a pandemic, lockdowns and quarantining, closing international borders and other restrictions to travel, closing of institutions such as schools and businesses, all have serious adverse consequences. This raises important questions for policymakers about how to balance the direct harms from the pandemic infection against the adverse consequences of interventions, singly or in combination. That statement highlights, does it not, the importance of a department trying its level best to anticipate not only what's coming down the line, but also what is going to be the effect of the mitigation actions that might have to be taken.
This, Mark, I know Mark very well and have worked with him. This goes to my mind the heart of the, very difficult question that the government of the day had to wrestle with, and any future government would have to wrestle with, which is, what are the costs and benefits of dealing with the health problem, the spread of the disease, versus the impact of closing a school. I had school-aged children at the time of the pandemic. Closing the court system so that people don't get their trial. Locking down prisoners in prisons. All sorts of other things that had a really damaging impact. And you go to the heart of very difficult sort of societal questions, of which, frankly, I don't. You can produce any amount of economic analysis of what's the benefit of controlling coronavirus for a day and shutting a school for a day, but I think in the end they come down to essentially kind of human societal judgments of what are the things we value. And the truth is, different human beings will value different things. Some people will say the education of the child is more important than, protecting older patients in our, care homes. But ultimately we have democratic governments that are accountable to the general public in order to try and make those very difficult decisions. If this inquiry can help any future government, if I'm not sure, my lady, if I'm allowed to say this, but I personally think of this, your inquiry, which I strongly support. If you can give some kind of guidance to answering that question, it is the single most useful thing this inquiry can do for any future government, which will be faced with very difficult questions like the government was faced in 2020.
Are you suggesting, Mr. Osborne, in the answer that you've just given, that it was not worth the Treasury attempting to to engage in any significant planning because the decisions have to be made when the pandemic hits?
No, the Treasury did not engage in the planning because no one had anticipated that you would have to, or you would have the option of, or it would be something you should consider, locking down the economy in order to deal with an asymptomatic, non-influenza respiratory pandemic.
An answer you've already given. And may I suggest that had the Treasury been interested in engaging in pre-pandemic planning, then it would have taken a bigger part in the two exercises that took place during your tenure and just after you'd left. Looking at the reports into Exercise Alice that took place in February of 2016, and indeed was an exercise dealing with the outbreak of a coronavirus, the Treasury wasn't even present. In Exercise Cygnus, which was delivered shortly after you left office, but as we know from yesterday, planning for which commenced in 2014, although the Treasury is recorded as being present at that exercise, there is no evidence whatsoever of any participation or of any evidence of any lessons to be learned. Is that the sort of action that the Treasury could have taken in order to engage itself with these important exercises, looking at what the result and the reaction of the government would be in the outbreak of these sorts of diseases?
Well, this is territory that the inquiry has covered, and we've covered it a bit in the evidence. I think the Treasury was very engaged in drawing up an influenza pandemic plan. I think those exercises were kind of operational exercises in how that plan might actually be put into practice in hospitals and other, facilities, in which there wouldn't be a sort of particular role at that moment for a Treasury policymaker. The Treasury being, as I say, a department of policymakers rather than the delivery department. So it wouldn't have been directly affected by what the delivery services of government had to do in an influenza pandemic. And there was the Treasury had signed off, indeed I had signed off on the 2011 influenza plan, in which the Treasury had, as you can see from the material in 2009, had assessed the economic costs, had identified a couple of specific issues, but essentially was, said, okay, it's a 3% hit to GDP, but we're not going to have widespread sectoral impacts, which we need to think of, or we're not going to have to design some system to pay people to work from home.
All right. Do you agree, Mr. Osborne, that by the time that COVID-19 hit, the consequences of austerity were a depleted health and social care capacity and rising inequality in the United Kingdom?
Most certainly not. I completely reject that. I would make 2 points. The first of all, it's not surprising that the biggest economic crash that Britain experienced since the 1930s has an impact on Britain and on poverty and on unemployment and on people's life chances. That's unfortunately what happens when your country experiences such a massive economic shock as we experienced in 2008-9. What flows from that is a whole set of things, and one of them is seriously impaired public finances, which you then have to repair, and that is what we set about doing. I would say if we had not done that, Britain would have been more exposed, not just to future things like the coronavirus pandemic, but indeed to the fiscal crises which very rapidly followed in countries across Europe, such as Spain, Italy, Greece, Ireland, Slovenia, all across the continent. And indeed, at one point, there was a question mark over whether France itself would experience a fiscal crisis. So all across the continent, other countries are experiencing problems of being unable to fund themselves on the international debt markets. And as I point out, in the autumn of last year, Britain went through this briefly for a couple of weeks. So this is not some kind of academic problem that doesn't materialize. It's a very real problem. And if we had not had a clear plan to put the public finances on a sustainable path, then Britain might have experienced a fiscal crisis. We would not have had the fiscal space to deal with the coronavirus pandemic when it hit 7 years later. And indeed, as Mr. Cameron pointed out yesterday, the example in many of those countries that did have those crises was there were real cuts in health services and other public services that went far beyond what the UK experienced, or in case of the NHS, actually, budgets went up in real terms.
Do you agree that during your time in office, the the state of the social care system became worse?
I'm not sure I would accept that. I would certainly accept that there are rising pressures that, including during my period in office, on the social care system.
All right. Well, can I ask you to
yeah,
pause
but
there,
they are
please?
driven by the fact Britain has a rapidly ageing population.
Yes.
Oh, not rapid, sorry.
Well, we'll come to
An
the
ageing
detail of
population
it.
at a relatively rapid rate. And that, the cost of medical treatments are going up,
All
which
right.
is actually generally a good thing because these are new treatments that can help people. But, the UK social care and health system is experiencing exactly the same kinds of pressures as the pressures being experienced in most Western democracies at this moment.
Right, well, let's look at the detail, please. Can we have up on screen INQ 000189677? Now, this is a report by the Institute for Government, the government think tank, whose strapline is inspiring the best in government and working to make government more effective. This is a report that was prepared by the authors sitting in the bottom left-hand corner. It's headed, How Fit Were Public Services for Coronavirus? And we don't need to go to it, but just to set this in context, this is a report based on extensive desk research, analysis of government data, and interviews of civil servants, frontline staff, representative bodies, and other experts. Can we go, please, to page 8 of this report and highlight the final 2 paragraphs and zoom in on those? Even before the crisis began, that's the COVID crisis, public services had seen reduced access, longer waiting times, missed targets, rising public dissatisfaction, and other signs of declining standards. Most notably, GPs and hospitals were missing almost all routine targets, whilst prisons had experienced a dramatic increase in levels of self-harm, violence, and poor prisoner behaviour. This context made it far harder for services to maintain acceptable standards while also managing a disruption as wide-ranging and long-lasting as that wrought by the coronavirus. The response has also been hampered by historic underinvestment in buildings and equipment. Government has consistently underspent its capital budgets, often using money that had been earmarked for long-term investment to cover holes in day-to-day budgets. As a result, public services have had to operate out of crumbling prisons, courthouses, and hospitals that are difficult to clean or repurpose in line with coronavirus health measures. And can we move down to finish this on the following page, please? The sale of courthouses and police stations and the failure to build new prison places have similarly made it harder to maintain social distancing. And inadequate ICT has reduced the ability of police officers and local authority staff to work from home, made it far harder for prisoners confined in cells for more than 23 hours a day to access training or speak to their families, and meant that schools, hospitals, GPs and criminal courts have all struggled at times to provide services remotely, even when greatly reduced. Now there's repeated reference there to prisons and court centres, and indeed those will be covered in detail in later modules. So I just want to focus for the moment on what the Institute for Government have found in terms of the state of the health public services and the ability for them to react to coronavirus. Is that picture something that you recognise?
The short answer is no, because by the time I left office, there were more doctors working in the NHS, more nurses working in the NHS. As Mr. Cameron pointed out yesterday, diagnostic testing had increased in the NHS and public satisfaction had remained broadly constant during a difficult period for the economy and for the constraint of spending in public finances. I'd make a general observation. I mean, if you put all this together, the health service, the criminal justice system, the education system, the social care system, I think basically you've just left out defence, but if we had some generals here, they'd no doubt want some more tanks. That is public spending. So you can't just say, well, we'd like public spending to be higher, without then explaining where you're going to get the money from. I've pointed out the risks of borrowing the money, so you can certainly go to the general population and say, please, will you pay more taxes? I would note the present Prime Minister just last year proposed a national insurance rise to pay for the NHS, and it was rejected by his own party and by the opposition. So, in other words, this is the job of the Chancellor
All
Exchequer.
right.
You are going straight to the heart of it, which is you've got to balance all of these competing demands
Quite so.
within public services for different services wanting more money, plus the constraints on a country of borrowing the money in international markets, plus the constraints on the general population just willy-nilly paying more tax. And
The way in
the
which
taxpayer is also a core participant in that sense to this
All
inquiry,
right. I
which is it's got to pay for all
point
of
that
this.
you're making, Mr. Osborne. And in your witness statement, you claimed that the Department of Health funding for the NHS was ring-fenced or was increased, in fact, year on year during the course of your time as Chancellor, whilst other departments were reduced by up to 19%.
Yes.
Right. Well, I'd like to explore that with you, please.
I would
in
make one
terms of-
point. That was
no,
also-
please,
we also-
Please just let me ask my question. Of
course.
I'd like to explore that in terms of social care and in terms of public health, because from the time of the implementation of the Health and Social Care Act of 2012, it's right, isn't it, that certainly certain of the public health responsibilities moved from the National Health Service over to local authorities and therefore came outside of the budget, that part of the budget that the Department of Health would give to the National Health Service. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Yes. So in terms of whether or not the funding for public health had been ring-fenced in the way in which you describe in your witness statement, what we have to in fact look at is how the local public health was being funded through the local authorities. And in order to do this and to demonstrate my point, can we put up, please, INQ 000205178, which is the witness statement of Dr. Klaas Kershele. And can we go to page 70 and paragraph 108? I'd like your comment on this, please, once we've read through it, Mr. Osborne. Functioning of the new local and national public health structures was compromised by austerity politics. At the local level, the abolition of PCTs meant that overall public health performance was strongly dependent on local authority capabilities to commission and deliver effective services. Ministers had promised to ring-fence the public health budget for local authorities. However, an in-year cut of £200 million in 2015 was followed by further reductions over the next 5 years. According to the Local Government Association, this amounted to a real-term reduction of the public health grant from over 3.5 billion in 2015 to 16 to just over 3 billion in 2020 to 21, a loss of 14%. Other estimates by the Institute for Public Policy Research spoke of an even more dramatic reduction from 850 million in net expenditure between 2014-15 and 2019-20, with the poorest areas in England experiencing disproportionately high cuts of almost 15%. Resulting pressures on local public health were exacerbated by an overall 49% real-term cut in central government funding for local authorities between 2010-11 and 2016-17, and a resulting practice of top slicing, whereby authorities reallocated ring-fenced public health budgets to other services broadly impacting health and well-being, such as trading standards or parks and green spaces. In 2010, Healthy Lives, Healthy People had promised to give local government the freedom, responsibility and funding to innovate and develop their own ways of improving public health in their area. Freedom and responsibility had been granted, but funding was often lacking. What do you say about that, Mr. Osborne?
Well, there are several things I'd say about this. I mean, first of all, I think it's universally accepted that the decision which was not mine, it was taken elsewhere in the government, but the decision to transfer public health from the NHS to local authorities has turned out to be, broadly speaking, a good thing. There is no one, as far as I'm aware, arguing that it should be returned to the NHS.
What about the funding position?
Well, we'll come on to the funding position, but the central, because this is actually, also helps address the funding point. So first of all, that was an important decision, and it meant that public health decisions were tied in with other decisions that local government takes around housing and the licensing, recreation facilities, and so on. Second, as it happens, during the period I was Chancellor, the public health budget went up. The numbers you refer to are from 2015 to 2020. I left office shortly after 2015. But I would make a broader point, which is, here there's a kind of challenge, which is a classic policy-making challenge of to what extent do you try and ring-fence things and say local authorities must spend this money on this particular thing. Indeed, public inquiries of all kinds have generally led to conclusions that budgets should be ring-fenced for the thing the public inquiry was looking at.
Yes.
And then over time, a local authority has less and less discretion about how to spend money, because this bit's ring-fenced, that bit's ring-fenced, and so on. And you erode local decision-making and local democracy, and you also end up with a whole load of siloed individual ring fences. So as a government, the Cameron government, of which I was an active part, was actually promoting localism, and indeed we went further in devolving power, such as indeed the NHS and public health and social services in Manchester to the Greater Manchester Authority we created.
To work, the system has to be properly funded, doesn't it?
Well, then you come to the point which is, and by the way, local government has its own resources. It can raise or cut local taxes. Part of the taxation system is in the hands of local government. But I would make then I make the point, first of all, money's not the solution to all public health problems. I introduced a sugar tax, which has, I believe, had a big impact on reducing sugary drinks and helping with obesity levels in the UK. Smoking during the Cameron government reduced as quite dramatically the amount of the population, proportion of the population smoking. So you can do all sorts of other things to help with public health. If you're coming back to like the public health budget, well then
that's what
okay.
The
Well then that which straddles several different parts of government again comes into the general question you've got of which budgets you're going to cut, or what money you're going to borrow, or what taxes you're going to put up.
Right.
And we had made a decision to ring fence the NHS and indeed to ring fence some of these public health grants. By the way, I might just observe that Public Health England, which we created, was absolutely instrumental in coming up, I think, within 3 days for a test with coronavirus. So we did put in place structures that in 2020 did deliver in the case of developing a very rapid test, which was required for this brand new disease.
Well, I'm going to suggest, Mr. Osborne, that Public Health England failed in its mission to increase the country's public health. You will know that your Secretary of State for Health and then Health and Social Care, Jeremy Hunt, has provided a witness statement to the inquiry in which he says that he acknowledges that during his time as Secretary of State, the NHS required more funding. There was, as you have already acknowledged, a rapidly rising demand for services, an ageing population, that he considered that there were staffing capacities within the system that were causing difficulties, and that the NHS workforce requirements, which have historically been considered in an ad hoc way, need to be sorted out in order for the National Health Service to properly support the capacity that's required. And that's in normal circumstances. But when one takes that into account when the pandemic hit, do you accept his criticisms that the system was not working as properly as it should be, and that part of the reason for that must have been the funding?
Well, I read his evidence, which I thought was very good and had some interesting and constructive ideas for the future around testing capabilities and so on, and lessons to be learned from South Korea and Taiwan and other countries. I think from memory, he actually identifies Brexit and immigration as one of the problems, that the health service had relied on a stream of people coming into the country to fill posts in nursing and other parts of the medical profession, and that proved problematic during the period. He was Health Secretary.
Do you-
I had by then left the government.
All right. Do you agree that, however well funded you say the NHS was during your time as Chancellor, it simply wasn't enough?
No, I don't accept that. I mean, what I accept is you could spend more money on the NHS, just like you could spend more money on the court system, more money on the school system, more money on the army. But you have to make a calculation of, balancing the resources each of those services get, and the central calculation, which every household has to make, is what can we actually afford? Because what's the revenue that's coming in? And so I think, we prioritised health. I would also, it's not insignificant that at the 2010 general election, this is exactly what we said we were going to do, cut other areas but increase health. We went into the general election telling the public we were going to cut those other services. And in 2015, we also said the same thing. And on both cases, the public put their confidence in us. So in terms of also democratic accountability, I don't think the public were misled about what the government would do. And the evidence of the 2015 election were prepared to continue to place their trust in us.
Can we display, please, INQ 000119293? This is the OBR's first fiscal risk report from July of 2017. I've already made reference to it. And can we go to paragraph 162 and look at, page 162, and look at paragraphs 6.66 and 6.67. This was the risk report provided a year after you had left office. And if we can look, please, at, in fact, 6.66 we will start with. Thank you very much. It's headed Pressures on the Adult Social Care Budget and How Government Has Responded. As with health, there are visible signs of pressure on the adult social care system. In the past 2 years, governments have announced top-up funding and delayed reforms that would increase costs further. The government has stated that further reform is required to ensure that the system is prepared to meet the challenges of the increasing numbers of over 75s, and that it will work with partners at all levels, including those who use services and who work to provide care, to bring forward proposals for public consultation. Signs and sources of pressure on the adult social care budget include pressure on local authority budgets has fed through to adult social care. For those authorities in England with responsibility for adult social care, it is their largest item of discretionary spending. Local authority budgets have been squeezed by cuts to grant funding and limits on council tax rises. As a result, English local authorities' total net current expenditure fell by 13.3% in real terms between 2010 to 11 and 2015 to 16. Within this, total spending on adult social care fell by less, but local authority spending on it still fell by 9.1% over the same period, including transfers from the NHS. Spending on adult and children's social care exceeded local authorities' budgets in 2014 to 15 and by a bigger margin of 2015 to 16. This is the organisation that you created, telling us here that so far as local authority budgets are concerned and adult social care is concerned, the picture was not great. Do you agree?
Well, I'm not saying, sure, it does say that, to be honest. I mean, I think it points out that there are pressures on the adult social care system. That's a statement of the obvious in all advanced democracies at the moment. And then it goes to point out that there were reductions in the local government budget. Yes, there were. We announced, they're not like secret reductions in the local government budget. They were publicly announced as part of a programme of trying to reduce government expenditure. But if you exclude local government, education, defence, criminal justice, and the NHS, you haven't got anything left. That is what public expenditure is, plus welfare spending, which people also are not keen on having reduced. So welfare entitlements. So yes, there were reductions in local government budgets. That's because the country had had an enormous financial crash, was poorer than it had been before, was going to be permanently poorer. There was an impact on it. Its permanent potential had been impacted by the crash. And we had to try and make sure that public expenditure fitted the size of the economy, whilst getting the economy growing and putting people into work and reducing poverty, which all happened under our watch as well. So we got the economy going so that you could afford to spend ultimately more on those things. I would just say on social care, it's really straightforward. There are two people who can pay for social care. The taxpayer can pay, and then you've got to be prepared for higher levels of general taxation. Rishi Sunak's NHS and social care levy was rejected by the Conservative Party and the Labour Party in the last year. Or you can ask people to sell their homes, the assets they have, to pay for that social care. There's no one else who's going to pay for it, the taxpayer or the individual. And the political system for 20 years under governments of all colours have rejected those two options, which is why you continually read that there's an ongoing debate about what the social care problem is unsolved. That's because the solutions are currently unpalatable to the political system, which I would suggest is a reflection of being unpalatable to the broader taxpayer and society.
But what about the effect of the falling expenditure? You know that last week the inquiry has heard from Professors Marmot and Bamborough, who told the inquiry that changes in the social determinants of health because of austerity since 2010 were likely to be the causes of the adverse changes in health and health inequalities in the UK. And also, I know that you've had sight of the statement of Professor Kevin Fenton, the President of the United Kingdom Faculty of Public Health, who's told the inquiry that a key lesson learned through the pandemic has been the importance of robust engagement with potentially disproportionately affected populations, both in the planning and preparedness. What I want you to consider, Mr. Osborne, is firstly that government policy had an effect on health and social care, which meant that those in the worst situations of society were disproportionately affected when COVID hit. And secondly, that was identifiable, it was predictable, and it should have been part of the government planning.
I just completely reject that. And in the case of the Marmot and Bamborough report, and obviously there's a lot of very interesting work on health inequalities, which we did a huge amount to seek to address. They have this statement of paragraph 151, national economic wealth, i.e. GDP, has long been considered as the major global determinant of population health. Of course. In other words, that's what happened. Britain had a huge economic crash, the greatest since the 1920s and 30s Great Depression. And of course that had an impact on poverty in the country. It would have been worse, in my view, and in the view of many other people, including the Governor of the Bank of England at the time, Mervyn King, had we not then also tried to address the risk to the public finances, because that would have led to a fiscal crisis, like you saw across much of Europe, that would have meant even less funding for these public services. We tried to protect the health service during that austerity programme. And Marmot and Bamber themselves say that they can't directly establish causality between austerity and the mortality rates they look at. And the only example I can find in their report of a country that they cite that has a stimulus program is Iceland, which, by the way, has a population about the size of the borough that this courthouse is in, right? And then even in the same paragraph go on to point out that Iceland had some severe health effects from the crisis. And they leave out the United States, which was the primary example of a country in the West that tried a stimulus program as opposed to an austerity program, because they say, oh, yes, well, actually, mortality fell there. I've even done my own research and found out that mortality fell in Germany for the poorest population, part of the population during the period I was Chancellor. And I don't think anyone thinks that Germany pursued a particularly tough austerity program during that period. So I just reject
all right,
I would centre on their central conclusion, which is national economic wealth has long been considered as the major global determinant of population health.
So your evidence, Mr. Osborne, is that although you acknowledge that in certain aspects the effects of COVID were felt more keenly by those most disadvantaged in society, that has no connection whatsoever to the effects of austerity that were brought in 2010.
That's absolutely my contention.
Right.
It is true that pandemics will affect poorer people more severely, and that is one of the great tragedies, which is why we try and alleviate poverty and direct services towards them. I think everything we did to try and ring-fence the NHS budget, to provide stable finances so that they were not further affected by a fiscal crisis. Things like universal credit, which were introduced, all of these things were done to try and protect the poorest part of the population. Indeed, I was the first Chancellor ever to publish distributional analysis of the effect of my policies at budget after budget, precisely to show that we were trying to direct resources in constrained times to the poorest and most vulnerable, who are indeed generally more exposed to things like pandemics, tragically.
Mr.
Ms.
Osborne,
Michael,
thank you.
how are we doing? Because I think, if I may say so, Mr. Osborne and I share a tendency, which is to speak very fast. And the stenographer, I'm afraid, has had a tough morning. So
I only have two more.
You think you can finish by 1
questions.
o'clock?
Yes, I will finish by 1 o'clock.
Okay.
Can I apologise to you, my lady, for talking too quickly for the stenographer?
Don't worry, I do it too. So I'm afraid we're in the same camp.
Two final questions, please. The first, going back to health economics. And I'd like to put to you the statement made by Professor Sir Chris Whitty in his witness statement. We don't need to put it up. But he has told the inquiry this: there may be a need to look at operational issues and the cost effectiveness of particular interventions within CMO or SAGE advice. So health economics may be relevant to the medical and scientific advice. This is because giving advice which is operationally unfeasible or substantially disproportionate in cost or difficulty is not especially helpful. And that is mirrored and expanded by the witness statement of Professor John Edmonds from the Department of Infectious Disease Epidemiology at the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. And he says this: there needs to be far greater attention paid to the economic impact of pandemics and the interventions aimed at controlling them. Oh, thank you very much. It's on the screen. The economics of outbreaks is a specialised field. Interventions can have major knock-on effects so that individuals who are not directly reached or targeted by the intervention can still benefit, as they have a reduced risk of infection from others. These knock-on effects need to be incorporated into the analysis to avoid underestimating the benefits of public health actions. Just pausing there. Do you agree with these two scientific experts that there needs to be joined up thinking between the science and the economy?
Yes, absolutely. But I would observe that, if you're trying to think through how a future government might deal with a pandemic, it's not just the health impacts. You have to. What I think the government wrestled with at the time, I wasn't in it, but I can see as an external observer and with my experience, was also the educational impacts, the criminal justice impacts, and the like of the lockdown, and trying to balance those. If you can apply more, and indeed the impact on businesses and people's employment. If you can certainly apply more analysis to all of that. I personally think you're going to end up with a very difficult, essentially sort of human judgment of, are you valuing education over health in some cases, and that is a very, very, and other examples like that. And that's an incredibly hard trade-off, which I guess we have, in our country, elected governments to try and make on our behalf.
All right, thank you. Finally, let's just look at the consequences of failing to plan. And can we display, please, INQ 0000872005, and look at paragraph 16 at page 4 of the Pandemic Diseases Capabilities Board review of April 2022. Paragraph 16, please. In line with the National Security Risk Assessment methodology, revised pandemic reasonable worst case scenario models represent unmitigated scenarios and so do not include a full risk assessment for the use of NPIs, non-pharmaceutical interventions. Given that the imposition of lockdown, in part, accounted for a 25% drop in GDP between February and April 2020, the largest drop on record, and numerous secondary and tertiary impacts on all sectors, this represents a significant gap in the UK's assessment of pandemic risk. Noting that, even without government intervention, we would anticipate spontaneous behaviour change and subsequent economic damage. What is more, the secondary and tertiary impact of these measures will have been unevenly spread throughout society, highlighting and in areas exacerbating pre-existing inequalities. Now, can we go to page 5 and paragraph 18? And can we highlight 18, 19 and 20, please? The unprecedented use of NPIs and significant changes in public behaviour seen during the COVID-19 pandemic required the provision of far greater economic support than pre-COVID planning assumptions suggested. The planning assumptions in the 2011 UK influenza pandemic preparedness strategy focused on the economic impacts of sickness absences. As a result, the strategy did not include many of the significant economic impacts which we have seen during this pandemic, such as the dramatic drops in economic activity, significant shifts and reductions in consumer spending, and disruption to global supply chains. The OBR's Fiscal Risks Report from July 2021, which we've looked at, suggests the United Kingdom's real GDP declined by an unprecedented 9.8% in 2020, and as of September 2021, the NAO estimated the lifetime cost of government spending on COVID-19 will reach 370 billion. Clearly then, in line with recommendation 2.1, our economic risk assessment for pandemics must be updated to include a broader range of impacts, including the significant potential impacts of MPIs and behavioural changes on different sectors of the economy. Do you agree with that conclusion, Mr. Osborne?
Well, I do. I absolutely agree with the conclusion. Knowing the brilliant civil servants of the Treasury, I suspect they've already done it for you. There already will be a load of internal assessments of the future effect of, for example, coronavirus variations that don't have vaccines at the moment that are effective, were they to emerge.
Yes.
But I would make, I guess my sort of, where we started with this was, did the Treasury or indeed any other government, part of government or indeed any other Western government anticipate that it might require a lockdown that would impact the economy, as it says here, by a drop of 25% of GDP? No, they didn't. But through the programme we pursued as a government, we created the fiscal space so we could end up spending £370 billion to help people deal with all the adverse effects that the lockdown introduced in terms of their education, the way the criminal justice system worked, and above all, their employment. And we kept people as a country economically in a much better shape than they would have been if we'd not been able to spend that money. And that's because we created the fiscal space. It meant we avoided the banking crisis, and we did that because of the reforms that happened during the period that I was in government and as a result of the determined effort to fix the roof.
I'm sure that in subsequent modules, the inquiry will be told whether or not these plans are indeed now in practice. But if that's right, Mr. Osborne, it's a shame that this wasn't done before, isn't it?
Well, I'll just point out no one I'm aware of anywhere in the Western world, maybe anywhere in the world, said, you know what governments should prepare for? They should prepare for a coronavirus pandemic that will require us to lock down the entire economy for months on end. Obviously, if someone had said that, then there would be a legitimate question, which is, why aren't you preparing for it? But unfortunately, no one did. And it's, as I say in my own evidence, I of course, dearly wish they had.
My lady, that concludes my questioning of this witness. There are no Rule 9 requests by any other court participant. It's now 1 o'clock. Would you like to rise, please?
I will indeed. I should come back at 2. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Osborne, and I'm glad we could complete before lunch. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Keith.
Milady, this afternoon we're hearing from Professor Dame Sally Davis, notably the former Chief Medical Officer for England between 2010 and 2019.
Please repeat after me. I swear by Almighty God
I swear by Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but.
and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dame Sally, could you give the inquiry, please, your name?
Sally Claire Davis.
Thank you. Dame Sally, thank you very much for your assistance to the inquiry. You've been provided with a great deal, many documents, and I know a considerable amount of midnight oil has been burnt in preparation. Whilst you give evidence, could you please keep your voice up so that we may hear your evidence and, of course, that the stenographer can hear you for the transcript. If I ask a question which is not clear, please don't hesitate to ask me to repeat it. You provided, helpfully, a witness statement dated the 4th of May 2023. Could we have, please, 184637 and page 14. There is the statement of truth and the declaration dated the 4th of May 2023. My lady, could that be published?
Certainly.
Dame Sally, you were from 2004 to 2016 the Chief Scientific Advisor to what was then known as the Department of Health, but which became the Department of Health and Social Care, and also Director General for Research in the Department of Health. You were between June 2010 and October 2019 the Chief Medical Officer for England. Between 2014 and 2016, you were a member of the Executive Board of the World Health Organization. Between 2017 and 2020, you were a co-convener of the United Nations Interagency Coordination Group on Antimicrobial Resistance. And are you currently Master of Trinity College, Cambridge?
Yes, the post that you omitted that would be useful for the inquiry to be aware of is that as Chief Medical Officer for England, I was also the UK government's most senior medical advisor.
Thank you. That is, in fact, where I propose to start. Could you tell the inquiry, please, something about the role of being the Chief Medical Advisor and being the Chief Medical Officer?
So, Mr. Keith, the Chief Medical Officer is by nature a doctor, a leader, appointed as an independent advisor to government, cross-government, and contributing to cross-government as needed or asked, Cobra, SAGE, which I'm sure we'll talk about, with high security clearance that was needed during the Novichok time. When I started in 2010, I was interim for 1 year before I was appointed through a competitive process. I had no deputy chief medical officers and no budget for them, despite the fact that my predecessor at one point had 5 deputy chief medical officers and a broad span. The maximum my office came to was 13 people, including those 2 DCMOs when I got the money and appointed, for instance, I headhunted Jonathan Van Tam, I appointed the present Jenny Harries, the present head of UXA, who is both of whom are superb, as you know. I had a statutory responsibility to write an annual report on the state of the nation's health in whatever way I chose. My predecessor focused on patient safety, and I focused, following my first annual report in 2013, on antimicrobial resistance, AMR, which is superbugs. That's the grand ongoing pandemic, killing across the world 1.2 2 million every year, the third most important underlying cause of death. And so I imagine as we talk, or I expect as we talk about pandemics, I will be able to show you how difficult it is to raise awareness and get action even when the deaths are happening. And AMR is a very good example of that. I had a responsibility to communicate as CMO, often known in inverted commas as the nation's doctor. You saw that during the pandemic, but I played my role there. And of course, no CMO can cover every area and be expert. My background is haematology. I'm a sickle cell disease expert, as a matter of fact. Whereas my successor is an epidemiologist in infectious disease, and my predecessor was straightforward public health with some orthopaedic surgery before. And that's why we need deputy chief medical officers who have different expertises, one in health improvement, one in health security or protection, so that the office can cover that span. As CMO for England, I was primus inter pares with the other chief medical officers of the devolved administrations and met them regularly. I expect you'll want to talk about that. I was head of profession for doctors in the government, but part of the collective leadership of medicine with presidents of royal colleges. So I think that probably gives you a feel for it.
Yes, that is a broad scope, if I may say so, Dame Sally. Very broadly within your functions, and you've just referred to these two general categories, you were responsible, therefore, for health protection. In that very broad categorization, do we include matters such as health emergencies, the risk of infectious diseases, pathogenic pandemics, antimicrobial resistance, all things which pose a threat by virtue of hazard to the health protection of England?
Mr. Keith, I was not responsible. I advised on all those issues and cared about them because I care about the public. Patients, for me as a doctor, always came first, but I needed to get the advice from experts such as Public Health England, academia.
I didn't, in fact, suggest that you were primarily or even solely responsible for those areas. I was asking you whether or not the broad nature of the functions that you discharge could be divided into those two categories.
Yes.
Health protection and health improvement.
Yes.
Right. So under health protection, AMR, health emergencies, pandemic outbreaks, the risk of pathogenic disease and so on. And what is health improvement concerned with?
Health improvement, well, one reason we had a bad outcome from COVID, and I presume would get from flu, but we have thankfully not tried it, is because of what you have been told are health inequalities. I would talk about the lack of resilience in the public's health. 25% of children in year 6 are obese, 60% of adults are obese or overweight. We have high levels of diabetes. It's the health improvement is how does government play a role improving the health of people? Because there is a libertarian view that it's all down to each of us as individuals and how strong we are. But of course it isn't about that. It is much more about the structure of our society and how to make the healthy choice the easy choice, whether it's activity or what we eat or anything else.
Are you able to say what proportion of your time was spent advising on health protection as opposed to health improvement? Or is that an impossible question?
It's so varied from month to month. I mean, I'll take Novichok again because I mentioned it. Over the period of a month, I did nothing but Novichok and the Russians poisoning people. But other times I could do more. For instance, when the the policy team were thinking about obesity, then they would come and consult me. I discussed with the Treasury the framing and the work on the sugar levy. I set up a challenge meeting inviting Cabinet Office, Prime Minister's Office, as well as our policy teams with academics around obesity, both to hear the latest evidence, but to model to people in government that I could say I didn't know. Please help me, please tell me. And that seemed to me important, not only the information, but the style of how you go about making policy.
What do you mean by a challenge meeting?
I got in people who were expert at things, and we would structure it so they would give short interventions with slides and then allow policymakers to say, but we thought this, or we want to do this, my lady, or them to say, you seem to be going, policymakers, in this direction, and our evidence suggests that this doesn't work, or you'd be better doing the following. So trying to get a constructive, challenging in a constructive way, discussions on some subjects.
May I now ask you to put the position of Chief Medical Officer structurally into the right place in the overarching nature of the government, by which I mean the CMO does not sit in any government department, but was there any kind of administrative structure around you, an office, for example? And to what extent were you obliged to liaise with government departments, whether it be the Department of Health, whether it be the Cabinet Office, the Department of Levelling Up, Housing Communities, and so on?
So the Chief Medical Officer sits in the Department of Health, now DHSC, supported by a small team, as I said, only 13 in total, in the Department of Health, working mostly on health with health, but working also with the Cabinet Office, Number 10, and other departments. I did quite a bit of work with DFID and the Foreign Office because of global health. Not only do I care how people live and their health around the world, but our best insurance to nasty things coming here is making sure they don't overwhelm those countries and then move.
Before you were Chief Medical Officer, as I summarised earlier, you were Chief Scientific Advisor in the department, what was then the Department of Health. Is the role of Chief Medical Officer equivalent at all to the role of a departmental Chief Scientific Advisor, or does it have a greater degree of independence?
Oh, the CMO has, at least as I was, total independence of thought and the ability to advise. The Chief Scientific Advisor is there to advise their department, and in that role I would try and help policy teams and ministers know what the latest science was, or if they'd commissioned something, look at it for some sanity or recommend peer reviewers. Of course, it was me in 2000, I was appointed in 2004 at Director General level, who persuaded government to let me set up the National Institute of Health Research so that we had much more applied research and science, and so that we could develop the infrastructure that then saved many lives of the NIHR managed clinical research networks, which were the networks that ran all the trials that gave us treatments that worked, ran the trials to show whether vaccines worked. So I, as CSA, did most on setting up NIHR and making it effective and deliver for the nation and the nation's health, more than looking inwards.
As the Chief Scientific Advisor to the Department of Health and as a Director General in the Department of Health, were you more closely concerned, therefore, with work streams, with work being done within the Department of Health, as opposed to the discharge of your functions latterly as Chief Medical Officer?
No, I ran the R&D directorate, but I didn't have any other directorates. I attended the board and things like that and contributed, but they are moderately independent, managed. I was performance managed by the chief, by the permanent secretary. And of course, I think you will have heard something about Haldane, but the whole point of how we commission research in this country is that the politicians can not only set the budget, but decide on big areas they want investment, but they can't decide where the money goes. Indeed, one of my clashes with ministers was when they didn't like a recommendation that I had to clear with them, which had been advised by an international panel, and I had to say, it is your right to overrule me, but if you do, I will resign. I was not overruled.
No one in this country could be unfamiliar now with SAGE, the scientific advisory group connected with emergencies. What is the role of the Chief Medical Officer when it comes to SAGE, where SAGE is dealing with a major health emergency?
So when I started in 2010, the pandemic 9-10 of flu was declared over. In fact, in that first winter of Christmas 2010-11, I realised I was in wave 3 of the flu pandemic. We also reviewed how things had gone in the 9-10 pandemic. And one of the things that came out of it was that the SAGE had been chaired by the government's chief scientific advisor. And though our chief scientific advisor, me at that time, had gone to SAGE, this wasn't a very good way of knitting together all the different bits of advice and trying to make it as effective as it should be. I would sit there and listen in SAGE to people talking about, well, is it safe to transfuse blood or something? And I'd say, but we have an expert committee, SABTO. We have to ask them because they know what they're talking about. So we then discussed it and over the next couple of years came to an agreement that when there was a medical emergency or an emergency with health impact, that the CMO would co-chair.
So, in fact, you participated in SAGE in a number of different roles and with a number of hats on, because you were initially a participant in SAGE because you were the Department of Health Chief Scientific Advisor. That was in relation to swine flu, the 2009 pandemic. Then in relation to Ebola, you were on SAGE, or rather pre-SAGE.
Yes.
Then after that, you participated in the SAGE that was convened to deal with the Novichok poisoning in Salisbury and Amesbury, because by then you were the Chief Medical Officer of England.
Correct.
And is it part of the role of the Chief Medical Officer to provide technical insight and guidance and, of course, advice to SAGE, as well as chairing it or co-chairing it in the event of a major health emergency?
Well, as CMO, I'm quite careful about what I really know and what I don't. So if it came into my personal expertise, I would put it in. But in general, I went to those meetings briefed not only by Public Health England and other experts, but also aware of the situation in the NHS. And so I was there bringing that understanding and a kind of common sense as a doctor who'd worked with patients and the system for many, many years.
So to some extent, a clinical view as well.
Yes.
You've said, Dame Sally, you've reminded us that you're an expert in haematology. Where a CMO co-chairs a health-convened SAGE, may that SAGE call upon not just the assistance, the expertise of the attendants at that particular meeting, so in your case, your haematological experience, but the expertise of everybody at the meeting, but also of a number of other bodies, subcommittees and advisory groups who may be staffed with, maybe staffed by experts in other different fields?
I was very strong that we should, where we had an existing expert committee, call on them, and we did.
Could we have on the screen 204104? Would you please help us, James Alley, with getting our bearings in relation to some of the bodies which gave advice in the field of health emergencies? This is what's now familiarly become known as the spaghetti chart, but it is a schematic representation, Dame Sally, of most, not all, of the bodies concerned in pandemic preparedness and response structures in the United Kingdom and England. This is not the chart relating to Scotland, Wales or Northern Ireland. And it faithfully attempts to recreate the position as at August 2019. It's actually quite difficult to alight upon any particular name in the mass of names and bodies. But towards the top of the page in yellow, you will see COBRA, the Cabinet Office briefing rooms. And underneath that, you will see the Chief Medical Officer England, and that was you at the relevant time. To the right, Government Chief Scientific Advisor. Did the Government Chief Scientific Advisor co-chair SAGE in the event of a health emergency?
Yes.
And underneath the CMO and the GCSA, we can there see SAGE, Scientific Advisory Group for Emergencies. What were, because we're going to hear a great deal more about them in due course, SPY B to the left and SPY MO to the right?
So I should say that it was the government's chief scientific advisor who was the senior chair, because their office provided the secretariat for SAGE and they ran all the other SAGEs. The SPY B was a group that could be set up on behaviour, so trying to advise on how the public might respond to various issues. It arose during the Ebola 14-15 time, when we realised that anthropologists and ethnography were terribly important to the response, and was reconvened thereafter with SAGEs when needed, definitely in COVID. SPY M is the modelling subgroup. O, because during COVID it was active. Out of an emergency, it's just SPY M. It brings together modellers. Here we're talking about infectious diseases, but you can model any emergency, whether it's flooding or anything else, from the relevant departments with academics coming in. And the objective was to bring their different models and come with a consensus agreement to SAGE that then generally the GCSA would take into COBRA the modelling.
All right. And when you say SPY MO was active, does that mean it was operational, hence O?
Yes.
And SPY B is the group in relation to behaviours.
Thank you.
And therefore SPY B. On the right-hand side of the page, you will see the reference to other government departments, and underneath that box, departmental chief scientific advisors. You've referred already to the government's chief scientific advisor, but did major government departments have their own internal chief scientific advisors?
Almost all of them did, and they met weekly with the chief scientific advisors, so it was a broad network.
At the top left-hand side of the page, you will see NERVTAG, New and Emerging Respiratory Virus Threats Advisory Group. Was that a body which reported into SAGE when required, but also permanently gave advice on, as it says on the tin, respiratory virus threats?
As it says on the tin, yes, new and emerging respiratory threats, not predicting what might appear. They reported into the department, and myself as Chief Medical Officer, we took their advice into SAGE and COBRA. I think you've done really well with this, but it is because, of course, it's a three-dimensional spaghetti mess.
Yes.
And I would just say that the Office of the Chief Medical Officer supported the Chief Medical Officer and the Deputy Chief Medical Officer. So I would have put them all together. I would have put them kind of much closer to the Department of Health, but not fully in it. And I do want to point out that I worked, as does my successor, very closely with the CMOs in the devolves as well.
Yes. Well, there's no direct link, is there, on the chart between chief medical officers for each devolved nation and the Office of the Chief Medical Officer?
I think we've got quite a few links, Mr. Keith.
Yes,
but I can't even
three-dimensional.
I can't even pray in aid a dotted line. There is no link at all.
But it is an important connection, Dame Sally, so you're quite right to point it out.
So we can see there, Dame Sally, chief medical officers for each devolved nation, and of course, that includes all the nations. Further down the page, so to the right of chief medical officers for each devolved nation, but above the big blue box in the middle, there is something called the Moral and Ethical Advisory Group, MEAG. Was that also a permanent body which provided advice on moral and ethical matters?
No, that was set up much more recently. It may be permanent now, but that was not, as far as I'm aware, present through most of my time.
Right. It is permanent, but it wasn't in place. You're quite right in the currency of your throughout the currency of your holding of the post of CMO. And then in the middle, because this is a health emergency, the lead government department is the Department for Health and Social Care. And within that blue box, just to the right of the marked up passage, DHSE Chief Scientific Advisor. So there's the CSA for the Department of Health and Social Care.
Who reported to the CMO. And then if you really want to add to your things, of course, the health protection research units that you've got bottom left are funded by the NIHR. It was money that I took from Public Health England because I wasn't happy enough with their research and I didn't feel that they linked enough to academia. So I took 20 million and following discussion with them and policy leads, chose subjects and we commissioned a series, and they're recommissioned every 5 years, of health protection research units commissioned out of NIHR.
Right. And then just above there, we can see above the words Operational Response Centre, which is a part of the Department of Health and Social Care, which came into existence latterly. You can see Director of Emergency Preparedness and Health Protection. That is one of the major directorates in the Department of Health and Social Care, is it not?
Yes.
All right. Somewhere on this chart will be Public Health England or the United Kingdom Health Security Agency. Ah, yes. Directly
left,
below.
yes.
Thank you very much. My eyes are beginning to cross. Public Health England, DHSC. Could you just very shortly explain what was then the function of Public Health England?
Public Health England was a result of the Health and Social Care Act. It brought together the Health Protection Agency and a number of other bodies. I think there were about 70, but essentially bringing together both health protection and health improvement, both as an advisory body on policy and issues, but particularly as a delivery body for public health. They had responsibility for assisting local authorities in appointing their directors of public health in local authorities, and they played a major role in pandemics and health exercises.
And Dame Sally, is it Public Health England that was subsequently abolished and its functions divided between the United Kingdom Health Security Agency, to which you've already referred, and a number of other bodies, including the DHSC, NHS, and regional health authorities? All right. And then finally on this chart, towards the right-hand side of the page, up against the departmental chief scientific advisors and all the government departments thereunder, we can see three groups in faint yellow, the UK Zoonosis Animal Diseases and Infections Group, the Advisory Committee on Dangerous Pathogens, ACDP, and HARES, the Human Animal Infections and Risk Surveillance Group. Do they all, broadly speaking, do what they say on the tin?
Yes.
Dame Sally, forgive the comment, but some of us may get the impression occasionally that there's change for change's sake in names of different groups or bodies. What was the rationale between bringing together health protection and with Public Health England and then separating it again with other bodies? I mean, why?
My lady, they were both political decisions. There is a rationale for putting all of the public's health together because then you have a critical mass and things like data collection and processing, all sorts of things can inform each other. And our public health specialty, as they train, has three pillars, I imagine they call them, that they train in. One is health protection, one's health improvement, one's health services. So people could move between them. So Jenny Harries was doing health protection in Public Health England. I appointed her as my deputy on health improvement. And as a regional director of public health, she was rather good. She managed both. So they were trained in all of them. So that was it. I presume that the splitting again, going back to what was there before Public Health England, was an effort to really have a not just a focus, but a grip on response for emergencies.
Thank you.
Finally, I think I may have said finally already, but finally, there's an important part of the public health structure, which is reflected in this chart, which is the local directors of public health towards the bottom of the page in the middle below NHS England. Who are directors of public health?
They are a community of some wonderful people who are either doctors or specialists in public health, and they have trained in those three areas that I've talked about. Many of them are epidemiologists, and they are situated in local authorities. This was a change that was brought in the 2012 Act. It's reminiscent of the middle of the last century when public health was a local issue and public health directors were the local medical officers, and they looked after outbreaks and food health safety and things there. So it sounds a really good idea, but of course the government gave budgets with them to local authorities, and they were very vulnerable, and they ended up cut. So I think they have found it a very difficult role.
You referred to the 2012 Act. In fiscal terms, and as far as the directors of public health were concerned, did that Act transfer fiscal responsibility for those directors away from central government to local authority? And that, of course, is why you refer to the fact that local authorities then control the budget. So if local authority budgets are cut, equally the budgets of their local directors of public health are cut.
That was in effect what happened. The budget went from the Department of Health to Public Health England, at least this is how I understood it, and then out to the directors of public health and became part of the local authority budget. Public Health England collected the data and accounted for it, but it was cut by local authorities when they needed saving.
Given what you said earlier about the important functions of the CMO, including health improvement, as well as public health, to what extent does the CMO, England and Scotland and Wales and Northern Ireland, collaborate with and engage with local directors of public health?
So the structures were different in the other devolves, and they had roles within the NHS, in their NHSs, which I didn't. I met at least once a year with Directors of Public Health by sharing a conference with the Association of Directors of Public Health. I met the president or chair of the Association of Directors of Public Health more often. I tried some phone-ins, but not many people phoned in. So if I met them, they said, "Oh, so I face very similar issues to you," because I would talk about how you have to try and persuade politicians to put money into things or to recognise the importance of a policy. And I would talk about how difficult it could be, and they'd say, "That's exactly what happens to me." So we had similar jobs, but I didn't have a strong relationship.
What about with local authorities more generally? So, for example, my lady's had evidence about local resilience forums who play an important part locally in civil contingency. They're on the bottom of the chart at the bottom left. Were there any meaningful links between the office of the Chief Medical Officer or the Chief Medical Officer and them?
No, those links were either with Public Health England or with the EPRR programme.
All right. And finally on this topic, the devolved administrations, you had regular meetings, did you not, with the CMOs and the deputy CMOs of the devolved administrations, and no doubt you had meetings with the national analogue of Public Health England, so Public Health Wales and the Public Health Agency in Northern Ireland and Health Protection Scotland. Were they all bodies with whom you communicated at some point?
I regularly met in different ways with members of Public Health England. I did not have accountability meetings with Public Health England. That sat with the right Director General. I met just with the CMOs. We met 4 times a year formally, had dinner before to try and build trust, and I involved them in many projects. So when I was asked by David Cameron to write guidelines on alcohol consumption, I asked them to join me. The same with physical activity, the same with the report on screen time, because doing the work together made it much more powerful. It built our relationships for when there were difficult times, and actually it's much easier for citizens across the UK if it's one set of guidelines for the whole of the UK. So I did quite a lot of work with them, as did my office, and the civil servants, whether from Public Health England or the department, who were leading bits of this work on my behalf.
Thank you very much. Could we now turn to the issue of risk assessment? Milady has heard a considerable amount of evidence concerning what is now known as the National Security Risk Assessment process. And you were CMO until October of 2019. I think the National Security Risk Assessment for 2019 was approved in July of that year, prior to you leaving the Office of Chief Medical Officer in October 2019. Do you recall having any input into or debating or discussing the draft 2019 National Security Risk Assessment?
I don't recall, to be honest, but on the other hand, a lot of documents went past me, and I don't have the world's greatest memory, which is why I've had to bring some notes. And if I thought it was all right, it wouldn't be likely to stick.
A point made by the Cabinet Office, both in writing and orally before this inquiry last week, was that the risk assessment process, in particular the National Security Risk Assessment for 2019, was subject to a considerable degree of external validation, checking. And it was examined by departmental chief scientific advisors, I quote, policy subject experts, external experts, the Scientific Pandemic Influenza Group on Modelling, the Risk Assessment Steering Group, RASG, and what are known as expert challenge groups, to which you referred earlier. Did they include the CMO?
Not that I recall, but if the CSA at that time was Professor Chris Whitty was there, I would not feel the need. I trusted him, and he was CSA. I mean, there's a limit to the duplication.
No, indeed. The Chief Medical Officer, of course, after you, as you said, is an expert in epidemiology. One of the major risks, in fact, the primary risk, a tier 1 risk, the highest overall risk in that entire risk assessment process was of influenza pandemic, of course, closely related to the issue of epidemiology. Do you think there was a case for involving, or maybe now involving, the Office of the Chief Medical Officer in that risk assessment process in order to ask the right questions, to challenge and to probe?
I think it does depend on who is the CSA and who is the CMO. I would be surprised if I could second-guess Chris Whitty. I do know that I made sure that antimicrobial resistance stayed on the list because I've had such trouble trying to raise awareness of this.
In your witness statement, you express your belief that the UK's preparations for a pandemic of influenza reflected a long-standing bias in our preparations in favour of influenza and diseases that had already occurred, with, we now know, an underestimation of the impact of novel and particularly zoonotic disease. Part of that underestimation, or an explanation for that underestimation, may in part be found in that risk assessment process, which focused on pandemic influenza, as you know, and arguably failed to give sufficient attention to the risks of other pandemic pathogens and of their varying characteristics, which may include different incubation periods, asymptomatic transmission, higher transmissions, greater severity, and so on. You're familiar with the issues. Why do you think that long-standing bias occurred and or was allowed to continue?
So I've said previously something about groupthink, and there was groupthink, but it wasn't just us. This was the whole global north, the Western world, thought that flu was the thing to focus on. And let me be quite clear. We've had, in just over a century, 4 flu pandemics. We will have more. It's only a question of when. So for me, the issue is not, should we not prepare for flu? We must prepare for flu. The question is what else we do over and above that. And clearly, we could have done more thinking. So we needed the system, which included me in that way, needed more challenge. I tried. Following a visit to Hong Kong, where I learnt a lot about SARS, I did ask, unofficially, what about doing a SARS review, and was told, oh no, it won't come here. And I found in a document that is, you have, someone's given me in an evidence pack, INQ 4056256, the National Research Register, National Risk Assessment, from January 16, that it actually says about SARS, more recently MERS and Ebola, that they were unlikely to present a wider threat to the UK through sustained spread. So I mean, that was what I was being told. I went to Korea, I came back, and I asked for a MERS practice, and we did exercise Alice that you may come to.
Yes.
So I did put some challenge into it, but maybe this is the moment to say how sorry I am to the relatives who lost their families. It wasn't just the deaths, it was the way they died. It was horrible, and I heard a lot about it from my daughter on the front line as a young doctor in Scotland. It was harrowing, and it remains horrible.
Indeed. In September of 2019, the John Hopkins Centre for Health Security published a paper entitled Preparedness for a High-Impact Respiratory Pathogen Pandemic. Can we have, please, 198916? I think page 6, please. 198916. The report examined from a well-known, renowned body the current state of preparedness just on the eve of the pandemic for pandemics caused by high-impact respiratory pathogens, that is, pathogens with the potential for widespread transmission and high observed mortality. Were a high-impact respiratory pathogen to emerge either naturally or as the result of accidental or deliberate release, it would likely have significant public health, economic, social, and political consequences. Novel high-impact respiratory pathogens, so just pausing there, not just, of course, influenza, have a combination of qualities that contribute to their potential to initiate a pandemic. The combined possibilities of short incubation periods and asymptomatic spread can result in very small windows for interrupting transmission, making such an outbreak difficult to contain. And of course, Dame Sally, a longer incubation period whilst one is becoming infected, which is asymptomatic, so that one doesn't know one is infected, gives an even greater potential to spread an infection before one becomes aware of the symptoms. The potential for high-impact respiratory pathogens to affect many countries at once will likely require international approaches. And the article goes on to raise a general concern about the lack of global attention and consideration of this threat, and it calls for a better understanding of levels of preparedness structures and capabilities, and observes that there are notable existing gaps. In this field of pathogenic learning, it was well understood, wasn't it, that the next pathogenic pandemic could have very different characteristics, not just influenza, but differences in terms of transmission, incubation period, and asymptomatic infection. You must have given a very great deal of thought to this issue. Why did that whole process of risk assessment, of producing influenza strategies, of preparing work streams to deal with the consequences and the impact of an influenza pandemic, not address that feature?
I think the answer is in two halves. So the first is, of course, it was this group that said we in the States were in a wonderful position and top of, along with the WHO, top of the charts for our pandemic flu preparation, which, if
I'm sorry to interrupt. Do you mean by there the reference to the
Johns Hopkins? Yeah.
No, the grading carried out under the auspices of the World Health Organization, the joint evaluation, and also the GHSI chart. Right.
So, you know, that reassured me as a non-expert. But part of the answer is that, first of all, I believed that if we prepared well for flu, we should be able to pivot pretty effectively. And we can't prepare for everything. Meanwhile, we did a lot of learning as we went. So after 9/10, there was the Hein Review and that 2011 pandemic plan I came into. My role was to consult on it, to consult widely. And no one said, oh, you've got it wrong. We were hoping to update it, or at least the department was intending to in about 2014, but then Ebola came. But we learnt during Ebola about things. The Public Health England, on behalf of government, put in place screening at the airport, looked at and modelled quarantining in a hotel and some other facility, which didn't sound very nice. But they did do pieces of work that I knew we could call on. I knew that during Ebola, because we would inevitably import some cases, that because of the pressure I put on the NHS, they had to make sure they not only in 2015 had reliable PPE, but I was assured by their chief medical director that they had been trained to use that effectively. So I went forward believing that we had quite a bit of the other things that we might need in place. Public Health England was advising on the PPE stockpile. The second part of the answer is yes, we did not have, the government didn't do the plans, but we didn't have resilience either. And as I said earlier, you can't get a good outcome if you don't have resilience in the public's health, resilience in the public health system, it had been disinvested in, resilience in the NHS, and by comparator data, compared to similar countries, per 100,000 population, we were at the bottom of the table on number of doctors, number of nurses, number of beds, number of ITUs, number of respirators, ventilators. We needed resilience in social care. That was clearly missing. Resilience in the life sciences, about manufacturing. We didn't have that. The only thing we had resilience in, and I'm very proud of, and it did save millions of lives across the world, was R&D. But if we don't build those, no plan will work.
Dame Sally, could you just explain what you mean by R&D? Do you mean the clinical expertise, the scientific and research base in the United Kingdom?
So following Ebola, led by Oliver Letwin, some considerable amount of money, more than 400 million official development assistance was made available, and we set up, I think it was 110 million, the vaccines network to look at what we could do, and I chaired the first meeting, then Chris Whitty took over, to help prepare for infections that didn't have vaccines that might occur in low and middle income countries and might spill over. We funded into Oxford for a MERS vaccine. That was the basis of the successful Oxford, Cambridge, AstraZeneca vaccine that saved more lives probably across the world than the other ones.
Indeed.
We had, I'm having to think of all the different things. Also, we put in place after Ebola a rapid support unit, which was co-commissioned out of the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine and Public Health England on the grounds that if you snuff out something that happens quickly, it's much better and cheaper. And they would go at WHO or country request all around the world to help countries on breakouts of Ebola, cholera, things like that. I put in place the research units. We had the research networks to deliver all of the clinical trials. I know I've got more I should tell you.
All right.
I can't remember it all.
Rather than turning this into a memory test, but if I may say so, a very impressive answer, but we'll come back to some of the specifics a little later.
Thank you.
But therefore, just standing back in terms of, to use your expression, the pillars of the United Kingdom's ability to respond and its response, the three areas appear to be the question of resilience, about which you've spoken, if I may say so, very eloquently. The issue of research and development, the scientific and research base, which led to diagnostic tests being made available extremely quickly. Vaccines, of course, antivirals, clinical treatment, the trials, and all the data research from Vivaldi and Zoe and the various systems that were put in place. And then the third area is, I suppose, countermeasures, the political and administrative system which was designed to prepare the country for a possible pandemic. And it's in relation to the areas of resilience and countermeasures that you have spoken in the terms that you have in your witness statement. The Pandemic Preparedness Strategy 2011, to which you've referred, 22708, Dame Sally, I dare say that when the strategy came to you for your review, you said you had an input into it. Of course, it called itself the Influenza Pandemic Strategy. So I don't suppose anybody was thinking about what other pandemics this strategy document should be designed to address.
I was not. It was the beginning of my period. I had a lot to learn.
Page 15 says this: a pandemic is most likely to be caused by a new subtype of the influenza A virus, but the plans could be adapted and deployed for scenarios such as an outbreak of another infectious disease, for example SARS, in healthcare settings. I pause there. In healthcare settings because SARS wasn't generally understood to be something that was capable of spreading beyond healthcare settings, with an altogether different pattern of infectivity. Is that the same point that you made earlier, which is that you understood that the strategy was to have a plan for influenza, which could then be adapted for the purposes of a non-influenza pandemic?
This was written by my predecessor, who knew much more about this than me. I mean, looking at it now, I still think that some of the plan was very useful and can be very useful, but there was more we should have done.
Do you recall any debate when you were the Chief Medical Officer on the need to update this single, there was no other strategy for influenza pandemic, this single strategy, or to produce a strategy document relating to non-influenza pandemics?
No, but I suppose in a way that's why I wanted, practices, because do you need something else written and long? What you need is the people who will be involved to learn lessons and know how to put it into practice. So I asked, after the German outbreak of E. coli, where a number of children died, that we should do an E. coli exercise. I asked about SARS. I initiated by asking for it the MERS one.
As far as you are aware, did anybody stand up and say, well, that this strategy is solely reliant upon a pandemic influenza? There appears to be no strategy document dealing with non-influenza. Where are they? Where is that document?
I can remember no one saying that to me. I think I would remember that.
In your witness statement, turning now to a different topic, you say this: as a system, we need to open ourselves up better to challenge, including from external experts. And you will know from your comprehensive review of the documentation that the Department of Health and Social Security, after the COVID pandemic, acknowledges that the department would have benefited from a fuller understanding of the response by Asian countries. Of course, the responses to their experiences of SARS and MERS, both of which had had repeated outbreaks. Can you assist the inquiry, please, as to, again, you must have given this a great deal of thought, as to how we can better learn from the experience of other countries, other systems, and perhaps overseas experts, because that appears to have been missing in the system at the time.
So we need to continue to engage with WHO, and through WHO we build relationships with other countries. We have two quite useful systems. One is called GHSI, Global Health Security Initiative, which is G7 health ministers plus Mexico, who have met a number of times, and we've done exercises with the ministers and their senior advisors. Those have been useful. G20, when Germany was chair, we did an exercise in Berlin on Ebola. That was very important for the health ministers. I learned some things. I actually went and ran one on antimicrobial resistance for the Argentinian G20 that they found very useful. But I also think we need to look at how we bring in external challenge. And it is something about an open policy approach, which I was clearly made for, in that I love to have a debate and see if someone can best me and make me change my mind.
Do they?
Occasionally. Yes.
And so, Dame Sally, have you identified, therefore, a second important doctrinal approach that there can no longer be the level of groupthink to which you referred earlier, but there must be more external challenge and a doing away of what you describe as United Kingdom exceptionalism, the belief, utterly ill-founded, that we know better?
I absolutely agree, but I would also say that as we do this, we've got to remember that we have a limited amount of money and limited people, both in the policy space and in the delivery space, whether it's the NHS or public health. And so we also have to, while listening with respect to some of our academic colleagues who come up with things and say, yes, but what is the risk of that happening? Is that something that we need to do a special plan for, or can we amend a plan? I mean, it's clear that no one thought about lockdown. I still think we should have locked down the first time, though a week earlier. But during that, we should have thought, do we need to further? The damage I now see to children and students from COVID and the educational impact tells me that education has a terrific amount of work to do. We have damaged a generation, and it is awful as head of a college in Cambridge watching these young people struggle. And I know in the preschool they haven't learned how to socialise and play properly, they haven't learned how to read at school. We must have plans for those.
Well, they, Dame Sally, of course, are all terrible consequences from the lockdown itself. But for the purposes of this module, the position was, wasn't it, that the possibility of a lockdown itself was neither foreseen nor planned for. That is the reality, isn't it? And it was
True.
That failure in the context of planning for a pandemic that is one of the more notable failures in this strategic planning.
Yeah, all right. I'm sorry we didn't plan for that. I think I would prefer to have planned to not get us to that stage, but we didn't recognise that something could get to that stage, and then how would we manage it? Another thing, which I would say we didn't plan for, was flu has peaks that go for 12 to 16 weeks. We never planned for something that was unremitting for a couple of years. And may not have gone away yet. We could have some more mutations.
The risk assessment document to which you referred talks only in terms of a 15-week wave.
And the impact of that on both the public but the front lines, we had to think about how we should scale effectively, but then maintain that response. And while I'm on it, we should, as a government, have, well, I'm not government, but I wish that someone had looked at logistics and thought about logistics and supply chains and data better.
May we come back to that in the context of some of the recommendations from Alice and Cygnus, which, of course, deal with that. You referred a few moments ago to the failure to think more about how to prevent is that a reference to perhaps a further doctrinal error or strategic error, which was the focus on trying to deal with the assumed catastrophic consequences of an emergency, as opposed to trying to prevent those catastrophic consequences from occurring in the first place? What did you mean by that?
Yes, that was what I was referring to. That we worked on response, and I do not remember a conversation about, so how do we stop it getting here? In part because the international health regulations of the WHO, to which almost every country is signed up to, say that when a pandemic kicks off, you do not close the borders. But I did learn during Ebola some important lessons. So the government, David Cameron, wanted to look at closing borders. Public Health England said it wasn't cost effective. And what I learnt was there are times when you have to do things that may not look cost effective because the nation needs them.
May I now turn to Exercise Alice and Cygnus? You will be, of course, very familiar with both exercises, not least because the evidence before the inquiry says that Exercise Alice was prompted by a request from you personally. And it was a tabletop exercise conducted in February of 2016 in London to deal with the assumed large-scale outbreak of MERS coronavirus. And it was a very significant exercise, was it not?
Yes.
The objectives of the exercise were to plainly observe and confirm the health capabilities and capacities of our country, to explore and report upon the communications and the control mechanisms as to how this emergency would be dealt with, and also public messaging and contact tracing and so on and so forth. But two very important parts of Exercise Alice and the report dealt with the possible need, I emphasize possible need, for mass contact tracing if MERS, the assumed exercise, were to get out of control and not just be confined to health settings. And also the possible need for large-scale quarantining, again, if the virus were to get out of control and were to overwhelm the relatively small systems for dealing with high-consequence infectious diseases, which are basically run by Public Health England and specialists who go in and sort out the problem. Can you recall now why the work streams that were designed to give effect to the Exercise Alice recommendations, particularly in relation to quarantining and mass contact tracing, don't appear to have borne fruit?
No, I instigated it. I felt we needed it. If you look at the report, you'll see it was published, written by Public Health England. My understanding was, having written the report, which of course I saw, I participated and saw, that they would get on and make sure that they addressed the agreed recommendations. It wasn't me saying, I think you should do this.
No, it was the report.
Yeah, from them.
So, looking back, does it appear to be the case that the system, for which, of course, you're not personally responsible, but the system failed to ensure that within a reasonable amount of time, practically the recommendations of Exercise Alice were put into place, that plans were drawn up along the lines of those recommendations?
I would have expected them to be. It appears they weren't.
In relation to Exercise Alice, after it was completed, and it, in general terms, it set out and highlighted a number of areas in which recommendations were made and areas in which improvements were suggested. Do you recall any debate at the level of the office of the CMO as to how progress was being made in terms of putting those recommendations into place?
No.
All right.
I mean, you must understand, I was terrifically hard worked and actually spent rather a lot of time on another health emergency, the antimicrobial resistance pandemic.
Let me make absolutely plain, the system did not provide for or anticipate that the chief medical officer should oversee this process and make sure it was put into place. I'm merely inquiring as to whether or not the system happened to provide for the CMO to be told of progress and what was happening.
I don't recall it.
Jeremy Hunt, in his witness statement, and we'll be hearing from Mr. Hunt tomorrow, says he was not involved in exercise Alice, and neither the department, that's the Department of Health and Social Care, nor the chief medical officer believe any recommendations from the exercise reached his desk, which rather suggests that he's asked you or he's made some inquiries as to whether or not you knew whether that the recommendations had not reached his desk.
So I developed a trusting relationship with that particular Secretary of State and felt that I should get on with my work and go to him when I needed to. I asked for this. There were good recommendations. I don't think I did take it to him because it seemed to me the work was done. He was busy. He didn't need to worry about it.
And you could sensibly presume that the system would be in place to ensure the recommendations were acted upon and the steps were taken. Exercise Cygnus was an even bigger exercise, was it not? It was a Tier 1 national level pandemic influenza exercise in October of the same year with near on 1,000 representatives. And it was designed to test the United Kingdom's preparedness and response to a pandemic influenza outbreak commissioned by the Department of Health and commissioned, I think, at a stage when you would by then have ceased being the chief scientific advisor in the Department of Health. Yeah. I say this advisedly. You were merely at that stage just the CMO, but you weren't directly engaged within the Department of Health. To what extent were you aware of the outcome of Exercise Cygnus?
I was not party to the work in 2014, and in August there was a one-day exercise Signet that set up Cygnus.
Yes.
Cygnus itself went for 3 days in October. I was part of that in receiving both briefings, briefing the Secretary of State and going to the mock Cobras and commenting and advising.
The report makes plain that you yourself had called for more regular programmes of Tier 1 pandemic flu exercises.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Along with the Permanent Secretary who agreed with me.
And it was your position, and you publicly stated it, that it was essential to build on the learnings from Exercise Cygnus to ensure continuity in the country's preparedness. And you suggested that in future, Tier 1 pandemic flu exercises be conducted coinciding with the beginning of every new parliament, which would ensure regular and significant exercises.
Yes.
Do you know what came of your public and consistent recommendation to that effect?
No, but we probably aren't in the new parliament and COVID came, but I don't.
The conclusion from Exercise Cygnus, and Milady has heard this conclusion stated a number of times, is that the United Kingdom's preparedness and response in terms of its plans, policies and capability were not sufficient to cope with the extreme demands of a severe pandemic that would have a United Kingdom-wide impact. This was an exercise which, at least indirectly, you had called for, which you promoted and you supported, and you wanted such exercises to take place more regularly. Were you extremely concerned by that conclusion, the conclusion of the process to which you had lent your support?
I thought it was a correct conclusion, and I hoped that it would spur more work. It did set off some streams of work that I was concerned about. One being how, if our NHS is overwhelmed, should we triage the work? And that piece of work went through, and it was in fact that which precipitated or pushed for the need to have a medical and ethical group that you referred to earlier. Another piece was, as we worked through it and things were clearly out of control, somebody representing a minister or someone would say, well, we could take emergency powers for, and I highlighted that we should work out what were all these possible emergency powers and draft a draft act so that we were prepared, and over the next 2 years that was worked on. So I had feedback occasionally from the civil services contingency on how that was progressing very slowly, and the triage work from the NHS, which I saw through to a conclusion and shared with ministers. The other work I was not particularly party to.
And is that because, Dame Sally, the Chief Medical Officer was not expected and in no way expected to be able to supervise the outcome of the recommendations and whether they were implemented, let alone the work streams which were designed to give effect to those recommendations? So some of the work streams came across your desk because they happened to be within the reach of the CMO. So, for example, one was drafting a bill called the draft pandemic bill to deal with providing the necessary regulatory powers for a pandemic, although in the event, as we all know, the lockdown regulations in the main were promulgated under earlier public health legislation dating back to 1964. A second work stream was dealing with the medical and ethical consequences flowing from the terrible decisions of hospitals to have to triage patients. A third work stream was dealing with surge capacity. A fourth was dealing with the impact on prisons. Were you aware that of the 22 or so recommendations, only, I think, a bare majority were actually completed or in part completed?
No, I wasn't. But the CMO has strength by being advisory and independent, so there is a limit to what that office can do when only 13 people. The Chief Scientific Advisor has 100 people.
Thank you. Would you give me 1 moment? Dame Sally,
Just before you go on to a different subject?
I was going to ask one more question, yes.
On this one, right.
Just generally, and that in fact would conclude my examination.
Oh, right.
You have been good enough to provide my lady with a number of observations and thoughts and suggestions in relation to how this system could be made better. Are there any other general recommendations or suggestions that you'd like to make that we've not touched upon yet?
I think there were two issues as we went through COVID that I saw that I worried about. And the first was that SAGE is, by definition, a biomedical model.
Could you explain what you mean by that?
So it is about science and about health and very practical and evidence-based. And where the behaviour groups by B came in on behaviour, which is much more societal, which is where I'm going, they just opined, based on no evidence, that the public wouldn't like lockdowns, so they wouldn't do it. There was no evidence. And what they should have said was, there is no evidence, you will want to consider. And it seemed to me that sitting outside it all, which gives you some advantages in thinking and challenging, of course, that what we needed to do was balance the biomedical model with the economic and social, that ministers and government need to be presented not only with the biomedical advice, but also what's the impact on the economy, on the social cohesion of our community, and on education. And so we needed, as a nation, a second group advising on all of that. And I wondered whether you would use, just as we have the chief scientific advisor, perhaps the chief economist from the Treasury and the Bank of England to bring in education, well-being, and all of those things. Because I don't think we, as a nation, considered those issues effectively. The other very big concern I had as we went through this was data and how it was handled to help the nation do better. I mean, to find that Public Health England were collecting data into Excel spreadsheets and is bad, but then didn't know they only had 300 lines, so data dropped off the bottom and they didn't know that they'd lost some patients at one point, is appalling. But we weren't, as far as I could see, accessing and using all data. So before I go on, let me just say, I was very quiet about COVID because it seemed to me that a lot of people were commentating. And I know from when I was CMO that you know a lot because people are synthesizing stuff and there's data. And that many people were setting themselves up as experts on television who weren't, and very few external people knew the whole picture, so I was keen not to. The only time I did make comment was once in the Telegraph, and that taught me I shouldn't do it again. Though the reason I did it, perhaps I could just say this, was because I'd written a book. I thought that COVID would start a debate on the health of our public and inequalities, and I wanted to contribute to that. And I'd written a book, and I brought you a copy, your lady, to give to you.
Thank you very much.
For your summer reading, because I thought you might find it interesting about these issues. So I was quite careful. But the other thing I did do, because I didn't think we were using data well, is I raised £7.5 million and set up a charity called the Trinity Challenge to look at how we could use data from different sources better to predict a pandemic, diagnose it, prevent it, manage it. And we got 340 applications from 62 countries, and we had the most amazing prize winners from all around the world using data differently that could then help our response. One of the second prize winners was from Cambridge, our mathematicians. 3.4 billion blood counts are done across the world. The printout looks like when I was a student, which was decades ago. 80% are done on a Japanese technology where under the decks there's a black box with 70 more parameters. Using data from Addenbrooke's Hospital in Cambridge from the year before COVID and then COVID, they think they've found a COVID signature. Just imagine, using AI, you can find that. So then as people come in, you can screen them, you can triage. The winner was a Taiwan where farmers photograph sick and dead animals and send it to a vet who then begin to put data together and advise them because it matters to them economically, but thinking about diseases in animals that could hop to humans and visit if needed. So I felt we could use data better and differently. And I think as we go forward, we need not only to work cross-government to make, and it will be statutory what's needed, to make the resilience of the public health right, but also we're going to have to fund much better data, probably in partnership with academics, because governments find it difficult to be at the cutting edge. I remember quite early in the pandemic, some of our Cambridge mathematicians coming to me saying, the modelling's, it's out of date and it's for flu. We can do much better. So I asked them to go to the Royal Society, and then they were brought in by Patrick Vallance into the modelling, and then we had much better modelling. But we have to find ways to work much better with the cutting edge of our superb academics.
May I be permitted to thank you for those thoughts? I should say that they're all areas which Milady will be addressing in Module 2, so specifically data, the diversity and makeup of SAGE and modelling. But if I may ask you one further question to tie some of the points that you've made to this module and preparedness. You've referred to the fact that the advisors and experts who are having to grapple with COVID may have failed to pay sufficient regard to behavioural change, in essence, the issue, if I can put it perhaps rather crudely, the possibility that the country and its citizens would react instinctively to the need to protect themselves from COVID, and therefore an issue arose as to whether or not a lockdown was required, because the populace might just self-isolate naturally and in any event. Was behavioural change something that had come out of a survey of South Korea's response to the MERS pandemic, and which was the subject of a specific recommendation in Exercise Alice, which was the assumed MERS exercise in the United Kingdom?
I don't think I know what you're getting at. What I would say is came out of both SARS and MERS in Asia was the desire, when there's a respiratory risk, to wear a mask. And WHO would not recommend masks because there were no randomised controlled trials. Well, blow me. You can't do a randomised controlled trial properly because you don't know whether someone's infected or not. You don't know whether they're wearing them properly or not. But common sense says that wearing masks will give some protection. And actually, I think that's where the science has ended up. So that came out of MERS and SARS, but that wasn't
the
what
issue
you were
of
getting at.
behavioural change was something that was flagged up in the Exercise Alice report.
Yeah.
But very little appears to be done in relation to taking that thought or that work stream, to use a word beloved of the bureaucracy, further thereafter.
True, and I think I'm arguing by saying we need a separate committee that thinks about behaviour and society so that it's not locked into health behaviour people, but is a much broader church of experts.
I'm sorry for turning my back. I do apologise. I was just receiving a message. Milady, I believe there's been a request under Rule 10.4 for me to ask a question about exercise sickness, if I may do that. I think the evidence shows that exercise sickness was originally planned for 2014, but was delayed for a number of reasons. Can you recall why the carrying out of exercise sickness was delayed?
Well, 14-15 was when we had Ebola, wasn't it? 14 to 16 was when Ebola was in West Africa. We mobilised, we were asked by the Sierra Leone government to lead or to support them in their response. They had many cases, many deaths. We mobilised a hospital ship. We mobilised military on the ground to build hospitals and diagnosis and treatment centres. We sent NHS staff. I mean, we learnt a lot, but
it delayed the exercise. Was there also not a strike by junior doctors around about the same time, which impacted upon the operational date of the exercise?
That would not, as far as I'm concerned, have impacted doing an exercise, but I think they were contemporary.
Well, Lady, those are all the questions that I have for Dame Sally.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed, Sally. I'm very grateful, and I shall read your book. Summer reading, you said, rather than bedtime reading.
Yes.
Thank you very much indeed for your help and for your work.
Thank you.
My lady, that concludes the evidence for today.
Very good. Apologies, stenographer, for going on over the hour and a quarter. Hope she'll forgive us. Very well. 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Please.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Keith.
My lady, before Ms Blackwell calls the first witness, may I just mention one matter from yesterday to put on the record that I think I said on behalf or in relation to the evidence of Professor Dame Sunny Davis that
Microphone, Mr. Keith.
it's on, it's just I'm not speaking loud enough.
All right.
I think I suggested that there'd be no questions for her under the Rule 10 form procedure, and I proceeded to ask questions myself of her. In fact, permission had been given to COVID-19 Brief Advocates for Justice group to ask questions themselves, so I apologise. I'm afraid I intruded in their turf, and I asked the questions myself. And in relation to Mr. Osborne, we said that no core participant group had sought to ask questions of Mr. Osborne. The correct position, in fact, is that one particular group, again, COVID-19 Brief Advocates for Justice, had sought permission to ask questions of Mr. Osborne, but permission had actually been declined.
Thank you. Ms. Blackwell.
Good morning, my lady. I call Sir Mark Walport.
I do solemnly, sincerely and truly, declare and affirm that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Sir Mark, thank you for the assistance that you've given so far to the inquiry. I know that you have provided a full and very helpful witness statement.
Thank you.
And thank you for coming to give evidence today. Please keep your voice up and address your answers into the microphone so that the stenographer can hear for the transcript. We will take a break during the course of your evidence, but if at any time before that you require a break, just say so, and we will do that. May we bring up on screen, please, INQ 000147707. Could we look at the second page, please? This is your witness statement, Sir Mark, and if we go to page 49, we can see that you have signed it, although your signature has been redacted, and that you've confirmed under the statement of truth that you believe the facts stated in the witness statement to be true. Is that right?
That is correct.
Thank you very much. We can take that down. Dealing first of all then with your background so far as it's relevant to this inquiry. You're a Fellow of the Royal College of Physicians, a retired Fellow of the Royal College of Pathologists, and an Honorary Fellow of the Royal College of Paediatrics and Child Health. You're a Fellow of the Academy of Medical Sciences and a Fellow Council Member and Trustee of the Royal Society and an Honorary Fellow of the Royal Society of Edinburgh. You have extensive experience of strategy and policy development, the provision of science advice to government, the funding and catalysts of research, crisis management, and organisational leadership. And you were Director of the Wellcome Trust from 2003 to 2013. From 2013 to 2017, you were the Government Chief Scientific Advisor. And from 2017 to 2020, you were the founding Chief Executive Officer of UKRI, that's United Kingdom Research and Innovation. You were a member of the Prime Minister's Council for Science and Technology, CST, and co-chair during your time as GCSA. And you continued to attend the CST in your role as CEO of the UKRI until 2020. Whilst you were the government chief scientific advisor. You were responsible for running Go Science, ensuring that the Prime Minister and Cabinet received the scientific advice that they needed, and you drove systematic improvements across the government in relation to how science is used, and we will turn to that during the course of your evidence. So, please explain to us, Sir Mark, what is entailed in the role of Government Chief Scientific Advisor.
Okay, thank you. So the job of the Government Chief Scientific Advisor is very broadly drawn. It is essentially to advise the Prime Minister and the government on all aspects of science, engineering and technology for the whole breadth of government policy. Of course, that is not because the Government Chief Scientific Advisor has expertise on all of those matters. And in fact, at some level, it is incidental that I am medically qualified and so have some background in the topics. But nevertheless, my job was to work across the whole of government. And there are extensive mechanisms of science advice which the GCSA plays a role in coordinating. So firstly, I was supported by the Government Office of Science.
Yes.
Secondly, each government department has its own CSA, not all of them, but many of them, and part of the work over the last 10 years or more has been to increase the number of chief scientific advisors.
Embedded with the...
And those are appointed by the individual government department and are usually at a director or a director general level.
Yes.
And so my role was as a permanent secretary, reporting to the Cabinet Secretary, but with direct access to the Prime Minister and the government. So there's the network of chief scientific advisors. Part of the job was also to be head of the government science and engineering profession, and there are many thousands of scientists and engineers working in many roles across government. There are many advisory committees, and we'll talk, I'm sure, more about some of the advisory committees in relation to coronavirus. There are also arm's-length bodies like the Meteorological Office, the Environment Agency, the Health Protection Agency, as was, Public Health England it became. So there's an array of advisory committees. And the job was a mixture of providing advice in emergencies, which is obviously an important topic for this inquiry, but also it involved horizon scanning and foresight work. So the Government Horizon Scanning Unit sat in Government Office of Science, working closely with others. And so the range of work was very large indeed.
Right. Well, it sounds as if it was very large indeed. You speak very quickly, Sir Mark.
Sorry,
Could I invite you, during the course of your evidence, just to slow down a little bit for the purposes of the stenographer? Thank you. I'd like to focus on three aspects of the role, please. And you set these out in paragraph 15 of your witness statement. The first is this, that as the chief scientific advisor, you were supportive of the Civil Contingencies Secretariat in the development and updating of the National Risk Assessment. Can you explain to us, Sir Mark, what your role was in relation to the National Risk Assessment?
Well, so the National Risk Assessment, which first of all covers both malicious threats and natural hazards,
yes.
Science advice is relevant to many of those. And so the job wasn't, as it were, to have any overall responsibility for the NRA, the NRR itself, but to make sure that there is relevant science advice wherever it is possible. And that, again, wasn't done by the GCSA and the Government Office of Science alone. It was done with the support of each of the CSAs for the relevant government department, who would work within their department, firstly, to make sure that risks where science was involved were identified for the NRA, and secondly, to look at their input. But they were not there, as it were. The National Risk Register risk assessment is a pan-government document.
Right. Okay. So it was just to play a part in the whole of the organisation of that. Did you also play a role in the preparedness exercises that we have heard that the government carried out from time to time?
Yes. It's, I would argue, one of the strengths of the UK system that there is a hardwired mechanism to provide scientific input wherever it's appropriate. And by science, I mean that in the broadest sense. So I would include engineering, technology, and, for example, the social and behavioural sciences, where that was relevant as well. And so the CSA would act as it's a sort of scientific transmission mechanism. It goes back to my point that the GCSA is not expert on everything.
Yes.
But the job of the GCSA is to try and find the researchers, the scientists who are relevant and effectively transmit that advice to government.
Thank you.
And so, yes, the job did involve attending both practice exercises, but also COBRA when it involved a scientifically relevant issue.
Yes, because the third main role that I wanted to focus on is that when an incident occurs, it's a big part of your role to be engaged in the response to an actual emergency.
Correct.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. Tell us a little bit more, please, Sir Mark, about Go Science and how that interacts with government departments and provides advice in the way that it does.
Well, I mean, so firstly, Go Science has, it's a relatively small office overall. I mean, it was about 60 or 70 people when I was involved. And there is a group in Go Science that specifically work on questions of resilience, so on the risk register, but there was also a group that were responsible, for example, for horizon scanning and foresight work. There was another group that worked with the science and engineering professions as a whole. The government chief scientist was there were a group of analysts across government, and the chief scientist was a representative on that group. So basically, it acted as the mechanism, and obviously we convened chief scientific advisors on an informal basis every Wednesday morning. Right. So we would all meet as a group.
Thank you. There is a distinction, isn't there, between the provision to government of scientific advice, the position of policy advice, and also political decision-making. And I'd like to seek your view, please, Sir Mark, on the limitations of scientific advice within those three areas and yet how it fits within policy advice and political decision-making.
Yes, it's an important question, I think. So the ultimate policymakers are the government, the ministers. They are the people that make the policy. And they, I would argue, look through three lenses when they're deciding on policy. So the first question is, what do I know about X or Y? And that is the lens of evidence.
Yes.
And that is where scientific advice is very important. The second lens they look through is, if I make a policy, is it deliverable? Because people are always coming up with great ideas for policy which are utterly undeliverable. So there is a practical question about whether the policy is deliverable or not. And the third lens they look through is the lens of their political, personal values. And so when they make policy, they are integrating those three things. And people used to quite often say, why don't they take any notice of the science? Well, the answer is that actually the science is part of the story.
Yes.
And at the end of the day, values sometimes trump the evidence. I would say that is less an issue when it comes to a volcano or something like that. But nevertheless, those are the three lenses that a policymaker looks through. And the job of the scientific advisor, in some ways, is much easier than the job of the policymaker.
The principles of scientific advice, as you set out in your witness statement, are threefold: clear roles and responsibilities, independence, and transparency and openness.
Yes.
Are any one of those three more important than the other?
I don't think so. I think they're all equally important. I mean, I think if you're not transparent, then it's not you're not communicating properly. And I think also an important part is to advise on uncertainty,
Right.
and that is particularly important in many emerging issues. And a pandemic is a good example of that. That in a pandemic, it is a new organism, and therefore at the start of it, you may know very little about it. And so part of the job of a scientific advisor is to communicate uncertainty as much as it is to say what we know. So it's what we know and what we don't know.
And having the confidence to do that. And
yes.
Could we display, please, INQ 000204014. This is our rather complicated
Yes, the wiring diagram.
Yes, diagram. I want to use this, please, to focus in on certain scientific advisory committees and invite you, Sir Mark, please, to provide the inquiry with some explanation of what they are there for, how they work, and who we might expect to see in each of them.
Yes. Well, I mean, my first comment is that the wiring diagram itself is sort of most of government.
Yes.
I think from my perspective, there is actually a fairly clear hardwired mechanism for scientific advice, which is that if you look at the role of the government chief scientific advisor, and in many emergencies, the SAGE committee, which we'll come on to, I'm sure,
Yes.
would be chaired principally by the GCSA, but co-chaired, where relevant, by the relevant CSA from the government department.
Right.
The CMO, who is an extremely a senior figure in government, a very old established office actually, typically co-chairs health emergencies with the GCSA. But when it comes to COBRA, and both may end up there actually, my job was to act as that transmission mechanism. And then I was advised by the Scientific Advisory Group for Emergencies, which of course is not a standing committee, it's a committee which is bespoke to the nature of the emergency. And SAGE itself is then fed into by either committees set up specifically for the purpose, so expert advisory subcommittees, or by relevant standing committees. What you have, and so I think it's actually a relatively clean structure which works well.
So far as the science is
So far as the science.
Yes.
And then there are a series of committees, bodies in and around the Department of Health and Social Care.
Can we turn to
yes.
some of those now, please?
Both pause.
Yes.
I mean, I'm watching the transcript, and the poor stenographer is.
Oh, sorry.
So sorry, Sir Mark. I think I'm
slow down
have
again,
to ask
sorry.
you again to slow down. These are matters, of course, that are familiar to you, but
Yes.
but
Yes,
not
no,
to others.
forgive me.
It's my fault. I should have picked up on
So
that.
can we just go back, because I think there was some over-speaking as well. You said, Sir Mark, it was a relatively clean structure. Ms Blackwell interrupted, and you agreed so far as the science is concerned, and then you were moving on to the series of committees and bodies.
Yeah.
All right. Well, can we start, please, with the JCVI? I think they are at the. There we are, on the left-hand side, now highlighted in blue. The Joint Committee for Vaccines and Immunisation, who do we expect to see on that committee, and what is their role?
So the first thing to say is that the Government Chief Scientific Advisor does not attend the JCVI or indeed the other specific committees within the Department of Health. And so I perhaps know a little bit more about them because I do have a medical background, and so I can help in that respect, but not qua being Government Chief Scientific Advisor.
Well, thank you for making that clear. May we use you, Sir Mark, nevertheless,
Okay.
to
Yes.
provide us with some information?
So the Joint Council for Vaccines and Immunisation is an expert committee that provides advice to the department and the government on, it does what it says on the tin, in fact, on vaccines and immunisations. So it provides advice on when vaccines are appropriate, how they should be used, and so it works, of course, with the Medicines and Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency as well, because vaccines have to be regulated. So it's a very specific advisory committee, which was obviously relevant to coronavirus, and this, of course, was the first pandemic in which it's been possible to, from scratch, or nearly scratch, develop a vaccine during the time course of a pandemic, which was a remarkable feat, actually.
Thank you. May I now ask you to provide a description and explanation of the Advisory Committee on Dangerous Pathogens, which, if we go to the other side of the chart, we can see is now highlighted in blue.
Well, again, the same qualifications as before, that these are not committees I've sat on. There are a series of dangerous pathogens. Some of them have been known for a very long while. Anthrax would be an example of those, which can crop up sporadically. And again, that is a committee that is designed specifically to provide advice on pathogens of that sort. Some may be new, but there's diseases like Ebola and Lassa. There are a series of them which require expert care when cases crop up in the UK from time to time.
And does that committee work across a range of government organisations such as the Health and Safety Executive and the Department of Health and Social Care?
I think I can't really answer that question.
All right.
It's not for me.
Perhaps that's for someone else.
Yeah.
May we go up to the top left of the plan and look at NERVTAG,
Yes.
the New and Emerging Respiratory Virus Threats Advisory Group? What can you tell us about that?
So I think that is very important and very relevant to this inquiry. That is a newer committee than the others. I think it was set up in 2014 and started its work in 2015. And that actually recognised the fact that over the past 25 years or so, a number of new and emerging respiratory viruses have cropped up in different parts of the world. And so there was SARS in 2003. There was the influenza pandemic in 2009. There have been outbreaks of avian influenza. There was then MERS. And so I think an increasing recognition that viruses were continuously emerging. And I think it's a point maybe I should make now, which is that all pandemics start as emerging infections.
Right.
That is their nature.
Yes.
And they are typically zoonotic. That means that they start in an animal species and then jump across to humans. And the reason they are dangerous is because the human populations don't have pre-existing immunity. And so they can rampage through human populations very quickly. SARS, which of course we may come on to it later, has slightly different characteristics to this. It's been renamed as SARS-CoV-1, and the COVID-19 virus is SARS-CoV-2. SARS-CoV-1 mainly transmitted later on in infection when people are at their most infectious, but it did nevertheless manage to travel around the world and caused a lot of the harm in people such as healthcare workers who were looking at people at their sickest.
Yes.
So there was a lot of concern about these, and in fact, in the foreword to the 2015 annual report, it was acknowledged that there was the potential, these viruses all did have pandemic potential.
Thank you. That's
What
very
is the
clear.
difference between the work of the Advisory Committee on Dangerous Pathogens and NERVTAG?
One is dealing with viruses that are fairly well known. The NERVTAG is specifically looking at new and emerging infections.
If we look below the main blue box in the middle of the page, we can see a small yellow box, and within it are these words, the Scientific Pandemic Influenza Group on Modelling. Just before I ask you about that, can we go above the main blue box and just highlight SAGE together with the two smaller yellow boxes that are underneath, SPIB and SPIMO? Could you explain to us, please, Sir Mark, how those bodies and committees work together?
Well, these are, in each case, specialised subcommittees that provide scientific advice on different aspects of infections as they develop. And modelling in particular is a very important area.
Why is it so important?
Well, because I mean, the challenge is to know how an infection is going to progress. And you can simply look at the doubling time of an infection and sort of draw a straight line. The modelers can apply rather more sophisticated measures to that. But I think the important thing, and it really is an important point, is that what the modelling does is it provides projections. It doesn't provide predictions. And I think the other really important thing is that the uncertainty is at the greatest early in any event when the numbers are relatively small. And so the early projections can be quite wide. And so, if you like, they're starting to give you scenarios on which people can start planning what actions to take. So that's what that is about. And then there's also the sort of behavioural aspects. And so behavioural science is important. It's important in any emergency. And that's what SPIB in particular is about.
Right. So what is the connection between, I'm looking below the main blue box now, the Scientific Pandemic Influenza Group on Modelling and SPI-MO, which is sitting just below SAGE?
I'm afraid I don't think I can give you a certain answer on that here and now. I think I could come back to you on that.
All right. Thank you very much. We can take that down now. Thank you. I want to go on now, please, Sir Mark, to ask you about your opinion on the way in which these scientific advisory groups are commissioned. The inquiry has received witness statements from many people involved in them, expressing a variety of opinion about the level of freedom of thought that these committees have outside of the precise tramlines of commissioning requests that might come from, for instance, the Department of Health. What is your view about the level of freedom of thought that these groups have outside of the standard of commissioning?
Well, so the first thing to say is that because I was not a member or party to those groups directly, I can't comment directly on how they were asked to operate. Yes. However, I can make some general comments from my perspective as GCSA on how I think they ought to operate, if I may. And I think it turns on quite an important challenge for providing science advice, which is that science advice is only effective if it has a customer. And so ensuring that government departments are, as far as possible, good customers for research is an important part of the work, because they're not instinctively necessarily looking for scientific advice. In the things that we did in Go Science, which included things like horizon scanning, a very important part of our work was to take, if you like, a bottom-up view, which is to ask the experts that we were working with to brainstorm and work out what could be the issues. And so I would see a committee such as NervTag as not only answering specific questions that the department might have had about influenza, but also providing spontaneous input into the government department. So I think that there shouldn't be a tension between being asked for advice on specific matters and offering spontaneous advice on things that the committee feels is relevant. Otherwise, I don't believe that a government department is getting the most out of its expert committee.
So just to summarise that, and please tell me if I don't summarise it accurately, I think what you're describing is a joined-up cooperation between the requesting government department and the scientific committee. So perhaps the government department going in with an initial question, but then benefiting from the advice that the committee can give it in developing those questions.
Yes, I think precisely so. And one of the initiatives that we undertook whilst I was the government chief scientific advisor was to ask government departments about what the research questions they were interested in were. So statements of research interest were started to be developed, reflecting the fact that science works best if it's a two-way street. In other words, if you've got an inquiring department, and I mean, going back to a committee with the name NervTag, New and Emerging Respiratory, so it ought to be that you're using that committee to say, there is this virus here, let's say MERS, this is why it might or might not be relevant to do some work. And I would cite as something that did happen was that at around 2015, the UK Vaccines Network was set up, which Sir Chris Whitty, who you'll be talking to soon, chaired.
Yes.
And they did use what was then ODA funding to start preparation for vaccines for a number of viruses, including the MERS coronavirus. And it was because of that work that in 2020, Sarah Gilbert and her team in Oxford were able to take the work that, in fact, the British government had funded through ODA thinking that it would be used most likely a vaccine in the developing world, repurposed that, and that was the basis of the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine.
ODA being the
Overseas Development Assistance Funding. So it wasn't that there was wasn't a scientific recognition that these were and are very important organisms, and MERS still is a dangerous virus. And so there was vaccine preparedness.
All right. Just before we leave this topic, you've described in terms of the working relationship between the government department and the scientific committee as being a two-way street. And that's the ideal. Do you happen to know as a fact whether or not in the run-up to the pandemic that was the relationship that existed with NervTag?
I do not know as a fact. I've read the witness statements and...
Yes. Well, the inquiry will be able to take note of the contents of those statements. One of the other features of the witness statements to which we refer from those who sat on one and sometimes multiple committees is the danger of groupthink creeping in to a committee that might be in the process of advising the government. What's your view of that, and how can that be avoided?
I think that, I mean, to some extent, that depends on the chairing and the chemistry of the meeting, frankly. My experience of chairing groups of scientists is that groupthink is not something that they are particularly fond of. It is the nature of science to be asking questions, to be sceptical, and the recruitment to these committees, and I obviously know many of the individuals involved, these are very independent-minded researchers from a variety of different backgrounds. And so I think that they are more resistant to groupthink than many organisations. But it'd be naive of me to say that there isn't sometimes a danger of groupthink. But I mean, the best protection against groupthink is to have a culture where people can say what they think, that challenge is welcomed, and that your customer, the government department, whichever it is, welcomes challenge. That isn't always the case.
Could we put on screen, please, INQ 000101646? This is the code of practice for scientific advisory committees and councils, which was updated most recently in December 2021. I'd just like to read this, please. Given the interconnected and complex nature of many of the topics on which SACs, that's scientific advisory committees, advise, they should operate as an interactive component of the wider science system within which they are based. A successful SAC will be one that collaborates widely to deliver advice that takes account of the wider science system and is integrated and coordinated with other parts of it. This requires SACs to build appropriate connections with the other components of the science system within their sponsoring organisations, and to develop and/or maintain relationships with stakeholders beyond their immediate network. This confirms the value of joined-up thinking, doesn't it, across the whole scientific spectrum?
And I think is a very good description of the way, in fact, most SACs do operate. And so, as part of the outside world, there are the national academies, such as the Royal Society, the Royal Academy of Engineering, the Academy of Medical Sciences. And indeed, during the COVID pandemic, Patrick Vallance asked the Academy of Medical Sciences to produce a report on the winter, for example. And so the network of science advice, and again, I'm always using that in the broadest sense, includes academia, it includes the academies, it is quite international in its focus, and scientists can be brought in from abroad. It is a very dynamic affair. So SAGE in particular is not a static committee at all. It brings in expertise as needed. And so I think this is a good description, and I think it is the way that we try to make it work. So the word a successful SAC, I think those are the characteristics of a successful scientific advisory committee.
Do you think there is merit in the suggestion that some of these committees should have a common secretariat?
Well, I think it entirely depends on their scope and the appropriateness of that. They are within the Department of Health and Social Care. It does make sense that there is coordination between them, and I can't comment on that. But I think there is, I'm not sure there is a single answer, but when they're dealing with similar topics, then cross-membership is the other way of doing it. You don't necessarily need a common secretariat, but cross-membership can help. And that's where officials attending can be very helpful, I think.
And what about the suggestion that perhaps there should be an annual general meeting of all of these committees, or some sort of event to bring them all together?
Well, again, I think different departments will handle this in different ways. There are a series of departments that have many of these bodies. DEFRA is a department that has many advisory groups as well. And yes, it makes sense, but I don't think one size fits all.
Thank you. I'm going to move on now, please, to discuss with you, Sir Mark, the role of the Government Chief Scientific Advisor in relation to the national risk assessments. Yeah. You tell us at paragraph 15 in your report that during your time as the GCSA, the CCS had overall responsibility for the development of the NRA and for working with individual departments and across government as appropriate to formulate and conduct civil contingencies exercises and to provide support and logistics for COBRA, which you've already made mention of. Yeah. You were involved in the development of, I think, 2 NRAs during your time in office. Is that right?
I think mainly it was the 2016 one, actually.
Yes, all right. Well, we'll come to the 2016 NRA, and I'm going to ask you to explain certain aspects of it in a moment. But before we do that, I'd like to put on screen, please, a letter which you sent to David Cameron in October 2013. It's at INQ 000 142 113. We're going to look at 3 pieces of correspondence, this one first and then 2 later emails, just to set the scene of your involvement in this area. Thank you. Now we can see the date of this letter is the 16th of October of 2013, and it's from you to the Prime Minister, and we'll read through it together, please. You say, I welcome the 2013 National Risk Assessment and agree that the very high priority areas look correct. As such, I'm happy to recommend its approval. I commend the additional work on departmental risks that has been undertaken by departmental chief scientific advisors and the Natural Hazards Partnership to ensure that the best possible scientific evidence is used. However, I feel there are a number of actions which could further strengthen the NRA. As was discussed in Cabinet yesterday morning, I agree with Francis Maud that thorough review of the NRA for next year is necessary. The key issue is to ensure that the NRA is used and does not become a heavy document that is filed in secret filing cabinets. In particular, a good risk register should drive thinking about how risks can be prevented, mitigated, handled if they transpire, and to clear up afterwards. The NRA is used fairly effectively for the handling and clear-up, but variably to drive decisions about prevention and mitigation. Let's just pause there. So what were your concerns about the limited way in which the NRA was being utilised?
Yes. So, I mean, the first thing to say is, of course, 2013 was the year I started as GCSA, so I came into the process after it had been going for some time. But one thing I did discover was that the NRA was held at a quite highly classified level, which meant that very few people saw it. It was actually locked in departmental safes most of the time. And I felt that that wasn't the most effective way to hold a risk assessment. And secondly, and I think this is quite an important broader issue, the individual risks are held by individual government departments. The CCS has to cover the whole of government with a relatively small staff. And so most of the CCS's work was used in managing events when they happened. In other words, providing the emergency advice, the emergency operational support, and then to some extent helping with the clear-up, depending on what it is. Whereas the whole point of a risk assessment is that you ought to be able to use it to see if you can stop something happening in the first place, if it is going to happen, to mitigate it, in other words, reduce its effects, and then also handle and clear up. And I was concerned that I didn't think there was sufficient work on the prevention and mitigation. And I would have had doubts then and now that CCS would be the body to do that. And I think it turns on broader questions of resilience that we may come back to.
Yes. Well, whilst we're on this topic, did the use of the NRA in areas of prevention and mitigation improve during your time in office, in your opinion?
I think it was a work in progress, and I think it's still a work in progress, because it raises, there are some very fundamental questions about who pays, which again we may come on to. I could expand on that now or later. So
perhaps it might be appropriate for you to do that now.
Okay. It comes to the challenge that, firstly, most risks cover a number of government departments. It's very rare for them to be confined to one government department. And one of the clear issues in relation to the coronavirus pandemic is the strength of public health. And I would argue, and again, this is really from my professional knowledge rather than qua government chief scientific advisor, that the challenge for public health is always that the urgent is the enemy of the important. So a department that is faced with waiting lists for a hospital, for example, inevitably is going to be under pressure to solve that, rather than taking on the long-term public health issues, which actually will prevent people getting into trouble later in life. And so the question, I think, always is who pays for the insurance policy? In the case of flooding, it's fine to manage the flood when it happens, but who is actually going to pay for the flood prevention? And if you look across the whole of government, there are so many areas of national resilience that it ultimately is a political decision to decide how much to invest in preparation for events that are going to happen in the future. Climate change is another example of that.
Or prevention of known risks.
Prevention of
known risks.
Known risks, yes. So I think that by devolving the budgets to individual government departments, they are always under pressure to deal with the immediate rather than the
what
future.
Might be coming down the line.
And so I think a really important question when we're thinking about national resilience is that it does need to be looked at as a whole cross-government issue. And I think Oliver Letwin yesterday was talking about having a senior minister responsible for it. That obviously is a matter for government.
Is that something that you would support?
It is something I would support. And in fact, I had the pleasure of working reasonably closely with Oliver Letwin when he was the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster. And the other issue is the issue of cascading risks, which is that when one thing goes wrong, other things go wrong as well. So again, to give an example which is not from health, when there were the floods in around 2013 in the southwest, the weakness of the transport links to Devon and Cornwall were exposed when part of the embankment went at Dawlish. And so one event can cascade into another, and a pandemic that was even more serious than the COVID-19 pandemic could well have caused work absenteeism and collapse of national infrastructure. And a good example of that is that imagine the pandemic if the internet had broken down, if transport lines had broken and we wouldn't even get food. And so as modern societies have become more efficient, they have actually become less resilient and are dependent on just-in-time supply lines. And so you really do need to take a cross-government view. And I think that one of the important lessons of this pandemic is that we need to take a much more serious look at risks through the lens of resilience. And again, sort of to extend that a bit further, Ukraine has taught us the risks in terms of supply lines around grains and inert gases, for example, which are important for the lasers that make semiconductors. So one's got to look at resilience at a cross-government level.
Yes.
And I don't think that that has been happening sufficiently. And if I may one more comment at this point, which may or may not have come up a bit later. My sense when I arrived was that the Civil Contingency Secretariat and a lot of the work around the risk assessment came from the world of human threats as opposed to national hazards. And so many of the staff of the CCS would have had security-type backgrounds. And I think there was much more of a focus, and Catherine Hammond, in her evidence, I think made this point herself, probably more focus on threats, malicious threats, than on natural hazards. And I think that's quite an important issue.
Yes, thank you. Let's return for a moment to the letter, please, and look at the second bullet point on the page, where you say to the Prime Minister, I think that the NRA could also be used more effectively to prepare for the handling of emergencies as they arise. Indeed, I have been working closely with the Cabinet Office to ensure scientific scrutiny of key risks. As part of this work, I have requested that scientific briefing papers are created for each of the very high priority risks. Considerable work has already been done in creating these for both T44 and H23. Is H23 the pandemic?
Yes, T stands for threats and H for hazards,
Yeah.
so, yeah.
One of each. Although a number of duplicate risks have been removed from this year's NRA, I believe more could be done to reduce the overall number of risks. Whilst I am content for risks to be moved across from the NRA to the NSRA, continued scientific review of these should be conducted. What was your concern there, Sir Mark?
I think it's a sort of, my concern was over signal-to-noise ratio, if I can put it that way, which is that there were enormous number of lists. The NRA and the NSRA have now been merged, actually. Yes. The NSRA was looking to take a global and international view of the security risks in particular, with the NRA was more local. So there was some level of duplication there. But I think that there is a corollary of this, which is that the risks come across as being very granular. And that's an issue that you've already spoken to a number of witnesses about, which is, in the case of hazards, there are many scenarios. And so looking at risks through the lens of scenarios is an important way of doing it. In other words, rather than saying the pandemic is influenza, there are a number of possible pandemics, and one needs to brainstorm each of those. And that applies to almost every risk and hazard, actually, which is that earthquakes come in many forms, volcanoes might come in many forms, from ones that emit clouds of ash to ones that emit vast amounts of sulfur dioxide. And so almost any risk you look at needs to be looked at through a whole variety of scenarios.
Multiple scenarios.
Multiple scenarios, yes. Recognizing, and this is probably more so with the case of pandemics than anything else, that it is almost impossible to predict what the next pandemic will be. With the one qualification that we know that the influenza is the pandemic that keeps coming back.
All right. Well, we're going to turn very shortly to look at the national risk assessments and how those worked in practice. But before we do, and before we leave this letter, I'd just like to highlight the final paragraph, because it touches upon something that you've already begun to tell us about this morning, Sir Mark. It would be helpful for future iterations to have a behavioural science viewpoint, for example, how people react in the event of an evacuation, or how first responders react in an emergency situation. Now, just to remind ourselves, this letter was written by you in October of 2013, as you have explained, as you were coming into post. Is this aspect of behavioural science as an important consideration in terms of risk assessment, something which you saw developing during your time in office? Is it something that has yet really to be taken seriously?
I think it's taken seriously, and I think it was taken seriously then. but it is very protein in its nature. And I think that in the areas that I was involved, then there's no doubt that behavioural science did continue to develop and did make a difference. And the example which is cited quite often was the Ebola pandemic. Sorry, epidemic. I'm so sorry.
Yes.
Ebola epidemic, where behavioural science was extremely important in understanding the mode of transmission at funerals in West Africa. And we had an expert anthropologist advising us on SAGE, who actually helped operationally in the end, because it turned out that burial in West Africa, respect is shown to the corpse by touching. And sadly, in Ebola, which is transmitted by touch, yes. People are most infectious as they're dying and just after they've died. And in fact, the higher the status of the corpse, the more people touch them. And of course, the simple answer was to say, well, you must just stop touching them. But this was a culturally deeply sensitive issue, and so anthropology was very helpful. It's a rather detailed example, but it just shows how important it is. And there are, many examples where it's important to understand behaviours. For example, telling people not to panic buy, the rational response is to go and panic buy. So understanding behavioural science is quite important.
And here you were inviting a viewpoint of behavioural science to be included in the NRA assessments. Yeah. Did that in fact happen?
Well, the NRA assessments were still, it was quite a thick document, probably not to the extent that ultimately we need.
All right, thank you. Can we take that down, please, and replace it with an email which you sent to Julian Miller in the Cabinet Office in June of 2014? It's at INQ 000142145. Thank you. And if we could scroll down, please, to the paragraph which begins, I remain of the opinion, and read through that. Here you are saying to Mr. Miller, I remain of the opinion, however, that response and recovery is only part of the benefit of a successful risk management. It is surely important to be proactive. It is as important to be proactive in taking steps to prevent events from happening in the first place, or if that isn't possible, to take steps to mitigate against their effects. As such, I'm keen for us to explore how government could use the NSRA and indeed the NRA, they were separate at the time, most effectively to avoid and mitigate against specific risks. CPNI, what is that a reference to?
What's that acronym for? Centre for Protection of National Infrastructure, I think.
Thank you.
If I'm wrong, we'll correct it afterwards.
All right. I'm glad that you struggle as much as we do, perhaps not quite as much. And CPNI do this for the range of threats to the UK's infrastructure by developing a detailed understanding of the impacts of such events, which leads to evidence-based approaches to tackling them. They then work with the owners and operators of the UK's national infrastructure to provide appropriate tailored advice. I would like to see how this approach might be widened to cover natural hazards as well. So here you were, Sir Mark, following year, in June of 2014, again expressing your view that there needed to be more proactivity around taking steps to prevent events from happening, and that wasn't, in your view, being given sufficient attention.
Yes, I think that takes me back to the point I made about public health, which is that in the case of the approach to a pandemic, and again, this is me speaking really with my medical background, as it were, and scientific background. There are two things you can do. You can firstly try and identify the hazards in the earliest opportunity. In other words, have global screening for emerging infections, proper transparency and data sharing. You can be proactive in developing vaccines that might be relevant. But the other thing you can do is reduce the vulnerability of the population.
Right.
Because a risk is basically a combination of the hazard itself, the exposure to the hazard, and the vulnerability of people to the hazard. So risk is a sort of multiple of those three things.
So if the state of health is poor...
So if the state of health is poor, you're going to do less well. that may well be why the vulnerability to the influenza pandemic at the end of the First World War with the H1N1 flu virus killed millions of people, whereas a very similar virus in 2009 caused, fortunately, rather smaller numbers of deaths.
Thank you. Thank you. We can take that down, please, and replace it with the final piece of correspondence, which was a letter from you to Felicity Oswald-Nichols in the CCS in October of 2014. So 3 months later. And can we please scroll down? Thank you. At the middle paragraph, beginning secondly, middle bullet point, you say here, secondly, I think there are 4 reasons to have a risk assessment: to prevent the risk, to mitigate the risk, to respond to it, and to recover. The response and recovery have been addressed in your work to date. However, I think we need to actively look at what the government can do to avoid and mitigate against risks. This remains an outstanding issue, and I would like to see this tackled more effectively in the coming months. So here you are raising the issue again several months later with the Civil Contingencies Secretariat.
Yes, I'm beginning to sound like a broken record, aren't I? Yes, I mean, I think that the UK has a strong risk register, so I think we have to start from the premise that actually it's not every government does have. But I think it is really important to use it as well as possible, and I think it is a work in progress. So I think it would be unreasonable to expect all these problems to have been solved in a very short period, but I think it's important to keep people in mind of this, and it is, again, the challenge of the urgent over the important.
Thank you. We can take that down, please. And let's then go to the National Risk Assessment of 2016, which was which had your involvement.
Yeah.
Let's put up, please, INQ 000147769. Thank you very much. You're ahead of me. This is the first page. We can just confirm that this is the right National Risk
correct.
Assessment. Can we go to page 47, please? Now, as that's being done, Sir Mark, just to confirm what the inquiry has already heard, that the National Risk Assessment is a medium-term planning tool for civil emergency plans affecting the UK over the next 5 years or so, and it should be handled consistently. It should be evidence-based, and it's dealt with on the basis of a reasonable worst-case scenario, which is an illustration of examples of the worst plausible manifestation of whatever the risk or hazard that's being considered. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So this is the page dealing with pandemic influenza. We can see that in the top left-hand corner. And we can see that the graph at the top right-hand corner, which the inquiry has already seen, I think Sir Christopher Wormold was taken through this by Mr. Keith a couple of days ago, has 2 axes: impact running vertically and likelihood and plausibility running horizontally. Now, in terms of pandemic influenza, we can see that in 2016, the assessment was that it posed a very high risk. And we know that because we can see the words very high in the top left box, and we can see that the star indicating its position on this graph is at the top, aligned with catastrophic impact and medium to high likelihood or plausibility, with an arrow going in a downwards direction. Can you explain to us, please, what that represents?
Well, I mean, that actually is the range. In other words, the range of the assessment is that there was a medium to high likelihood that there would be a pandemic of influenza in this case, and that it could range between, significant to catastrophic.
Right. Can we scroll out, please, and move further down the page and look at the main box under outcome description, because we can see there that this assessment is based on a worldwide outbreak of influenza occurring when a novel flu virus emerges with sustained human-to-human transmission. And it's on the basis that up to 50% of the population may experience symptoms, which could lead to up to 750,000 fatalities in total in the UK. Absenteeism would be significant and could reach 20% for 2 to 3 weeks at the height of the pandemic, either because people are personally ill or caring for someone who is ill, causing significant impact on business continuity. Each pandemic is different, and the nature of the virus and its impacts cannot be known in detail in advance. Now, just pausing there, that's something to which you've already made reference, the fact that nobody really knows the precise details of the pandemic that will hit. But these figures and these assessments are based upon a reasonable worst-case scenario. Is that right?
Yes. There is an unreasonable worst-case scenario as well. In other words, where there could be several times more that number of fatalities.
Yes.
And so there are. I mean, one of the big issues here is the sort of slight hubris that humans can always beat nature. And a ghastly pandemic could kill an awful lot of people.
Yes.
This was a working model, but, one shouldn't place any precision around the numbers.
This is an unmitigated situation, though, isn't it? So this doesn't take into account.
No, this is not unmitigated. I mean, this is an example of a very severe influenza pandemic, which could cause 750,000 fatalities.
Yes. You've mentioned Sir Oliver Letwin's evidence to the inquiry yesterday, in which he warned against the danger of concentrating too much, perhaps, on the likelihood of a scenario happening. And in his view, what was important was not to ignore those black swan events where the likelihood might be very low or lowish, but the impact, if an event like that hits, would be catastrophic, would be overwhelming. What do you say about that?
I agree with him, actually. And I think that sentence you read, each pandemic is different.
Yes.
And the nature of the virus and its impacts cannot be known in detail in advance. And I think that where this would have been better described would be, rather than focusing solely on influenza, it ought to have recognised the fact that pandemics come in many different forms. And as I think probably as Chris Whitty will tell you, because he's written on the different infections are transmitted in different ways. And so the pandemic depends on the nature of the transmission, it depends on the nature of the organism. There are infinite variables, effectively.
All right. Based on understanding of previous pandemics, a pandemic is likely to occur in one or more waves, possibly weeks and months apart, and that each wave may last between 12 to 15 weeks. What do you say of the view that's been expressed that really this reasonable worst case scenario was somewhat out of date because it was based mainly upon what happened in the 1918 flu outbreak?
No, I don't think so. It's the nature of flu that it is constantly. It has a particular capacity to evolve because flu you find in 3 species, in humans, in pigs, and in birds. And it has a particular genome which is divided into pieces, which means it can shuffle its genome relatively straightforwardly. And so I think that was a perfectly plausible planning scenario. But anything like that is, as it were, making projections, or not really predictions for the future. The retrospectoscope is a 100% accurate instrument, and so governments are always best prepared for the last event. But this is a perfectly plausible scenario.
All right. Reading on, all ages may be affected, but we cannot know until the virus emerges which groups will be most at risk.
Correct.
There is no known evidence of association between the rate of transmissibility and severity of infection, meaning it is possible that a new influenza virus could be both highly transmissible and cause severe symptoms. That would be the worst case scenario, would it not?
Yes, and in the rare cases where humans have caught avian influenza, it has been a highly lethal infection. Fortunately, it hasn't developed into a pandemic, but there are reasons to be concerned.
Pandemics significantly more serious than the RWCS, reasonable worst case scenario, are therefore possible. And the impact of the countermeasures in any given pandemic is difficult to predict, as it will depend on the nature of the virus, and the reasonable worst case scenario assumes countermeasures are not effective. So that's what I was referring to before when I indicated that this was a reasonable worst case scenario in an unmitigated circumstances.
Yes. I mean, the difference between influenza and the SARS-CoV-2 virus is that there are established vaccines for influenza, though they would not work for a new pandemic strain, but they might provide some level of protection. And antivirals have been developed, although there is always a risk of mutation in the virus which will allow it to escape an antiviral drug pretty easily, actually. So I think that this was a perfectly reasonable worst-case scenario, but it was one of about 500 worst-case scenarios that could be written.
All right. Before we leave this page, could we just scroll down to the next paragraph, please? Confidence levels. High confidence, we can see that at the top of the zoomed page. High confidence in the overall assessment based on a large body of knowledge of the issue and includes evidence of a high quality informed by consistent, relevant expert judgments. What does that refer to, please?
Well, I think if you like, the what we know about pandemic infections justifies a description of a scenario such as that.
Right. Pandemic influenza infections or pandemic infections?
Both.
Right. Well, let's take that down, please. And just before we break, can we go to Annex A of the 2016 NRA at INQ 000176770? Now, this relates to the same risk. It's pandemic influenza, but this, lying as it does in Annex A, provides a greater level of information about the way in which this risk has been assessed. So can we scroll down, please? Thank you. And look at the paragraph specific assumptions at the bottom of the page. Thank you. Here we see the reasonable worst case scenario is based upon the experience and mathematical analysis of influenza pandemics in the 20th and 21st century. The specific assumptions of the scenario are, and then if we can scroll down to get those on the page, please. We don't need to go through them in detail, but can you confirm, please, Sir Mark, that this is the calculation, these are the matters that go into performing and making the reasonable worst case scenario?
Yes.
Just below the bullet points, we see this. While combining these figures can be misleading and there is unlikely to be both high-end illness and death rates resulting in around 750,000 deaths, this is the advised reasonable worst case for guiding planning nationally. And the figure has been recommended by the Scientific Pandemic Influenza Subgroup on Modelling, SPI-M. Are you able to help us with this, please, Sir Mark? What is the process by which SPI-M would calculate the figures and then feed them through for this reasonable worst case scenario to be calculated? How practically does that happen?
I think that I'm probably not the right person to answer that question, because I know what's happened recently, which is that certainly during coronavirus, the SAGE and the government were not reliant on a single modelling subgroup. In other words, there are groups of modellers in different universities who are acting independently to reach the figure. What I cannot tell you for this, whether this was done as one modelling group or a lot of modellers.
Right.
So I'm afraid I think that's a question for others. I mean, the principles of mathematical modelling is that you take those parameters and you use them to make a projection.
Yes. Thank you. Well, we'll leave it there, I think, and if we need to, we can ask another witness to expand on that, my lady. Is that a convenient time to break?
Certainly. Thank you very much, Ms Blackwell. I shall return at 11:25.
Thank you.
Sorry about the slight delay in restarting.
Not at all, my lady. Please could we have on screen IMQ 000147769 and go to page 48, please. And could we zoom in on the top part of the page? This is the equivalent page for emerging infectious diseases. And on the right-hand side, using the same axes on the table, we can see that emerging infectious diseases are placed by a star at moderate impact and medium to high likelihood or plausibility, with an arrow showing an upper range and an arrow showing a lower range in the column of medium likelihood or plausibility.
Yes, I mean, what this reflects is a high degree of uncertainty.
Right, oh, right. Well,
So an emerging infectious disease might turn out to be, effectively a damp squib and not much happen, or it could, and MERS is actually a very good example, cause a very significant event in Korea, for example. And the fact that it got to Korea, it could have got to anywhere. And there was an outbreak there that caused, I think, 38 deaths, and there were about 153 cases, showing how dangerous an infection it is. So the answer is that there are many infectious diseases that emerge, and ultimately they can turn into pandemics, as we saw with SARS-CoV-2.
could we zoom out, please, and look at the confidence levels, which are just below the midpoint on the page? Reflecting on what you've just said, I think, Sir Mark, low confidence in the overall assessment based on a relatively small body of knowledge of the issue and includes relevant evidence and somewhat consistent, relevant expert judgments. Are you able to explain to us, Sir Mark, why the confidence level in relation to pandemic influenza was high, but the confidence level in relation to emerging infectious diseases is low?
Well, so I'll deal with the latter first, which is that there are so many different emerging infections with different transmission pathways, different clinical effects, different severity, that the small body of knowledge is not because people are sort of foolish or ignorant about it. It's just simply these things have not existed before, and therefore no one knows about them until they come out. And the amazing power of modern science means that we are able to characterize the genome of the SARS-CoV-2 virus in a matter of weeks, whereas it took 15 years in the 1918 pandemic to discover what the agent that caused influenza was, the virus. It was mistakenly thought to be caused by a bacterium. Excuse me, a bacterium at the time. Excuse me, and if you like, I think sorry, I'll drink water.
Yes, please take your time.
The higher confidence in the influenza is that it was looking at a pandemic where you could be confident that if it turns into a pandemic, it would have a catastrophic impact. And so one of these emerging infectious diseases, when it turns into a pandemic, as it were, flips the page back to the previous one, the pandemic risk.
So the level of variability, if you like, leads to the confidence being lower?
Yes, exactly. The uncertainty is much higher.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. We can take that down now. And please could we replace it with the Royal Academy of Engineering review and the scenarios at paragraph 2.1, which we can see at INQ 000068403. just to put this in context, this was a review which we can see into the external, it was an external review, of the National Security Risk Assessment methodology conducted recently. And if we can go to page 16 and have a look at paragraph 2.1. Under scenario design, could we highlight that paragraph, please? So the Royal Academy of Engineering looked into the methodology of the NSRA system and, amongst other matters, raised the following questions. What are alternative approaches to the reasonable worst-case scenario? What would be their added value in comparison to the reasonable worst-case scenario? How are reasonable worst-case scenarios or other types of scenarios defined? How can consistency be ensured across a wide variety of different risks, both malicious and non-malicious, chronic and acute, domestic and international? And then this, should the NSRA focus on a single reasonable worst-case scenario, or should it plan for more generic or multiple scenarios per risk? For example, pandemic influenza versus multiple pandemic scenarios? And should different risks be grouped together and only the reasonable worst-case scenarios be presented? For example, pandemic and animal disease. What is your view, Sir Mark, on whether or not there should be a more generic or multiple scenario approach to risk planning?
Well, I tackled this to some extent in my witness statement, actually,
Yes.
which is that I think that a scenario-based approach is a much better approach.
Why?
Because I think because it enables you to encompass more variability where there is variability.
Yeah.
So, as it were, a single person with a gun is fairly easy to define, but the huge variability of the natural world and the hazards that we face means that you can only, I think, best think about it through a range of scenarios.
Right.
And if I may, I think it also turns on exercising as well, which is that the opportunity and real costs of one of the major national exercises is absolutely huge, which means that you can't do them very often. And so you end up putting an enormous amount of effort into one particular scenario. Whereas if you actually, at a smaller scale, do lots of expert assessments, tabletop exercises, exploring a range of scenarios, then I think that's a much more practical approach to the complexity that the natural world throws at us.
This suggestion with which you agree is set out in this report, which has been commissioned in recent times. Yeah. Are you able to help the inquiry with why this issue had not been considered and grappled with back in 2016 or 2017 or 2019?
I think that organisations go through continuous improvement, and I think this is part of the same thing. I don't think anything should stay still. Should it have happened some time ago? Yes, probably. But the answer is that it's better late than never, and I think that one learns lessons continuously, which is why this inquiry is so important, if I may.
At paragraph 78 in your report, you say this: a key question in relation to pandemic preparedness is whether the United Kingdom was too distracted by the risk of an influenza pandemic to properly prepare for a pandemic caused by another microorganism. I do not think that this was the case during my time at the GCSA.
So I think that I want to distinguish two things. I think scientifically, the country was quite prepared then in the sense that it was recognised. I think operational preparedness is another matter, and I think it's clear that we were not operationally prepared, and I say that later in my witness statement, actually.
Could we go on to discuss that, please? What do you mean by not being operationally prepared?
Well, it goes back to the discussion that we had earlier about public health.
Yes.
And I think that a focus in richer countries moved away from infectious diseases after the Second World War, good public health, And with the rise of chronic inflammatory diseases, cardiac disease, hypertension, diabetes, there was much more of a focus on those and away from infection. But I think also, and I referred in my witness statement to a paper written by Dr. Klaas Kirchell,
Yes.
who wrote a very interesting history comparing public health in the USA, the UK, and Germany, going right back to 1900.
I think you know as well, don't you?
He is an expert now. He has been appointed, but I think that was a powerful analysis. And I think if you look at the history of public health, there has been a long-standing decline in our capacity to fight infectious disease going back 40 or 50 years or more.
How has that happened?
Well, those are ultimately political decisions about the allocation of resources.
Right.
And it goes back to the fact that the National Health Service is, to a significant extent, the National Disease Service. It is pressured, it is treating people who are ill now. And so there has been a move away from public health. And I think if you go back to the 19th century, every part of the country had a medical officer of health, and every year they would write an annual report on the health of their local communities, very largely focused on infection in those days. And part of the control of infection is to have an effective distributed system for testing, tracing, and where appropriately isolating people with infectious diseases. And we had lost that capability over a very prolonged period. And as just one concrete example, but there are many, the public health laboratory system, which was a distributed system. And I should say again, I'm saying this really from my professional knowledge. And I should also say that I am not actually a public health physician by training. I'm an immunologist, rheumatologist. But nevertheless, that distributed capacity for testing for disease had largely been lost, and the closure of the public health laboratories in about 2003 and 2004 was just one step on the way.
Well, I'd like to take up that point, please, because in paragraph 129 of your report, you provide some facts and figures. You say that 13 of the 69 public health laboratories were closed over a period of time, and a central laboratory of communicable disease surveillance was created at Colindale, which led, in your view, to a decline in the perceived importance of the locally based surveillance laboratories. Is that right?
It is, but I, as I say in my witness statement, this section of the report was heavily dependent on Dr. Kirchell, so you have him as your advisor.
What about the fact that the Public Health Laboratory Service was merged with the NHS local microbiology services? What effect did that have?
Well, I think, again, it took them away from a sort of broader surveillance into dealing with the everyday needs of the district hospitals, which, these aren't either or things. We need both.
Right, thank you. I'd like to ask you some questions now about the biosecurity strategy, how that came into being, and how that assists in this area of risk assessment and planning.
Yes. One of the groups that I chaired when I was the government chief scientific advisor was a rather obscure committee with the name of NSCOS&T, which stands for National Security Council Officers, Science and Technology. And to some extent, it reflects my concern that I raised earlier, that an awful lot of the focus of the work on national resilience was on malicious threats rather than natural hazards. But one thing that was apparent was that biological threats come from different sources and with the responsibilities of different parts of government. So there are animal diseases, which were very much the responsibility of DEFRA. There were the threats from natural infections of humans, which were very much the responsibility of Department of Health and Social Care and its associated bodies. And then there was malicious biological threats as well, where the Home Office had quite an important role. And increasingly in the world of health, people are taking a One Health view, which is actually to say that different species, we are intimately interrelated to each other. So each human, as an example, carries 1 kilogram of bacteria as our microbiome, mainly in our gut. And so we are, sorry about that. And plants and animals, and so looking at particularly infectious diseases without looking across the whole of biology and different species doesn't make much sense. And so we needed an integrated strategy. And that was started as a result of the work of, it came from NSC, OS&T. The work was led initially by the Home Office, and it started in 2015. In 2018, the Biological Security Strategy was published for the first time, and it has literally just in the last month or two been updated. So that is the origin of that. Right. And it was an example of trying to take an integrated approach to natural hazards, but also threats in the case of, because biological agents can be used for malicious purposes as well. And it was about integrating them.
Thank you. Is the strategy overseen by the Government Chief Scientific Advisor?
I can't tell you the answer to that now, I'm afraid. It was initiated that way, but the strategy was not owned by, I mean, again, it comes back to the fact that it's government departments that had to own it, so this was owned jointly across government.
Yes, all right, thank you. The next topic, please, the SAGE Science Guidance Paper. I just want to touch upon this, please, and could we please put up INQ 000 142139 and turn to page 8. Can you explain to us, please, Sir Mark, what the SAGE Science Guidance Paper is?
So this was commissioned as... the challenge for SAGE is, do you start from a blank sheet of paper, which is what was pretty much happening when I started. And it seemed to make sense to me that we should actually try and get some guidelines for SAGE so that we could kick off with not a detailed plan, but with an idea of the questions that might be important. And these were commissioned. And this was one of those.
So a guidance document here for the members of SAGE when they are going about
when they're starting their
hazard
work.
assessment.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
And if we look at the bottom part of the page and the table, can you explain to us what we have on the left-hand side in conjunction with the right-hand side, please?
So the left-hand side is that there is an emerging disease of some kind, and the government is requesting scientific advice on it. So it sets out the key questions. What do we know about the disease and the microbe that causes it? Do we know whether it kills people? What's the nature of the illness? Do we know what the microbe is? Do we know how it's transmitted? I could read through it all.
Yes.
And then on the right-hand side, key questions for SAGE are, how can we answer these questions? What do we need to know in order to generate the answers?
And in order to get the best out of SAGE, you would envisage, as you've described before, that ideally there would be an interconnection, there would be a conversation, a two-way street,
Absolutely.
as you've described it, between COBRA on one side and SAGE on the other.
Yes, well, I mean, the job of SAGE is to the job of SAGE is to advise the government chief scientific advisor, plus or minus a relevant CSA, in this case the CMO and the CSA in health, and they go from SAGE to provide the advice at COBRA. And so the right-hand side is these are the questions for the scientific group.
How are the members of SAGE expected to utilise this guidance?
Well, these are the questions that the first meeting of SAGE would be, these are the questions we've been asked. These are the things that we need to know. Can you help? You know, what is your advice as experts in the area? And they get fed data as it comes in as well, because again, it's one of the strengths of the system, actually, that the Department of, the NHS and DHSC have protocols, for example, for the first 100 patients with a new disease. And so there are ways of discovering quickly the answers to these questions. Some of them are harder than others.
Thank you. We can take that down now. I want to finally ask you, please, Sir Mark, about your views on the need for a national resilience assessment to act as a basis for resilience planning. At paragraph 117 in your report to us, you say, regardless of which approach government takes in the future to funding and providing national resilience, I think that there is a good case for government to create a national resilience assessment to act as a basis for resilience planning. What do you mean by that idea?
Well, I suppose stepping back, it seems to me that the prime duties of government are to look after the health, the well-being, the resilience and security of all of us, the citizens. And of course, a component of that is the strength of the economy, because if you don't have a decent economy, you can't have any of that. But the resilience is a really important lens to look at the health, well-being and security of us. And as we've discussed several times during my appearance, resilience is something that you have to look at very broadly. And so I think that at the end of the day, it's people that matter here. It's sort of, you can set up all kinds of structures, but I think it's a question for government, and it's a question, I think, for this inquiry, to decide, you know, if it's agreed that resilience is an important way of looking at it, then it needs to be prioritised within government, and government needs to think about what are the form should follow function. So decide what the function that's sought is, and then work out a form that's going to work. Oliver Letwin suggested that there should be a minister, and that would make complete sense. And then this isn't as it were, a replacement for the risk register. It's a way of looking at the risks through that lens of resilience, how the interdependence of different government departments in all of this, the fact it doesn't fit neatly into one government department. I think it applies to all areas of modern life where, as I say, I think the danger for us is that as we have become more efficient, we have become less resilient, and you can have cascading failures very, very quickly. So, for example, when a supertanker got stuck in the Suez Canal, then suddenly supply lines were disrupted, and if that had happened for any period, it would have caused major supply issues for all sorts of things. It comes on things like the dependence on semiconductors. So it's pretty all-consuming, but it clearly has a relevance for COVID-19. And if I may, I'd just like to extend it to the whole question about the inequalities in health, which have been already raised. And the challenge, so there's no question that, and you've had evidence from Michael Marmot and his colleagues as well, that the vulnerability of citizens of the UK and around the world has very much depended on their social circumstances, on how deprived they are, on black and Asian ethnic minority ethnic groups, being more susceptible and more vulnerable. Now, the only thing you can do there when the pandemic arises is try and reduce transmission. Resilience is about actually providing the public health coverage to reduce that vulnerability. And it is, I think, about getting public health out into the community. So a workforce that could help in screening for hypertension, diabetes, heart disease, would then be a workforce that could be repurposed for the purposes of vaccination and all of the things, testing and things like that. So I think it is about how we look and see how we can make the population the most resilient, which will protect us against the effects of future pandemics to some extent. Despite everything we do, there is always the possibility of some devastating disease emerging, which we find we can do not much about.
But the better
but it is about be
Yeah.
prepared.
being prepared and being resilient for what might be coming down the line.
Absolutely.
Finally then, could I ask please for your comments on this document? It's the witness statement of John Swinney, INQ 000185352 and paragraph 26. Thank you. Here he says, one of the hallmarks of the operating approach of the Scottish Government during the period of scrutiny in this module was to engage widely with other public authorities, public bodies, business and third sector organisations to create a sense of common purpose in our endeavours. This approach would involve the establishment of a range of collaborative forums in which the aspirations of ministers could be set out and practical work commissioned to try to realise these aspirations. There was also an analytical structure put in place to assess progress in achieving these aspirations through a broadly endorsed national performance framework. The National Performance Framework established an agreed set of outcomes that organisations in Scotland were working together to achieve. These included our collective aspirations for children and young people, the economy, communities, the tackling of inequalities, human rights, fair work and business, and the tackling of poverty. The fact that the National Performance Framework was valued and supported by a broad range of public, private sector organisations in Scotland helped to focus our pandemic response and assisted our efforts to be effective, for example, in addressing inequalities. This approach created a strong platform for the necessary and urgent dialogue that was required in preparing for and then ultimately managing the pandemic. I don't want to seek your views on the political aspect of what's set out there, but broadly speaking, do you approve of and support the procedure that's being described there in terms of the collection of considerations of government and also of private sector organisations?
Well, I think it's quite difficult to avoid the politics here because this is essentially a political statement. In other words, it is a statement that they have decided to operate through a widespread stakeholder consultation. And that seems a perfectly reasonable approach. But I don't think it is, in fact, science or science advice per se. So I think it is a political statement, to be honest.
All right. Well, then I won't ask anything further. We'll leave it there. Will you excuse my back, please, my lord? I'm told that there are no Rule 10 questions. And so...
And that is the right expression.
Well,
David.
No, we have had Rule 10 questions, but we haven't provided permission, or you, my lady, you haven't provided permission for them. So that, in fact, concludes the evidence of...
Thank you very much, Ms Blackwell. Thank you very much. You've been extremely helpful and very interesting. So thank you for your help.
Thank you, my lady. Okay.
Yes, thank you very much. I think, my lady, we're going straight into the next witness.
My lady, the next witness is the Deputy Prime Minister.
Good morning. Should I stand?
I swear by Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence that I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Deputy Prime Minister, could you please provide your name?
Yes, Oliver James Dowden.
Thank you very much for your assistance in this inquiry and for attending today. Whilst I ask you questions, could you please remember to keep your voice up so that we may have the benefit of hearing what you have to say, and also for the purposes of the stenographer's record. If I ask you a question which is not clear, feel free to ask me to repeat it. You have provided a witness statement dated and signed the 18th of April 2023. Could we have, please, on the screen 183332? Thank you very much. And page 5, the statement of truth to which you have appended your signature. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. And may I begin, Mr. Keith, just by reiterating what I said at the beginning of that statement, which is to say that the COVID crisis that hit our nation was the biggest challenge we faced during peacetime, and it impacted every family in our nation. I just want to restate my deepest sympathies and condolences to all of those affected, and on behalf of the government say that we want to positively engage with this inquiry and to learn the lessons that will come out of it.
Thank you. Mr. Dowden, you have been Deputy Prime Minister since April of this year, and since February you have been the newly created Secretary of State in the Cabinet Office, and since October of last year, Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster. But you were not always so, because in 2018 you were appointed Parliamentary Secretary for the Cabinet Office, that is to say the Minister for Implementation. And then in July 2019 you were appointed to be Minister for the Cabinet Office and then Her Majesty's Paymaster General. And so as Minister for Implementation and then subsequently as Minister for the Cabinet Office, in a broad sense, were the issues of cyber and resilience within your various portfolios?
Yes, that is correct.
The inquiry has noted that as Minister for Implementation, your responsibilities included cyber and resilience. Whilst you were Minister for the Cabinet Office and Her Majesty's Paymaster General, your responsibilities included resilience. And now currently as Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, your responsibilities include concurrent risk and supervision and the promulgation of the resilience framework, to which we'll come back to later. The ministerial structure appears to be a little diffuse, therefore, in terms of who takes responsibility for the issue of resilience. Can you help us, please, by way of commencement, on that point?
Yes, well, perhaps if I start with the present, as it were, which is where you ended, Mr. Keith. So, as Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, I have responsibility for resilience, and the Prime Minister has asked me to chair the National Security Committee subcommittee on resilience. So I have oversight in that sense as well. And as Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, and indeed Deputy Prime Minister, I'm the lead minister in the Cabinet Office, and many of the cross-cutting and coordinating functions of government, including in respect of resilience, sit within the department for which I'm responsible. In respect of my previous ministerial roles, when I was first appointed as Minister for Implementation, as you say, that's parliamentary secretary. So in sort of governmental language, that's the junior minister, a junior minister in the Cabinet Office. I reported into David Lidington, who was then Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster. So I had a number of specific responsibilities allocated to me, and he, in the same way that I have now, had oversight of the department. So clearly I worked closely with him on questions of resilience and cyber. I think on the point about cyber and resilience, and indeed many of the other aspects of my portfolio then and now, a lot of them sort of interlink with one another in terms of the government's cross-cutting and coordinating role through the Cabinet Office to enable resilience. So cyber resilience is an important part of resilience, and in discharging duties in relation to cyber resilience and indeed wider resilience, I would draw on the government commercial function or service, and it's had different names over time, and indeed the government digital service and other aspects of the portfolio.
And in respect specifically of the differences between the portfolios held by the Minister for Implementation, the Parliamentary Secretary for the Cabinet Office, to which you were first appointed, and the Minister for the Cabinet Office, how did those various responsibilities concerning resilience differ? Was it that the Minister for the Cabinet Office was more senior, but that the Minister for the Cabinet Office and the Minister for Implementation covered broadly the same ground?
First of all, in respect of the Minister for Implementation, I was the responsible minister within a ministerial structure where I reported to the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, and he and I met and discussed it, and he had overall responsibility for everything within the Cabinet Office portfolio, including resilience and cyber. Then what happened when Boris Johnson became Prime Minister in, I believe it was July of 2019, he took the decision that given that we had to be prepared for the no deal, it wasn't really a contingency, it was the default of the government, given that we'd made the decision to leave and we had this deadline that was going to expire by the end of the year. If we didn't reach a deal with the European Union, we would have had no deal would have happened. So this was a major area that we had to be resilient to. So he said, look, I need the most senior minister in the Cabinet Office, who at that time was Michael Gove, to take responsibility for no deal preparedness
As Chancellor
of the Duchy of Lancaster. And I want you, Oliver, as Minister for the Cabinet Office, to have responsibility for all other areas in the Cabinet Office, which, of course, included cyber and resilience.
So from that point onwards, you took responsibility as Minister for the Cabinet Office for cyber and resilience, and you took that portfolio in effect, although perhaps not set out constitutionally in writing, from the Minister for Implementation. Well, formerly you had, as the Minister for Implementation, already been addressing the issue of cyber and resilience.
Yes, so there was a continuity in that sense of my responsibility for cyber and resilience across to being Minister for the Cabinet Office. Clearly, my role also expanded in respect to the other ministerial duties which are set out in some of the documentation that the inquiry has. The only small caveat I would add to that is that resilience, and it was the most significant resilience risk we faced at that moment in respect of no deal Brexit, sat with Michael Gove as Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster.
All right, thank you. You made reference a few moments ago to a subcommittee, the National Security Council Subcommittee on Resilience. Is that a reformed version of what was formerly the National Security Council Threats, Hazards, Resilience and Contingencies Committee, which, to use a phrase utilised by Miss Catherine Hammond last week, came out of the committee structure? Is it a reformed version of that committee, or is it the same committee? Do you know?
Well, it shares some characteristics of the previous. I believe the shorthand of it is Throok Committee. In the sense, so what is different between the NSCR and Throok is that the NSCR seeks to take a more upstream view of risks and resilience, and look at strategies to stop risks materialising in the first place. So, for example, we considered in a recent meeting the biosecurity strategy. So it takes sort of more strategic view in that sense. It does have the capability to make cross-governmental decisions in respect of specific risks and resilience, and so has that in common with Rook. So it shares some of the characteristics of it, but it is wider in the way that I described.
All right. And is that the biosecurity strategy that was, I think, published by the government last Monday?
That's correct, yes.
All right. May I then ask you to give us a broad description of the nature of your functions when you first became Minister for Implementation, with particular reference, of course, to resilience. You were responsible, were you not, for the Civil Contingency Secretariat, that part of the Cabinet Office that was concerned with emergency preparedness, resilience and response. You presumably were responsible for coordinating, through your ministerial position, EPRR, Emergency Preparedness, Response and Resilience, across government, the working with other government departments that the Cabinet Office was centrally concerned with, the liaison through the Cabinet Office with the devolved administrations and local responders, and the policy and the guidance, as well as the strategizing, of which we've heard a great deal from earlier witnesses. So the Minister for Implementation was responsible through the Cabinet Office for those broad areas concerning resilience. Is that broadly correct?
Yes, that's broadly correct, subject to 2 points. First of all, I know that the inquiry has discussed this extensively, but just as a reminder from my perspective, this was in the context of the lead government department model. That is to say, each of the 90-odd risks that were identified in the NRSA and the precursor documents and the successor documents were allocated to individual government departments. The job of the Cabinet Office, and as is the case in many other areas, was coordination and facilitation and ensuring the bits of government stitched together to ensure that happened. The second thing is, again, further to what I said initially, that was in the structure where the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster had overall responsibility for the Cabinet Office, and I reported into him.
Yes, indeed. And so the Cabinet Office had no operational responsibility in the field of resilience and emergency preparedness. Its primary function was to set the broad direction, to deal with the strategy, the policy guidance, and this crucial liaison between the various moving parts of the government, the lead government department, other government departments, devolved administrations, local responders, and so on.
Yes, that's correct, and that is a sort of typical role of the Cabinet Office in many different areas, and it was replicated in the resilience function as well.
In your witness statement, you say that you were briefed that major programmes of work were underway to improve readiness across government for an influenza pandemic, and that you were generally assured that the government was reasonably and sufficiently prepared for an influenza pandemic. May we presume that those briefings came from the Cabinet Office by virtue of your role initially as Minister for Implementation and then subsequently as a Cabinet Office Minister?
Yes, that's correct. So in common, when most ministers take up a new portfolio, I sought briefing across all the areas for which I was responsible, which included resilience. As I said, there's sort of 90-odd resilience risks identified in the NRSA. I should say, in addition to that, there are many other areas of resilience that are not actually included within that document, whether it's sort of resilience in terms of cross-channel strikes or all the other sort of things that government has to deal with. And clearly, as part of that, I'm sure that I know the inquiry is familiar with the way the risk matrix works, which is that we assess both likelihood and impact, and given that a pandemic flu consistently sat up in the top right-hand corner, that was something that I took an interest in, along with other risks, and so I asked for further specific briefing on that, received that briefing, and indeed throughout my time as a minister received further briefings, all of which were consistent with advice that we were broadly in a pretty strong state of preparedness. I relied, for example, on the international surveys. Now, I know there has been questions and criticisms about how those worked, but those were things that that gave me assurance. And indeed, there were, throughout my time in office, I received further piece of information and briefing which reinforced that general picture.
Deputy Prime Minister, to what extent, when a minister receives briefings, do the briefings descend into the specifics and the detail? You referred to your understanding of the risk assessment process, for example. Presumably, the briefings would have covered areas such as the risk assessment process, the workings of the Pandemic Flu Readiness Board, which was co-chaired by the Cabinet Office and the DHSC, the exercises, the major exercises which were being carried out by the Cabinet Office, for example, Exercise Cygnus in 2016 and its aftermath, and perhaps the workings, the most important workings of the DHSC in relation to pandemic preparedness, the Pandemic Influenza Preparedness Programme, the PIP programme. Is that broadly correct, that you would have been aware of the broad nature of the pillars of the government's approach to pandemic preparedness, but not perhaps the detail at a lower level?
Well, first of all, it would depend on the stage at which I was a minister. So when I was first appointed as the minister, I was told in broad terms, this is the resilience architecture. So we have the NRSA, we have the civil contingencies secretariat that sits within the department. We have the lead government department model. So, for example, in relation to terrorism risks, those are held by the Home Office and the Home Secretary in respect of health and biosecurity risks. Broadly, those were held by the Department of Health. I would then, through a process of iteration, ask further questions about specific areas within that. And then subsequently, during my time in office, as issues arose, I would receive further briefing, either because there was a decision that had to be made, so I had to agree and scrutinise and sign off a particular document or piece of cross-government working, or because there was something that was coming sort of up as something that was moving from risk to something that may materialise. So, for example, Ebola was an example of something that we looked at during that time. There were many other examples, and of course, across the wider resilience, there was, as is the case most winters, there's flooding, there's occasional storms, there's all those sort of things that require a degree of cross-government coordination. And a lot of what you do as the Minister for the Cabinet Office or a Minister in the Cabinet Office is you kind of just, you need to know when something remains with the lead government department, or if you often find a lead government department will come to you and say, we need some help with some cross-government work, and you kind of supporting that, or make a decision whether that was appropriate for us or something that would vest with the lead government department.
And so as a minister, you're plainly dependent on anticipated risks and issues and problems being brought to your attention. I mean, you can't be responsible, of course, for every aspect of your department's operation. You won't know what all the correspondence amounts to. You are dependent on the system bringing matters which require ministerial input to your attention.
Yes, but that's not to say that a minister is entirely passive in this situation. One sits there and waits for officials to bring stuff to one's desk. I was very much engaged, and I know most ministers are, for want of a better word, in the wider sort of civic society in respect of that. So, just to give you some examples, frequently there'd be questions asked in Parliament, whether those were written or oral questions. There'd be select committee reports produced. There'd be independent bodies that produce reports. The media, of course, would report on these things from time to time. So I would frequently pick up, I would either have those things put in my box so I would see them, or I would independently pick them up, and I I'd walk into my private office in the morning or after the weekend with a list of things that that had come to my attention that I wanted to receive a further briefing on. So it was more of a sort of interactive process. But remember, my responsibility as a minister was to drive the overall direction of the department. I'm not personally an expert in the details of any of the individual risks. My job is to ensure that the department moves in the right direction, is directed in the correct way, and working closely with the Prime Minister and others to ensure that the priorities of the department and the conduct of government reflects the priorities of the government as a whole.
Milady had evidence from sort of a letwin. You may have seen the evidence, I don't know, but he gave evidence about how when he was appointed as a minister, he threw himself personally into one or two aspects or a number of aspects of his department on account of his concern about whether or not there were issues that were required to be attended to. And he called for specific reviews of a number of areas, departmental areas, and carried out himself personally some of those reviews. Given the sheer number of obligations within the portfolio of the Minister for Implementation and the Minister for the Cabinet Office, were you ever able to throw yourself personally into that sort of review of the field of civil contingencies?
Yes. So almost immediately after I was appointed as Minister of Implementation, Carillion, a major government supplier, essentially went bankrupt. So there were immediate challenges for me, and I tended to lead on it, working with the Chancellor Duchy of Lancaster to ensure that we were resilient and we responded to the collapse of this major government supplier, essentially to ensure that there was a continuity of delivery of public services across the board. But also, I was very mindful of the resilience of the remaining providers, because I won't quote Lady Bracknell, but we didn't want to lose another one. Let's put it that way. So I spent a lot of time working with officials, both on the resilience to ensure that if we lost another one, we would be resilient to it, but also with each of those strategic suppliers to understand pretty much on a daily and then latterly a weekly basis the financial position of those strategic suppliers. So I had a strong insight as to what the risk landscape looked like. And then off the back of that, I instituted, with the Chancellor of Duchy of Lancaster, a programme of reform of government procurement and the approach that we took to our major strategic suppliers. So, and there are other examples like that.
What about in relation to health resilience or pandemic planning? So the particular field with which, of course, this inquiry is concerned.
There wasn't the sort of activity that I've described in respect of Carillion. It was the case, though, two things. First of all, and I hope that the documents that the inquiry has demonstrated, I was reassured on a number of occasions, and I know this is subject to a subsequent debate by the inquiry, and we can go over it in hindsight, but I was assured that we're in a strong state of resilience for it. But in addition to that, I did, as issues arose, ask specific questions and indeed seek routine updates as well. So, for example, I asked to have a specific overview of resilience readiness across a range of different issues. That happened periodically, and I met with officials periodically, and I would periodically pick up issues in that context.
We're now going to look at some of the documents to which you've referred, Deputy Prime Minister, and it's right that in your statement you say that you were briefed that a major programme of work was underway, and you were generally assured that the government was reasonably and sufficiently prepared for an influenza pandemic, and you were broadly content that the government was taking reasonable and proportionate steps. May we please have 145720? This is a document that you won't have seen before this inquiry because it wasn't sent to you. It's an email from Catherine Hammond dated the 20th of September 2018, and it wasn't addressed to you. But it's an email that concerns the general field of resilience and preparedness for pandemic flu. And it's an email within the Cabinet Office, between the civil servants in the Cabinet Office, concerning in September of 2018, so when you were a Minister for Implementation, the priorities of the Pandemic Flu Readiness Board, to which we'll come back to and about which I know you're familiar. And at the bottom of the page, before the sign-off, before the penultimate paragraph, there are these words: messages to the Department of Health and Social Care and Cabinet Office ministers, and in particular the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, as chair of the NSE THRC committee, the committee to which you referred earlier, given there are clear risks associated with not taking forward the Pandemic Flu Readiness Board programme. So it would seem from this internal communication within the Cabinet Office that officials were considering the nature of the message which would have to be sent to ministers, including yourself, but in particular the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, about the clear risks associated with not taking forward the Pandemic Flu Readiness Board programme. So, given your statement that you were generally assured that the government was reasonably and sufficiently prepared, and that you were briefed that the government was in a moderately decent position and that readiness was being improved, to what extent were you told at that time, September 18, that there were risks in relation to the discharge of your own ministerial role associated with what was being discussed, which was not taking forward the programme at all for pandemic flu readiness?
Well, first of all, as you said, I didn't specifically receive this email. I would take issue with the point that you're saying that not taking forward at all, because it was the case that I did receive advice about some of the reprioritisation that was happening. And indeed, I was specifically assured that in respect of the two key areas that sat specifically within the Cabinet Office, and if the inquiry will forgive the term, it's just the wording that is used across government on excess deaths. That's to say the risk of increased mortality, that work programme would continue. I was also received assurance that the pandemic flu bill preparedness would continue. So in the advice that how this sort of transpired into the advice that I received as a minister was that reprioritisation was happening. And we can come on to if you wish to, the reasons for that reprioritisation. But that in respect of core areas of pandemic flu preparedness, and particularly areas for which the Cabinet Office was responsible, that work continued. What I would also say is that it is the case that the way the resilience function works is it has to have flexibility. So programmes of work are set out, and as different challenges face the government, we flex resources accordingly. The key areas have to keep on going. Other areas, we reach a certain state of readiness, and then we resume them subsequently. So this was in the context of what I was familiar with, which is the constant flexing of resources, because bearing in mind we were dealing with 90-odd different risks. Some of them were materialising, others weren't. We had to make judgments across the board.
Indeed. We, of course, are only concerned with the risks relating to health emergencies and including pandemic planning. 145721 is a 10th of January 2019 submission to David Lidington MP, who was then, as you'll recall, Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster and therefore the senior minister. You were at that stage still the parliamentary secretary and Minister for Implementation. This is a memo entitled Delivery of NSC, that's the National Security Council, THRC, the Threats, Hazards, Resilience and Contingencies Programmes. And to remind ourselves, the NSC THRC committee was the committee which was taken out of committee structure in July 2019, when, as is customary, the incoming government changed the committee structures associated with the Cabinet and its subcommittees. Delivery of work programmes commissioned by the NSC THRC on pandemic influenza are expected to be affected by the step up in planning for a no-deal exit from the European Union. So, in a general sense, although the evidence shows that you're absolutely right that some parts of the work programmes and some work programmes did continue, there was a general impact on the delivery of the NSC THRC programmes as a result of the reprioritisation of work necessitated by planning for a no-deal exit. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, what I would say is, again, forgive me, in the context of what I said already, namely that we had to ensure that we allocated resources according to where the greatest risk lay. Now, it was the case at that time that no deal was the default position of the government. So it was appropriate, given, and this is worth remembering, the kind of frankly apocryphal warnings that were being delivered about the consequence of no deal Brexit, for example, in relation to medicine supplies and elsewhere. It was appropriate that we shifted the resilience function to deal with this. Secondly, it was not a permanent shift. We knew that this thing would come to an end since we had an endpoint for if we didn't reach a deal, no deal would happen. The other point I would make, and it has come out, I think, in some of the evidence, is that there was a flip side to this, which was that the preparation, particularly through the Yellowhammer structures, made us match fit for when we did have to deal with the actual materialisation of the COVID pandemic. That is to say, it forced departments to work together closely, so there's a lot more cross-government coordination. And in addition, in relation to this, we surged additional capacity into the department. I believe we recruited around 15,000 extra staff who then were able to be redeployed once the threat of no deal had passed in order to further step up our preparedness to contribute to our COVID response.
We will look in due course at the undoubted benefits, and there were benefits, from the planning associated with planning for a no-deal exit. But in relation to your point, if I may observe that the preparations were required, my question was premised deliberately on an acceptance that the preparations for the no-deal exit were necessitated. And the lady has the point already, and it forms no part of this inquiry to examine into the worth of those preparations. They were necessary as part of the plans for a no-deal exit.
I mean, what I would say briefly on that is, and I say this as somebody who voted, I'll relitigate it, as somebody who voted for Remain in the referendum, it was not a question of one's view on Brexit or not. It was just a fact that we had triggered Article 50, and that the default was that without a deal, we would have no deal. So that was the default. So it was really incumbent on government, and in delivering my duties in respect of resilience, I appreciated very strongly. I had to make sure that the United Kingdom was in the best possible position, as did every minister, to deal with no deal. And actually, in doing that, as I said, we did get some other benefits from it.
But the reality was that those preparations, necessary though they were, had a direct and significant impact upon the majority of the work programmes to prepare for pandemic influenza.
No, I don't fully accept that. So the core responsibilities that certainly I had in respect of Cabinet Office in terms of our areas under the pandemic flu preparedness continued, namely the excess deaths work and the work in respect of pandemic flu bill drafting, both of which, by the way, were then subsequently, the learnings from that were used when the COVID crisis hit us. It was also the case that there was this constant flexing that happened. And when one takes it in the round in terms of how it essentially tested our ability to work together, and there's countless other examples of that. So, for example, the battle rhythm of having these daily exos, the fact that we had a real-time data coming in and going out again, all of those things actually put us in a position of being in a strong position. And the advice that I received was that the core stuff that we had to do was continuing, but in line with the normal reprioritization that happens, for example, when Salisbury hit, there was a reprioritization. I've just been dealing with the chairing the Cobras on the evacuation of British nationals from Sudan. There is always a flex. If we didn't have that flex, we would not be in such a strong position to respond to challenges as they hit the government.
If you look at paragraph 2 of this memo addressed to your then senior ministerial colleague, recommendations that you agree that the significant majority of the pandemic influenza and irrelevant and sensitive material is then redacted, due to report back to the NSC THRC in March and February 2019 respectively, are paused until the completion of Operation Yellowhammer. Operation Yellowhammer was the operational name given to the necessary preparations which were being made for a no-deal exit. Is it not?
Yes, that is Operation Yellowhammer.
And therefore that paragraph states in terms that the significant majority of the pandemic influenza and due to report back are paused. So a reference to the, no doubt, to the work streams or the preparations or the plans, a significant majority are paused. So my earlier question to you was, is it not right that there was a direct and significant impact on the planning for pandemic influenza as a result of the necessary plans being carried out to deal with the no-deal exit?
So clearly, and by the way, I should note, as you know, that I didn't actually receive this specific sub, but I don't dispute the pausing point. It is set out there. The area where I take a different view, given my experience as a minister at the time, Indeed. Was the point about the significant impact for the reasons that I set out, and I won't reprise this. Right. What I would also say, though, forgive me, is it is worth viewing this in the context of documents that I received, which gave me assurances that in respect of particularly the Cabinet Office areas for which I was responsible, that work was continuing. So I just can't, from my perspective, that was not how it was at the time.
Indeed. Page 2, please, of this memo, which absolutely correctly did not go to you. Paragraph 8 says the government's decision in December 2018 to step up contingency planning is placing unprecedented resource pressure on both lead government departments and the Civil Contingency Secretariat, which is coordinating Operation Yellowhammer across government. A number of departmental teams have already been retasked, with the majority expected to follow over the coming weeks. The Civil Contingency Secretariat is also prioritising Operation Yellowhammer work and identifying non-time critical work which can be paused accordingly. Is that an accurate summation, as you understood it to be, of the consequences of the decision to initiate Operation Yellowhammer, as far as you were being briefed?
Forgive me just to reread this. So I think, yes, in some respects, I'd just say two further things, which is that I won't reprise the point about the normal nature of flexing resources. Clearly, this was at the extreme end of flexing those resources, and that's reflected there. There is this is also the case that when we face challenges, the other thing we all do, and senior ministers, and certainly my officials in my department, is we just have to work harder. So we try as much as we can to walk and chew gum at the same time, to use that colloquialism. The need to deal with the new challenges, our first recourse is just to work harder and work longer hours in order to make sure that we continue with the business as usual. The other recourse that we have, which is not reflected in here, is to actively recruit additional resource from outside government, and that was the case. I think we recruited around 15,000 additional civil servants into government. And I would just sort of note in passing that again was additional resource that was then subsequently used when COVID struck. So I just think it's important to contextualise how this fits in with the way in which government tends to work.
May we have, please, document 205310. This was a quarterly update, Deputy Prime Minister, on CCS, Civil Contingencies Activity, which was prepared, in fact, for you as the then Minister for Implementation, and it's dated January 2019. So 205310, update for the Minister for Implementation, January 2019, and you were, of course, still the Minister for Implementation at that time, because you remained so until the 24th of July 2019. May we have page 2, please? Following Cabinet agreement in December, we are prioritising no-deal preparations from now on. This may include standing up command, control and coordination arrangements for as long as required. We presume that's a reference to the no-deal preparation arrangements that would need to be stood up. The Civil Contingencies Secretariat will continue a small number of essential activities alongside no-deal preparations, but have paused all other activity to enable sufficient focus on preparations for leaving the EU without a deal. That would appear to indicate, would it not, that in terms of weighing out the balance of activities which were being paused or ceased, the majority of activities were paused to enable focus on preparations for a no-deal exit, and only a minority of activities in the CCS continued for other matters.
Well, I think it's quite important with this one. I believe it's the following slide actually makes reference to pandemic flu preparedness. So it may be the one afterwards. So that was identified as an area where work would continue.
So you'll see further down the page, on this page, a reference to the Emergency Planning College operations, which was an activity to be prioritised, and then the National Security Risk Assessment completion. And we know, of course, that risk assessment process was completed in 2019. So yes, page 3, there's a reference to pandemic flu commitments close to completion finalised, including pandemic flu bill and excess death guidance.
Yes, and
those are the two areas, are they not, to which you made reference a few moments ago? Are they in the middle of the page, pandemic flu commitments close to completion finalised, including pandemic flu bill and excess death guidance?
Yes, and those were the two principal areas which were allocated to the Cabinet Office under those under the broader plans of pandemic flu preparedness.
But what about all the other pandemic flu related obligations and recommendations which have come out of Exercise Cygnus, not just those relating to the drafting of a pandemic flu bill and the work streams relating to excess deaths guidance, the two work streams to which you rightly have made reference? So this document, and you can see from the list of things, is updating me on things that fell specifically within my departmental brief, so the resilient satellite network and mobile alerting and so on.
clearly under the lead government department model, most of the activity identified under sickness to be taken forward fell to the department, DHSC, Department of Health and Social Care. So that's sort of separate to this piece of work that this is updating me on my Cabinet Office responsibilities.
The pandemic flu bill and the excess deaths guidance were only a minority, were they not, of the work streams which were required as a result of exercise sickness and the pandemic flu planning to which the government had committed itself, were they not?
In respect of my ministerial responsibilities in respect of pandemic flu, we had allocated to the Cabinet Office a small number of responsibilities. The two most significant ones of those were pandemic flu bill and excess deaths guidance. There were a large number of other areas of responsibility allocated to DHSC. I don't believe that this deals with what fell under DHSC as the lead government department.
Well, there was a committee to which you've already made reference, the Pandemic Flu Readiness Board, which was co-chaired by the Cabinet Office and the DHSC, was it not?
Yes. First of all, I think I should say this was not a ministerial committee. I sit on many ministerial committees and boards. This was a cross-departmental operational board, and there are many such boards that bring together officials. So, for example, in the field of resilience for civil nuclear disasters is one. There's many others of them. I was aware and briefed of the board, but the key thing for me was the output out of that board, and this document reflects the output out of that board.
Did you, as the Cabinet Office Minister from July 2019, have responsibility for the Pandemic Flu Readiness Board, a board which was co-chaired by your own department?
So it was co-chaired by officials in my department. I never sat on that board.
No.
The purpose of that board was to deal with that cross-departmental working. I was briefed on both the existence of the board, and you can see that in some of the other papers, and specifically on the output of those of that board. And this document, in turn, reflects the output of that board. And indeed, I received other briefings that reflected the output of it. And it's a fairly common thing for officials to get together in different groupings to work through issues. This was a sort of standing way of ensuring that happened, and then ministers in turn were received reporting out of it.
The board was a board for the cross-departmental working and output, as you describe it, relating to pandemic flu readiness. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Yes. And it is a board which was centrally concerned with drawing up plans and pursuing work streams related to what was required to be done in relation to prepare the country for the ordeal of addressing a pandemic flu.
Yes, that's correct, yes.
And it was a board which was within your department because it was co-chaired by it. To what extent was the work of that board, as opposed to the general work of the Cabinet Office and the CCS to which this document refers, interrupted by the necessary planning that was required to be done for a no-deal exit?
Well, I believe that the board, I think it met in November 2018. I think that's correct. And then it subsequently met essentially after Yellowhammer had been stood down, I believe in November or December 19, and then in January 2020 again.
So may we take it from that the Pandemic Flu Readiness Board did not meet from November 2018 to November 2019?
Yes, that's correct.
Were you told, as the minister in charge of this particular aspect of the Cabinet Office, and as along with many others, that the board had not met for a year and had been therefore unable to consider in committee form the work streams which were intended for it?
I can't actually see from the documentation that I have, or the committee so the inquiry has, I can't see a specific document informing me of that. I would expect that I would have been informed of it, but I think for me the more fundamental point as the minister was what are the outputs of this process. So essentially, as you can see from that briefing, I was being assured that the core areas for which the Cabinet Office was responsible were continuing. I was also aware that because of Yellowhammer, and I think that was the right thing to do, we were prioritising resources to make sure that we were equipped for a no-deal scenario. And by the way, if we hadn't done that reprioritisation, we would have been in a much worse position to deal with COVID when it hit, had no deal actually occurred in terms of medicine supplies and so on, and that this was part of a normal reprioritisation, albeit, I should say, at the more sort of extreme end of reprioritisation, given the amount of resources we had to dedicate to no deal, since it wasn't one sector specific, it cut across many different areas.
Is extreme reprioritisation a metaphor for significant impact? The reprioritisation that took place here, extreme as you describe it, in effect meant that an important committee dealing with pandemic flu readiness did not meet. And the majority of the work streams to which the Cabinet Office refer in a general sense, but specifically in the context of pandemic flu planning, were interfered with. They were either paused or only part completed or stopped altogether, with the exception of excess death capacity management and the drafting of a pandemic bill.
I don't think there's a great deal I can add to what I previously said. I disagree with the point about the significant impact because of the reassurances that I received, and I've made the point about how those pertain those specific recommendations pertain to the Cabinet Office. It is the case that across all government activity, and bearing in mind this is one of 90-odd different areas of activity where reprioritisation, I'm sure, would have happened across those risks and many other areas, the assurance that I had, and indeed, to my knowledge, I didn't ever receive a document, and I believe me, as a minister, I frequently receive documents from officials that say to me, Minister, this is a major problem, we need to do something about it. I did not receive that in respect of the situation with the pandemic flu board. The pandemic flu board was an official level cross-government coordination body, and as part of the shifting of resources to deal with this major challenge of no deal as it arose, that didn't meet. That is not to say that activities didn't happen, they clearly happened here, and also in respect of other areas, they've been commissioned, they weren't sort of stood down, they were, as it were, we've made progress in a lot of areas, and in those key areas for which I had responsibility, the prioritisation continued.
All right, thank you. My lady, is that a convenient moment?
Certainly. I'm sorry we have to keep you over lunch. I know you have so many things to do. Well, we've been hearing about some of the things you have had to do, but I'm afraid I have to break regularly because the poor stenographer has to cope with everything we say, and I gather you've still got a little bit to go?
Not much, but some.
So I hope it's not too inconvenient, and I hope you can work over the break. I shall return at 10 to 2.
Thank you.
Deputy Prime Minister. Before lunch, you were giving evidence about the Pandemic Flu Readiness Board. I'd like to take you, please, to another Pandemic Flu Readiness Board document, 23114, please. So the Pandemic Flu Readiness Board, as we've seen, was a board chaired, in fact, by the Cabinet Office and the DHSC. It was a joint board, and therefore a board, of course, into which both the Cabinet Office and the DHSC contributed. This document is dated the 23rd of January 2020, so it's dated, in fact, about 3 weeks before you ceased being Minister for the Cabinet Office. We can see it's a PFRB document because in the top right-hand corner, you will see the reference to the board PFRB. And what it is it's a dashboard of the work streams coming out of the Pandemic Flu Readiness Board as at that date, the 23rd of January 2020. And I'd like you, please, Deputy Prime Minister, to have a look down the progress since the last meeting, which is the second column, and the next steps, as well as the key risks in the last column, briefly in relation to each of the work streams, and consider the extent to which you were aware of the progress or lack of progress for each of the work streams. So the first one is healthcare. Progress has slowed due to extended sickness of the NHS England pandemic flu lead, EU exit activities and the reorganisation of NHS England. In next steps, draft strategy to be signed off, consideration of the communications, further development of the service-facing guidance, lessons from EU exit planning will be reflected, and the key risks, the possibility of further major incidents in London, competing demands on key NHS staff, NHS England, and improvement staff, and NHS England improvement change of priorities. Were you aware, prior to leaving ministerial office, that that degree of progress had been made in relation to the work stream of healthcare in relation to the committee which the Cabinet Office co-chaired?
Well, the first thing I should say, Ms. Keith, is clearly under the departmental lead government departmental model, these actions pertained to the Department of Health. So my expectation is those would have been reported through to the Department of Health through their appropriate processes. As I said in my evidence prior to the break, the purpose of this board was to bring together two different bits of government at official level, and I would have been advised, and indeed was advised, on the outputs as we discussed. So I wouldn't have expected to have been briefed specifically on this. It could have been that I would have done subsequently, but given those timings, I suspect by the time we'd gone through the process of the board sitting, then the subs and so on, advice coming up to ministers, I doubt that would have come across my desk by the time I'd left.
Deputy Prime Minister, it's obvious that not every document goes to the desk of a minister, and you've already made plain that this is a committee which was concerned with work streams that traversed not just the Cabinet Office but the DHSC. It was a joint Cabinet Office DHSC committee.
And I believe other departments as well may have had outputs from it as well.
They may have had outputs, but it was a committee that was co-chaired by your department.
Yes, that's correct. It's co-chaired by officials in my department, yes.
And the Pandemic Flu Readiness Board was a board for which you, together with the Secretary of State for the Department of Health and Social Care, took ministerial responsibility.
Yes, it was a way of ensuring that we had joined up and government between different parts of the government machine, just as, for example, in relation to, say, civil nuclear preparedness, there were similar boards. But this was about driving the operationalisation of the direction that the government was taking.
Number 2, workstream community care. Progress on the community healthcare side has slowed due to extended sickness of NHS England pandemic flu lead, EU exit activities and the reorganisation of NHS England, NHS Improvement. And then over the page, please. Excess deaths. That is the work stream to which you made reference, isn't it, this morning?
Yes, that was one that was specifically allocated to the Cabinet Office.
Workshops have been held for body disposal, body transport, body storage, coroners and prisons. Prisons was another area that the Cabinet Office was particularly concerned with, and that appears to be a work stream that was proceeded with.
Well, that would reflect the fact, again, of the coordination and facilitation role of government working with the Ministry of Justice, it would have been at that time.
Then over the page, please. Sector resilience. There's been no further work on this work stream as the statements of preparedness are finalised, and it was agreed that the sharing of the business checklist should be paused as a result of the need to communicate other risks, including EU exit. So, sector resilience, what is that?
So it's sort of what it says on the tin. That is for different parts of society and the nation, their ability to withstand. So, for example, you might have the transport sector, you might have the education sector. It's chunks of the economy and national life, and resilience is clearly
an important
ability to withstand. Yeah, and again that would reflect the fact that sector resilience is something that cuts across different parts of government. So again, it goes back to this facilitation and coordination.
But it includes health sector resilience, of course.
Yes, of course, except that what I would say is that this is clearly health sector is the core sector for the impact of pandemic flu. So sort of implicit in that is that given that DHSC was jointly chairing this board, that would sit with them. I mean, so it's a sort of it is a somewhat academic distinction. In theory, I guess health would sit within it, but manifestly, given the actual facts of where this how government worked together, given that health were responsible, you can see for many of these other areas. I don't think we would have gone through a process whereby it went Cabinet Office back to health, liaise and engage, given that health were already liaising and engaging through this forum.
Well, it was plainly an important work stream, otherwise it wouldn't have appeared on the face of this document.
Yes, it was, and that's. But the role of reason I think Cabinet Office had this allocated to it is the fact that dealing with all the other government departments that were not represented at this board would have required the usual role of Cabinet Office to facilitate and liaise with them. There wouldn't have been a need for the Cabinet Office to facilitate and lead with the Department of Health, since they were sat round the table when they went through all these other actions.
The only official whose name appears on this document in the first column is of the Senior Resilience Officer at the Civil Contingencies Secretariat within the Cabinet Office, which was your department.
Yes, that's correct.
Right. Number 5, cross-cutting enablers. Is this a reference to the work that was done on the draft pandemic bill, which in due course formed the basis of the Coronavirus Act of 2020?
Yes, I think that is the case. If you look here in the second column across, yes, it says all England clauses and supporting documentation, including explanatory note, assessment note and assessment of impacts. Those are things typically associated with the process of drawing up legislation.
Yes. And we can see a reference to legislative in the first column, and also in the last column, the right-hand column.
Yes,
the
indeed.
Future risk
bill, so
may be
yes, indeed,
a failure to complete the bill. Yeah. All right. So that's one of the areas to which you referred earlier, which, in relation to which work continued and it was completed.
And indeed, that's reflected in the
over the page, please. Communications. Pandemic influenza public health communication strategy content signed off by the 4 United Kingdom Chief Medical Officers. Work stream then paused. Do you know why the work stream is then paused?
No, I don't, is the short answer. I could speculate that it was to do with our previous discussion about
Operation Yellow.
Operation Yellowhand, but I couldn't say for sure one way or the other.
Then we've got the Moral and Ethical Advisory Group. Is that the group that was instituted in order to be able to tackle the extremely difficult moral and ethical issues which might arise out of triage decisions having to be made by hospitals, in essence, the turning away of patients for treatment?
Amongst other things, yes. So this arose from a consideration that government would have to make difficult decisions, and we would have to. It would, as again as the title suggests, it would give rise to moral and ethical questions, and we felt that it was appropriate to have a body to help us with that. And indeed, I signed off the creation of the Moral and Ethical Advisory Group as a minister, and I believe certainly in a previous pack there was a sub that had details of that.
And it had one introductory meeting on the 25th of October of 2019, and there was a debate about its remit. So that structure, that committee was set up, and they had one introductory meeting. Further down the page, please. Over the page. Year 2 work streams. There is then a reference to this, the 2011 UK Pandemic Influenza Preparedness Strategy, as it says, the document dating back to 2011. The review was complete and Commission sent to stakeholders requesting relevant sections are updated. A number of updates have been received, not taken on board as work stream paused, aware of the need to reignite this work stream. Was that strategy document, the 2011 strategy document, the sole pandemic-related strategy document in existence? It relates to pandemic influenza. It was the only one related to pandemic influenza, and there was no analogous strategy document for non-influenza pandemics. Is that correct?
Well, I would imagine that was the case, but I have to say I just want to be absolutely clear with the inquiry that even under a lead government departmental model, these actions, the ones that you can see from my answers, I'm able to answer very clearly on the ones that pertain to Cabinet Office responsibilities. These pertain to Department of Health responsibilities. The lens through which I saw all of this was the NRSA and its successor documents, and ensuring that we had the cross-government coordination. Indeed, this is reflected in this body and many other bodies. So I'm sure that was the case, but I can't say that definitively to you, because the strategies that I was concerning myself with were all the things that facilitated and made government work together, and we can see that more recently with things like the resilience framework, the various iterations of the standards that were required across government, the risk registers, and so on. Just as with the Home Office, for example, when Home Office leads on counter-terror, I wouldn't tend to get to the detail of each, being sort of cognizant in the detail of each individual strategy. So that's why I'm a little bit reluctant to say for certain, but plainly it would appear on the face of it that would be the case.
As the Minister for the Cabinet Office and in charge of resilience, civil contingencies, the Civil Contingency Secretariat, and the planning cross-government through the Cabinet Office of pandemic influenza preparedness, do you recall whether you were aware of the significance of that 2011 document? Do you recall debate about that document or the need to update it, to refresh it? Or was that something that just didn't come to you as a Cabinet Office Minister?
I think that this primarily sat with the Department of Health. It was their document in order to ensure the effective delivery of government. And indeed, this is one of the challenges that I find constantly as a Cabinet Office Minister. It's to know where to delineate the line between the individual government department and cross-government action. And the last thing that government departments want is another government department trying to do the same thing as that department. And indeed, the purpose of this board would partly have been to deconflict and to make sure that we're clear, this sits with one bit of government, that sits with another bit of government. And indeed, that is reflected in the allocation of work streams in the first column of this. And indeed, I should say this is fairly standard modus operandi of government, that you have the overall direction set, ministers are updated, then you have ministers ask questions and all the other things that we discussed prior to the break. But then you have a sort of a mechanism for making sure the two bits of government work together, and this is what this board was doing.
But Mr. Dadden, the DHSC in the field of civil contingencies and health emergencies is the lead government department. But the Cabinet Office still retains its obligation to ensure that the wheels of government turn, there's proper coordination and liaison between departments, and that all the moving parts of the health emergency civil contingency system continue to turn. The Cabinet Office at no time absolved itself of the obligation to ensure that the DHSC was on top of its areas concerned with civil contingencies, in the same way that the Cabinet Office was on top of its own obligations and other government departments were on top of their obligations. Where is the material which shows that ministerially the Cabinet Office was trying to drive this process forward and saying there are gaps here, there have been pauses in the work streams, we, the Civil Contingencies Department, must try to resolve this?
Well, I think there's, I sort of make two reflections on this. So, first of all, it is important that we have a lead government departmental model, and that each department takes its responsibility. And by the way, it's not as if this thing sort of sits there. That is a clear action that is allocated to a senior responsible officer, basically a lead civil servant in that department. They then fit in a structure where they will no doubt report to a Director General or probably a Director General or a Director, and then into a permanent secretary. And then ministers in that department have accountability for that and oversee it and drive it. The separate role of the Cabinet Office is to say, right, how do we make sure all the different bits of government work together? So, for example, if it was the case that the Department of Health came to us either at ministerial level or through officials and said, look, we've got a problem trying to deliver this strategy. We need to get, I don't know, Department for Transport or some other department in order to make this happen. We're not getting the movement we require. Then they would come to officials in my department, potentially ministers would come to me and say, look, can you unblock this? Can you help make this happen? My first question would usually be, have you exhausted all the things that you can do yourself? And if you can't, then we will use the machinery of government to help achieve that. What is not a good use of resource for us is to constantly second guess things that are clearly allocated to individual government departments.
But what about checking work streams directly coming out of a committee which your department co-chairs?
So if there was a significant problem in respect of this, I would expect to be, and frequently was, updated. Remember, this is a non-ministerial board. This is an official board. I would be expected to receive advice, to be informed that there was a problem. A, there was a problem here, and B, that it was a problem that required Cabinet Office to facilitate, help unlock, and so on in the way that I've described to you.
These problems did not emerge for the first time on the 23rd of January 2020. When were you, therefore, updated and informed of the continuing problems with this process and the majority of the work streams?
I can't recall now. I'm sure it's it would be in one of the documents I've seen. I don't actually recall in the documents you've shared with me. Indeed, Mr. Keith, I'm very happy to look at it. One that specifically referred to this point.
The reason I ask is, of course, that in your statement you say, I was briefed that a major programme of work was underway to improve readiness across government. I was generally assured the government was reasonably and sufficiently prepared for an influenza pandemic, and I was broadly content the government took reasonable and proportionate steps commensurate with the perceived risks at the time. It is your assertions in your witness statement that form the genesis for questions about the degree to which you were informed about the problems apparent on the face of this document.
Yes, and the reason why I said that is that, and I can point throughout the bundles that the inquiry has, where I am reassured about the progress that has been made in respect of pandemic flu preparedness. And indeed, if you go back to one of these previous items, I'm not asking to scroll back up, but just to recall at the time I received, for example, the submission on the medical ethical and advisory group, that also had a couple of annexes attached to it, which again provided updates and reassurance. Indeed, I believe in one of the subs of the line saying we are one of the best prepared in the world. Secondly, as we developed, as sort of work streams shifted and adjusted in the way that we were discussing prior to the break, I received updates on those. So that is the basis on which I made that assertion. And remember, of course, all of this is being done in the context of the information that I had at that time. Of course, if you now ask me with the hindsight of everything that happened subsequently, I can go into many discussions about what happened afterwards. What I was trying to convey in that statement was about my assurance as to where we were at that point, given the material that I received as a minister and all the information that I had as a minister at that time.
This is not hindsight, is it? Because this is a document dated the 23rd of January, produced while you were still a minister, on the eve of the pandemic. And it's a reflection of work streams that were running into problems and being paused or stopped over a matter of months, in fact, 18 months prior to the pandemic.
Well, the first thing is that, as I said, I didn't receive an update on this. I may well have received an update, and my answer to you may have been different had I received that update. Secondly, this was under a lead governmental department model. One would expect that those issues would primarily be raised to the relevant lead government department, which was the Department for Health. And indeed, on the assertion that these individual things had that significant impact subsequently, again, I've not seen the evidence of that.
No, indeed. Could we then just conclude this document by just having a look at the bottom row, restructure of the online pandemic influenza documentation guidance. This work stream was paused as a result of EU exit. If you just go over the page, we may see the continuation and conclusion of the first sentence in the first column for Government, UK and Resilience Direct. And then the LRF Pandemic Flu Standard, the consultation on the Pan Flu Standard, which is a testing document for local resilience forums, that was completed. Could we then look, and you're quite right, of course, there were any number of documents after the event, but they look backwards and they shed light on the position prior to the pandemic. INQ 57522, this was a document which concerned the implementation of the recommendations that came out of exercise Cygnus, to which you referred. And just to recollect the position, Cygnus was an exercise in October 2016, was it not? It reported in July 2017, and thereafter, over the following 3 years, work was done in order to implement the recommendations from exercise Cygnus. Because exercise Cygnus was an exercise in which the Cabinet Office was a participant organisation, to what extent, whilst a minister, were you informed about the progress being made on the implementation of the recommendations from exercise Cygnus? Generally, not just those specifically concerned with the Cabinet Office, but generally as a result of the exercise.
Well, first of all, I should say in respect of this document, I don't believe I was presented with this document.
No, you
when I
wouldn't
this
have
is
been,
the Department of Health
and it's dated June 2020, after you ceased being...
So that's an important piece of context for this document. Secondly, the core role of the Cabinet Office in respect of any exercise is to make the thing happen. So, for example, very recently, my department and I oversaw Operation Mighty Oak, which was to prepare us for the eventuality if we lost power in the United Kingdom, something I'm sure we weren't worried about as a consequence of it, or we had the appropriate actions. So that's what the Cabinet Office was doing in terms of pulling that together. Under the lead government departmental model, and I have subsequently seen this document, you will see again, in common with the Pandemic Flu Board recommendations, under each row there's an allocation of those to each government department. Those that pertain to the Cabinet Office, again, I had comfort that those were being conducted in the appropriate way. It was not the case, and I suppose this is maybe, Ms. Keys, this fundamental point that you are getting at with these questions, that I, as a minister, had 90-odd different risks that sat specifically identified in the NRSA within the resilience portfolio. In addition to that, there were many other risks that we had to deal with. Within that context, my responsibility was to make sure all the different bits of government were working together in terms of the overall strategy, not necessarily to dive into the detail of each one of those 90-odd risks, except if I was being advised that there was a specific problem that that required my support in terms of dealing with it. In terms of how the Cygnus then came through to this, the outcome of Cygnus was then embedded into actions that were being driven through government. So the relevant ones for the Health Department were embedded into the Health Department. And as we've seen and we've discussed in previous exchanges, those relating to the Cabinet Office were embedded in the Cabinet Office,
All right.
the excess deaths and so on.
We can see from this document that it refers to the fact that exercise Cygnus demonstrated 4 key learning outcomes to the United Kingdom's preparedness and response capabilities. And of course, you'll recall that exercise Cygnus reported that the United Kingdom's preparedness and response in terms of its plans, policies and capability were not sufficient to cope with the extreme demands of a severe pandemic. And the report was supported by 22 detailed lessons. This analysis maps the 22 lessons identified against policy and planning development activities undertaken by the whole of the United Kingdom government and devolved administrations through the Pandemic Flu Readiness Board, the body chaired by the Cabinet Office and the DHSC, the Pandemic Influenza Preparedness Programme, supervised by the DHSC, normal business as usual activities of those organisations with a role in pandemic preparedness. Overall, paragraph 4, the analysis has found that 8 lessons identified have been fully addressed by the government. 6 lessons identified have been partially addressed by the development of new plans and policies, but some work is ongoing, and work to address 8 lessons identified is still ongoing. So this is June 2020, almost 4 years, 3.5 years after exercise Cygnus. What you say about risks, outcomes, work streams being assigned to a particular government department is well understood. But which government department stood back and with an overarching eye asked the question, what generally is happening with the recommendations to exercise Cygnus, to cover the possibility that each department focused on its own specific work streams and no one took charge to drive the overall process forward to make sure that no one was falling between two stools?
So the process by which this worked was each one of those actions was, and I believe in the subsequent pages you will see it, allocated to an individual government department. Those government departments have structures within them, and I see it within the Cabinet Office, to ensure that they deliver on the areas for which they are responsible. So if you take those allocated to the Department of Health, There are senior responsible officers who have responsibility for those within the Department of Health. They sit within reporting structures within the Department of Health, whereby they're held to account for those things. The whole purpose of having an SRO is to say, we're not going to have this confusion. This is the person to whose name this particular responsibility is attached. Now, in respect of those which were attached to the Cabinet Office, those were clearly addressed in the way that we've discussed previously. In addition to that, the facilitating role of the Cabinet Office was to say, if the department came to us and had problems with delivery of it, they would raise them. In addition to that, it's not that was the preponderance of how it happened, but it was also the case that there were many officials within the CCS. They didn't sort of say, there we are, over you go, and forget about it. There was an ongoing dialogue, but the responsibility was very clearly set out as set out in the different rows of that document.
All right. May we please have that document removed and replaced by the resilience framework, for which you took responsibility, you drafted the forward to it by virtue of your subsequent ministerial position as Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, which post you held from October 2022, and therefore includes the framework document 97685 of December 2022. Do you recognise that document?
Yes, I do.
I'm going to embarrass you, Deputy Prime Minister, by asking you just to check that the forward and the photograph is indeed of you and from you on page 7.
I'll wait for it to flash up on the screen. But
there we are.
Yes, it's a passing resemblance. Yes.
This document was a document prepared by the government with obvious good sense in light of many of the lessons learned documents which have emanated from the COVID pandemic, as well as, of course, the reviews carried out by various departments concerned with civil contingencies. And also, it was a document promised in, I think, a major government review in 2021 called the Integrated Review of Security, Defence, Development and Foreign Policy. The inquiry would just like to explore briefly some of the commitments which have been made in the report, because, of course, it forms no part of this inquiry's functions and Milady's functions to make recommendations which have already been put into place or are being progressed. So just briefly looking at the annex, which is, I think, is at, perhaps let's start on page 5, which is the executive summary. You can see there that the report is divided up between the executive summary and the action plans in relation to risk, responsibilities and accountability, partnerships, communities, investment and skills. And Annex B, there is a summary on page 66, it's page 72 online, could we have that please, which sets out a summary of the framework actions which your report promotes. The first page of Annex B deals with those actions in respect to which the United Kingdom government is already taking action. So in relation to risk, it's already taking action by refreshing the NSRA process. And indeed, in 2022, the NSRA process was revised, was it not, to take account of the possibility of multiple scenarios.
Yes, that's correct. And indeed, shortly we will publish sorry to get into all these acronyms, but the NRR, which is the public-facing version.
The National Risk Register, the public-facing emanation of the National Security Risk Assessment. And then creating a new head of resilience. So the United Kingdom government's already taking action by creating a new head of resilience. May we task you, please, with the question, has a new head of resilience been appointed?
Yes.
And is that a post within a government department, or is it a post out with a government department?
It's a post within a government department. It's a post within the Cabinet Office. So one of the principal post-COVID reforms we have undertaken is to take the previous CCS, so Civil Contingency Secretariat, and deal with one of the challenges, which is how do you balance dealing with immediate crises as they hit whilst continuing to ensure the wider resilience picture. So am I at liberty to name I might just help to name them.
By all means.
So Roger Hargreaves now runs the COBRA unit. That is the crisis unit to deal with issues as they immediately emerge. So in the short term, so we don't lose sight of the longer term challenges. Mary Jones oversees and is the head of resilience. They, just in terms of the overall architecture of the Cabinet Office, they sit in slightly different reporting structures. So Mary sits within, and forgive me, these are further details, EDS, the Economic and Domestic Secretariat, which is the overall cross-government coordination function. Roger sits primarily within the NSS, the National Security Secretariat, which reflects those slightly different preponderances. One is about the joining up whole of government in the form of resilience. One is about the immediate crisis response.
There was, before this resilience framework and before the full terrible impact of COVID-19 became apparent, already a Director of National Resilience in the Cabinet Office, a full-time job between March 2020 and May 2022. To what extent is this new head of resilience any different to the pre-existing job of being Director of National Resilience in the Cabinet Office?
So the principal difference is the split that I described to you, namely between the ensuring that we have both the focus on the challenges as they hit, the immediate management of those, and taking the longer-term risk and the longer-term view. Also, I would say, the other thing that it does is, and this runs through the framework, is looking at how we try and prevent these things happening in the first place. So the sort of strategies like the biological security strategy, actions in relation to critical national infrastructure resilience, resilience to cyber, net zero strategies, all of those cross-government efforts that ensure that these crises don't happen in the first place, as well as the resilience for when they do.
In relation to the new resilience function in the third bullet point, the government's already taking action by strengthening the United Kingdom government resilience structures by creating a new resilience function. Before the split in the Civil Contingency Secretariat between the new COBRA unit, which is now in the National Security Secretariat.
No, so forgive me. The COBRA unit is the COBRA unit. It reports into the National Security Secretariat.
It is
forms part of the National Security Secretariat.
It is in the National Security Secretariat. And the other half of the old Civil Contingency Secretariat is the Resilience Directorate, which is now in the Economic and Domestic Secretariat. To what extent does this new resilience function differ from half of the old Civil Contingency Secretariat, namely the Resilience Directorate, which is now in the Economic and Domestic Secretariat?
Well, I think one of the problems that we identified previously, and what we're seeking to address with this, is the tendency for the person that has overall charge of this to permanently be focused on the immediate risks and not to take that longer-term view. And I've actually seen this in action both as a minister before and afterwards. I now have totally separate meetings and regularly with Mary Jones, who is I'm referring to him from now on as the head of resilience, who is briefing me on where we are with resilience and prevention, whereas Roger Hargreaves, as head of COBRA, is the person that is briefing me and ensuring that we are across the immediate challenges we face, such as the Sudan evacuation was one of the more prominent recent challenges that we faced. So I think in that way you ensure that one doesn't become the sort of poorer relation of the other.
Page 73, please. The framework distinguishes, does it not, between those steps in relation to which the United Kingdom government is already taking action and those
actions which the government is committing to take by 2025. That's on page 73, and page 74 by 2030. I want to ask you, please, about one particular aspect of page 73, the roles which will be put in place by 2025, halfway down the page, partnerships, because the degree of external review, of challenge, of advice antithetic to groupthink is an important issue for this inquiry. The government has agreed to commit to growing the United Kingdom's advisory groups made up of experts, academics and industry experts in order to inform the NSRA. This may include establishing a risk-focused subgroup of the United Kingdom Resilience Forum. In drawing up the report, Deputy Prime Minister, what did you have in mind in relation to what those external experts, academics and industry experts might consist of, given that the report in its body makes plain that SAGE will continue to play a vital role, the United Kingdom Resilience Forum is already set up, the provision for a body called STAX will continue to provide expert advice, and that the government will actively and regularly draw on expert challenge. Do you know what exactly is in mind in terms of growing those groups rather than relying upon the existing structures?
Well, there's a short answer and a long answer. To give you the long answer, I'd have to go through each of those different bodies that you listed and explain to you the specific functions. The short version of that is that I don't believe that any of those bodies perform specifically the function of an external look and challenge across resilience. So just to take one, SAGE is particularly in relation to biological security risks, and particularly in the health sector. They wouldn't have much to say. I wouldn't think they'd have anything to say in relation to a severe terrorist incident. They might have something to say in relation to, say, civil nuclear. So the idea is to create some further external challenge. And indeed, for me as a minister, and I'm in a conversation with other ministers, and I think you've probably heard in evidence, and I saw briefly in the evidence of Sir Oliver Letwin, one of the most important challenges for us as ministers is to know what the right questions are to ask in the first place. And the more divergent forms of opinions and views you can get, the better able you are to ask the right questions. So within this Resilience Forum, which, as you said earlier, I chair, I think there is value in trying to take... So the Resilience Forum at the moment is about kind of pulling together, as it were, all the different strands in line with the whole of society approach that's outlined in this strategy. That would be about providing the sort of challenge inward, as it were. And so I think there is value in doing that. Although what I would say that I have, I've tried to keep up to date as much as I can with the deliberations of this inquiry, and I think some valid points have been made about other routes for finding that external challenge. So we'll certainly look to the outcome of Module 1 to see what your recommendations are in that respect.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Dunn, as far as the head of resilience is concerned, what level of official is it?
Director. She is a director.
And she reports to a minister in the Cabinet Office that happens to be you at the moment, or to the Deputy Prime Minister, if there is one? To whom does she report officially?
She reports to, well, she's available for all ministers to meet with, but she will report to me, not Deputy Prime Minister, is sort of to one side as Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster. Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster is the lead minister in the department, and indeed I meet very regularly with Mary Jones, as you might imagine.
Given the number of responsibilities that you referred to very briefly, and I heard from Sir Oliver Letwin, do you think there may be an argument for saying that there needs to be a minister whose specific responsibility is resilience?
I think it's a very interesting argument, and I saw Oliver's evidence quite late last night, so forgive me if I didn't catch every nuance of it. But I can see the argument he's making. The thing I would just say to consider on the other side is twofold. First of all, if you try and pull out resilience from all the other government coordination that happens in Cabinet Office, I think you'd lose something from that. So, for example, I'm able to link across, for example, the intelligence I receive on the NSS side in terms of malicious threats, and indeed that is very relevant to resilience now in the context, for example, of the Russia-Ukraine developments that we've seen over the past year or so. I'm also able to link it across to the government commercial function, which sits within my department, and they in turn link through to each of the commercial functions in each department. So if you took all of it and transferred it across, you'd basically be saying, have me, as it were. And I think that on balance, it probably works better to have a senior minister, and I'm fortunate enough to have been appointed a senior minister now, overseeing all of this. To the other point that Oliver made, I think he made the point about having the Prime Minister's ear, being able to influence. There would inevitably be a very limited number of ministers who are able to have that kind of access to the Prime Minister. So you may well find that there could be a trade-off there. Not necessarily, but I would just be concerned about how enduring that would be. So it could well be the case that when the minister was first appointed, they would be somebody that the Prime Minister knew well and placed a lot of trust in. You could find over the course of reshuffles, they became a less significant minister. It is always the case that the Cabinet Office is a core government department, and the role of the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, certainly for the past 20 or 30 years, has tended to be held by a senior minister. And I think that would be the thing I would weigh up in considerations.
One last question. You've said a number of times, as is bound to be the case, that you rely on assurances that you get and briefings that you get from officials. How do you as a minister make sure that they're not marking their own homework?
It's a very good question. It goes back actually to the last exchange. It's about one of the biggest challenges as a minister is knowing the right questions to ask. So all ministers rely on external input. I would say external input I rely on is, first of all, think tank reports from all the numerous learned institutes, questions that are posed to me in Parliament. I shall have the joy of questions in Parliament tomorrow on the Cabinet Office, and I will make sure that I'm across all the issues that are going to be raised there. That will almost certainly give rise to some external challenge, which I then put back into the system. It's also the case that there is, from time to time, quite considerable media interest in it. I will always make sure that if I'm going to be questioned on these things, I know where we are. And when I get the response, I will frequently say, well, hang on, how does that thing match up with the other thing? I've always taken the view that I welcome more external challenge. I think a diversity of views and opinions helps make for more robust decision making, and a minister that's empowered with a greater diversity of ideas is able to better perform as a minister.
Thank you very much. Mr. Keith?
My lady, there are no questions under Rule 10.4 for which you've granted permission, so that concludes the evidence of the Deputy Prime Minister.
Thank you very much indeed, Deputy Prime Minister. Thank you for helping the inquiry.
Thank you, my lady.
My lady, the next witness is the Chancellor of the Exchequer.
We're going to have to break, obviously, in the middle, so
Yes, what time?
can you... We started at 10 to 2, so the break would probably be at about 10 past.
Certainly, my lady. Yes, please.
I swear by Almighty God
The evidence I shall give
that the evidence I give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Would you be good enough to give your name, please?
Jeremy Hunt.
Chancellor, thank you very much for providing your assistance already to this inquiry by virtue of your witness statement, which we'll see at 177796, dated the 4th of April 2023. If we could have the last page, page 17, would you just be good enough to confirm that that is the statement of truth and declaration to which you appended your own signature?
It is.
For the purposes of my lady's inquiry, most pertinently, you were, Chancellor, weren't you, Secretary of State for Health between the 6th of September 2012 and the 8th of January 2018, and thereafter the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care until the 9th of July 2018, when you became Secretary of State for Foreign and Commonwealth Affairs.
Correct.
You were also, although plainly not a minister, chair of the Health and Social Care Select Committee between January 2020 and October 22, at which point, perhaps a couple of days earlier or a couple of days after, you became Chancellor of the Exchequer.
Correct.
In which post you continue to the present day. Chancellor, it is obvious that as Secretary of State for the Department of Health and then the Department of Health and Social Care, you were keenly aware of the onerous obligations placed on you as Secretary of State in relation to the provision of health care, including the obligations associated with the DH and then the DHSC being the lead government department for pandemic risk, being a health emergency.
Correct.
And it is clear from the documents before the inquiry, the departmental risk register, the paperwork and guidance relating to the discharge by your department of its role as lead government department, the legal obligation placed on the department by virtue of being a Category 1 responder under the Civil Contingencies Act 2004, and its supervision of a number of bodies, but most importantly, the Pandemic Influenza Preparedness Board and the co-chairing of the Pandemic Flu Readiness Board. That pandemic planning lay at the heart of your department's work.
Correct.
I want to ask you, please, in light of that, about exercise Cygnus, which was in October 2016. It was an exercise which took place between the 18th and 20th of October, and it was an exercise which was reported upon in July of 2017, the following year. You were, of course, Secretary of State at the time. To what extent do you recall the significance of exercise Cygnus or the recommendations that came from it?
Well, I recall taking part in the exercise extremely well.
Why was that?
Because it was not just a significant chunk of time taken out of my diary, but because something quite traumatic happened in the course of the exercise, even though it was only an exercise, which caused me to stop the exercise. I was basically asked in the course of the exercise to sanction the emptying of all the intensive care beds in the country, leading to the death of numerous people in those intensive care beds, on the grounds that the nursing requirement for those people in intensive care was so big, because each intensive care bed needed 3 or 4 nurses to look after one patient, that those nurses could save more lives if they operated in the community. So that
Be
was
clear, this was a hypothetical.
Yes.
Just in case
Yes.
anyone's switching on at this stage.
Yes. So effectively, I was being asked to flick a switch, which would have led to instant deaths, and I wasn't prepared to do that. And rightly or wrongly, you could obviously argue it lots of different directions, but you know, in Benthamite terms, the greatest good for the greatest number. Perhaps I should have been prepared to do it, but I wasn't prepared to do it. And I think that for the people, and that was, I think for the participants, quite a controversial moment. And thankfully, it was only an exercise. But my judgment was that it was that any pandemic scenario, if you were asking a human being, and we politicians are, of course, human beings, to make a decision like that, it was fraught with risk and danger. And I personally would have felt very, very difficult taking that decision. And so we developed new protocols as a result of that, which meant that I think if that situation would happen in real life, the Secretary of State would not be asked to take that decision.
And you made it plain that that was an intolerable decision to have to take for any Secretary of State, and there had to be an alternative course, and you directed that protocols be drawn up to deal with that possibility.
Correct. And we have to be honest that you do have to take those decisions in one way or another when there's limited capacity. And, you know, when we saw the COVID scenes in Lombardy, there were absolutely heart-wrenching scenes of Italian doctors saying that they're being asked to play God because the people they were depriving of a bed would inevitably die. So it isn't that you can't duck those decisions, but what I felt was inappropriate was those decisions being taken at such a long way away from the front line. And I thought those decisions, if they have to be taken, need to be taken by people who are familiar with what's going on with individual patients. And so I'm not at all suggesting that that there aren't incredibly difficult things you have to decide in any pandemic, but it's just that it felt too clinical to me that should be surfaced in almost like a regular ministerial decision. This is what you do at this point when the human consequences were so striking.
And although it's not a matter for direct inquiry today, it's out with the scope of the areas with which we've asked you to assist, but in part as a result of that terrible conundrum you were faced with, was there put in place a body called the Moral and Ethical Advisory Group to deal with the worst types of moral and ethical decisions which might confront clinical staff and administrators in the event of a pandemic?
That may well have been what happened. I wasn't aware that was the consequence. But what I was aware of was this dreadful euphemism that was used to describe that decision. It was described as population triage, which essentially was a nice way of saying making life or death decisions about large numbers of people in one go.
There could therefore have been no doubt in your mind as to the significance of exercise Cygnus, which was, I think, a cross-government exercise. It was commissioned by your department, then the Department of Health, to test the United Kingdom's response to a serious pandemic influenza. Do you recall what the general outcome was of exercise Cygnus, Chancellor?
I do, and I would say that I think there is quite a big misunderstanding about exercise Cygnus. Which is that certainly as it was described with me, it wasn't an exercise that was to examine the UK's preparedness for pandemic influenza. It was to establish how well the UK would cope in a situation in which pandemic influenza had already taken hold. So the starting point of the operation was we had already had between 200,000 and 400,000 fatalities, and I think 1.2 million people infected with pandemic flu. And so it was to see how our systems would cope in that state of extreme pressure. And I know you may well want to talk about the issue of groupthink, but I think this was the first example. Looking back, with the benefit of hindsight, this was not what I thought at the time. And with retrospect, of course, I wish I had challenged it at the time, but there were no questions asked at any stage as how do we stop it getting to the stage of 200,000 to 400,000 fatalities. It was an assumption that if there was pandemic flu, it would spread, using layman's terms, like wildfire, and you pretty much couldn't stop it. And this was, how would the system cope in that extreme situation? So that's why, rather ghoulishly, when you read through the report of the exercise, there was lots of talk about mortuary capacity and how you would deal with so many dead bodies. It was that kind of thing. And as far as the NHS and care system was concerned, how will you deal with so many members of staff being off sick, even if not fatally off sick?
We'll come back to this later, but on the issue of groupthink, it may not have had its genesis solely in the exercises, which made assumptions, of course, about numbers of deaths. It may have had its genesis also in the risk assessment process, which made assumptions about huge numbers of fatalities. It may have had its genesis in the integrated management structure, IEM, for dealing with civil contingencies and emergencies, which, again, perhaps failed to focus sufficiently on preventing devastating consequences as opposed to dealing with them. But Exercise Cygnus was a seminal moment, wasn't it? Because it was designed, as you say, to test the United Kingdom structures for dealing with a severe pandemic. And no doubt you and your department, and not least yourself, because you had this personal involvement in the exercise, were concerned about the conclusions of Exercise Cygnus. Do you recall, prior to the report being published into Exercise Cygnus, internally, I should say, it wasn't publicly made available, in July 17, whether you were briefed as to the general conclusions of Exercise Cygnus?
I don't recall any particular briefing, but I had a very close and productive working relationship with Dame Sally Davis, and I'm sure that she would have talked to me.
Milady has heard that evidence.
And would have kept me abreast of her thinking. I mean, in some ways, I worried about the fact that I was not prepared to flick the switch. I had sort of let the side down in terms of this exercise, because I think I felt a sort of expectation that they would need someone to take those kinds of decisions. So I'm sure we would have had a dialogue about it.
In your witness statement, you do say the insights from the exercise and its recommendations were made known to you. The point I want to ask you to focus on, however, is to what extent were you aware of the insights and the recommendations in advance of the formal report being made available? There was a considerable interregnum between the report, the exercise in October 16, and the report becoming available in July.
I doubt I would have been made aware. I think it would have been produced at arm's length from me, and then I would have seen it.
All right. You attended, Chancellor, a meeting of a committee that was then in place called the NSC, the National Security Council, THRC, Threats, Hazards, Resilience and Contingencies Ministerial Committee, in February of 2017, so after Cygnus, but before the report. And it was a meeting chaired by the then Prime Minister, Theresa May, MP. May we have that on the screen, 6357. There we are. Those are the minutes of that meeting held in the Cabinet Room at number 10 on Tuesday, the 21st of February at 2 p.m. with the then Prime Minister in the chair. And we can see your name, of course, Chancellor, in the bottom right-hand corner as Secretary of State for Health. And if we go over the page, please, we can see the remainder of those who attended. And then on page 6, the second paragraph, the Secretary of State for Health said that, contrary to the image presented in the media, the National Health Service was extremely good at responding to emergencies. This was in part a reflection of the important contribution of the Chief Medical Officer, then Professor Dame Sally Davis, and colleagues who worked in public health.
Exercise Cygnus had been a significant test of the country's readiness for a severe pandemic influenza strain, hence your observation that Cygnus wasn't concerned with a general pandemic, it was concerned with a severe pandemic influenza strain. And there were three important lessons to learn. First, the plans for responding to an influenza pandemic should reflect the need for decisions to be taken at the right level. It was not appropriate for the government to interfere with local clinical decision-making concerning access to hospital care. Second, the preparation of a pandemic flu bill would help to take the various legislative measures to streamline and augment capacity in health and other services. Third, the country's capacity to manage excess deaths needed to be improved. There is in that paragraph, therefore, Chancellor, references to the work streams which continued thereafter. And Milady said evidence about how the work streams in relation to the pandemic flu bill reached fruition, and the work stream in relation to excess deaths, that terrible euphemism for frankly, the sheer number of deaths that would result from a severe pandemic, and how that work stream would be managed. The conclusion from Exercise Cygnus was that the United Kingdom's preparedness and response in terms of its plans, policies and capability were not sufficient to cope with the extreme demands of a severe pandemic. So the question, Chancellor, is this. In this paragraph, you refer quite plainly to the lessons that needed to be learned and to the fact that Cygnus was a test of the country's readiness and to a particular number, two in fact, work streams. To what extent was the NSC THRC committee made aware of the overall conclusion of Cygnus, which was that the preparedness and response in terms of the whole of the United Kingdom's plans, policies and capability were not sufficient to cope with the demands of a severe pandemic?
I think so this paragraph is obviously not what I would say now, with the benefit of hindsight and having gone through the pandemic. I want to answer your question exactly, so just forgive me if I take a moment to explain. The issue, what we thought we had learned from Cygnus was that the country wasn't very good at coping with a pandemic where hundreds of thousands of people were going to die because we didn't have the practical arrangements in place to deal with the dead bodies. We didn't have the decision-making structures in place that would need to do population triage, to use that euphemism. And we didn't have the legislative requirements in place to pass a law quickly through the House of Commons. And so all those things are true within if you ask the question as narrowly as we did in Cygnus, which is how well prepared are we for this particular situation when 200,000 plus people have already died, 1 million people have already got the virus. What we didn't ask, and this was the mistake, was first of all, is it only pandemic flu that we're likely to be hit by? And could there be something with MERS-like characteristics that a respiratory virus that spreads almost as fast as flu, but has different characteristics? We didn't ask that question. And we didn't ask the other question, which was, what could we do to stop it getting to that point where 200,000 to 400,000 people have died? So I think within the narrow confines of the question we asked, we came to the right conclusions. The government accepted the 22 recommendations from memory. They weren't all implemented. But unfortunately, even if we had implemented them all, I don't think we were asking the right questions.
And you said, you promised us that you would return to the precise question after you had given that general explanation, which was, why is there a difference, seemingly, between the description of the important and significant outcome of Exercise Cygnus given in that meeting and
the overall conclusion itself on the face of the report, which hit the nail on the head by saying across the United Kingdom, the plans, the capabilities and the abilities are not sufficient.
Because what we meant by that sentence was our plans and capabilities in that very specific situation where you've been hit by pandemic flu and you've had 200,000 to 400,000 fatalities. What we should have done is thought much more widely about the question in the way that that sentence can be interpreted to mean, but that wasn't how we interpreted. We thought that we had very specifically looked at this specific scenario, and we did, and we addressed the weaknesses in our provision, but we should have been asking a different question in the first place.
Could we have, please, 187694, which is a health sector security and resilience plan produced by your department, then the Department of Health. Page 3. The first paragraph says, under the executive summary, and this is a document, wasn't it, which was prepared in the general field of resilience planning for the health sector. Within the health sector, there are generally good levels of resilience with good preparedness and business continuity arrangements in place. On the face of it, that would appear to give a different impression to the conclusions, the very clear conclusions reached by Exercise Cygnus, which was that across the board there was a significant failure in the planning, the capabilities and the abilities of the United Kingdom to deal with a severe pandemic.
Well, as I say, I think that Operation Cygnus had a very narrow focus, a too narrow focus. I think, sorry, could I just ask which date this document is?
Chancellor, may I say, and I'm obviously not permitted to give evidence, it's a very good question. I don't believe that on the face of the document we're able to give it a date, but we believe it is after Exercise Cygnus.
Right, and presumably when I was still Health Secretary.
Oh yes, it's at
right.
that time.
Okay.
It's not a document from years later.
Okay. I mean, that first sentence we know is wrong, and but I'm afraid this was also, I'm sorry to keep going back to this, but this was also part of the mistaken assumption. So alongside this assumption that it was going to be more likely to be a flu that we had to deal with than an emerging respiratory virus which would have many fewer casualties, there was another assumption that we were very good at dealing with pandemics, and we all thought it. And by the way, it wasn't just us. You know, Johns Hopkins University in America said that the UK was the second best prepared country in the world in the Global Health Security Index in 2019. And they had subcategories, and one of their subcategories was which country is best prepared for preventing the spread of a virus and scaling up treatment quickly. And we were top. We weren't second best. We were top. So there was, I think, a completely wrong assumption. And I think that the truth is we were very well prepared for pandemic flu because we'd been given a lot of thinking to it. You know, Operation Cygnus, Exercise Cygnus was a huge thing. But we hadn't given nearly enough thought to other types of pandemic that might emerge. And that was, with the benefit of hindsight, that was a wholly mistaken assumption, and I think that item number 1 demonstrates that.
But the same John Hopkins Centre report, or a report from the same John Hopkins Centre in December of 2019 warned in the clearest terms of the dangers of focusing too much on a pandemic influenza and ignoring the significant risk of a different viral pandemic with different characteristics, including a longer incubation period, asymptomatic transmission, higher transmission, and deadlier severity. So that was probably another instance, was it not, of the groupthink?
We should have,
us to the reality.
absolutely. And that same John Hopkins report also said no country was well prepared, even though, you know, the US and the UK, it said, were the best to prepared. It was very clear that no country was well prepared.
Would that be sensible?
Yes, thank you, my lady.
Sorry we have to break off, Mr Hunt, but I have to think of other people, including our very hard-working stenographer. We'll ensure that we get through your evidence today so that we don't impose even more upon the burdens of government. So thank you.
Chancellor, turning to a different topic and the important question of the United Kingdom Pandemic Influenza Strategy Document 2011. There was only ever one Department of Health strategy document relating to pandemic influenza, and it was this 2011 document. And there was no analogous strategy document dealing with a non-influenza pandemic or a range of pandemic scenarios or even generically a non-influenza pandemic. Can you recall to what extent you were briefed or informed that that strategy document of 2011 required refreshment, being refreshed, as the terminology appears to describe it, being updated?
I don't recall ever being advised that.
The evidence shows that it was due to be refreshed, to use the departmental phrase, but that in 2018 and 2019 that work was paused as a result of Operation Yellowhammer, to which we'll come later. In the context of pandemic influenza planning, a failure to update the sole and major strategy document between 2011 and 2020 is a matter of some regret, is it not?
I think there was a much bigger failure, which was that we were over-focused on pandemic influenza. And I would say that, notwithstanding the fact that I don't believe I was ever advised that we should update that 2011 document, I became Health Secretary, as you know, towards the end of 2012. We did spend a lot of time thinking about dangerous viruses because at the end of 2014 we had the Ebola virus, which we were very directly involved in. And as a G7 health minister, I went to a lot of summits where we discussed the global response to Ebola. And we had global health security summits. I organised one in March 2018. So there was, and we had exercise sickness as well. So there was quite a lot of thinking, but I think looking back on it, it's very clear that it was very deeply entrenched, almost visible in every single document relating to this that you can see, that there was an assumption that a mass fatality pandemic would be flu. And I think you're going to come on and talk about Exercise Alice, which I wasn't briefed about, which itself is telling, that I was asked to take part in exercise. I don't know if it's exercise sickness or operation sickness, but
that was a mistake of mine. It is exercise signet and exercise sickness and Exercise Alice.
Right, thank you for letting me know that. But I wasn't briefed about Exercise Alice. I was asked to take part in Exercise Cygnus. But I think it's just interesting when you look at that is the report on Exercise Alice is literally the only place that I can find which really talks about the importance of quarantining. And if you look at this assumption that you can't stop the spread of the virus, I think that was deeply entrenched when COVID arrived. And we didn't look at countries like South Korea and Taiwan which had a very different assumption about the effectiveness of quarantining. So that, I think, so it's updating a pandemic flu document, of course, all things being equal, it would have been a good thing to do, but the fundamental issue is that we would, by the way, not just us, but across Western Europe and North America, there was a shared assumption that herd immunity was inevitably going to be the only way that you contained a virus because it spread like wildfire. It was perceived at the outbreak of the COVID as a rather heartless approach, but that wasn't really what it was. It was what scientists thought was, unfortunately, what was inevitable. All those assumptions would only have been challenged if we'd had a document that looked at all pandemics, not just pandemic flu.
But to be clear, it wasn't a pandemic influenza strategy document. It was the only Department of Health pandemic influenza strategy document.
Yes, and it was the only pandemic document, but it just happened to be about pandemic flu.
The inquiry does not exist to find fault solely, of course. You've referred to the meetings that you organised. It's right that I point out that based on your witness statement, you took a number of very important steps when taking ministerial office. You organised meetings of international health ministers to raise the alarm concerning the risk of a severe pandemic. And would you just tell my lady what was done in relation to the setting up of the UKVN, the United Kingdom Vaccines Network, after the Ebola outbreak to which you've just made reference, which was in 2014 and 2015?
Yes, I mean, I don't know actually if it was my direct ministerial decision, but it was a decision of the government following the Ebola outbreak to set up the UK Vaccines Network, I think chaired by Chris Whitty.
Yes.
And I think, that obviously was fundamentally turned out to be very important historically, because that was the basis upon which the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine was developed, which saved more lives than any other vaccine in the pandemic across the world. I think about 6 million lives in total. And I think that is interesting because although we had a blind spot about flu being the thing we needed to worry about, with flu, a vaccine is very important. So if you like, the other side of that coin was that right at the start of the pandemic, we were one of the first countries that really were thinking about vaccines and charging ahead with vaccines, which we did faster than pretty much anyone else, which is why we made such a lot of progress. But I think Professor Whitty deserves enormous credit, and certainly not under any guidance from us as politicians, because of the scientific way that he plotted the development of that vaccines network such that it was actually able to turn into something as significant as it did.
And so that Milady can understand the position. The United Kingdom Vaccine Network provided funding, of course, for research and development into vaccine discovery, and that, of course, is why the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine was able to benefit from the programme, because of the amount of funding that it had received earlier today. All right. You've referred to the groupthink, and the groupthink has been described variously as flaws in strategic thinking, as perhaps a failure to see things for how they were. It may be suggested that there are a number of ways in which there was groupthink or a strategic failure. So the first one, to which you've already made reference, is the long-standing bias, as has been described by, I think, Professor Dame Sally Davis and others, in favour of influenza. So that's the first. Would you agree?
Yes.
There was also, secondly, a failure to appreciate properly the risks of a non-influenza pandemic. Viral pandemics, by their nature, have variable characteristics and variable risks, and may be high transmissible. They may have longer or shorter incubation periods. They may be more or less deadly. Would you agree that there was a failure to appreciate properly the risks of a non-influenza pandemic?
I think, in deference to my scientific colleagues, they would all have said that those risks existed. But collectively, we didn't put anything like the time and effort and energy into understanding those dangers. And I think if you look at the National Risk Register of 2017, it sort of says these are the two things: pandemic flu that could kill up to 750,000, or an emergent respiratory virus that could kill up to 100. And that was the assumption that collectively, including myself, we didn't challenge.
And that is why my third proposition is that there was a strategic failure to approach the risks of new and emerging respiratory viruses on the basis that it was necessary to identify multiple scenarios, not just to focus on the one hand on pandemic influenza with its terrible assumed consequences, and on the other, a much more limited generic non-influenza pandemic scenario without regard to what the specifics, characteristics may be.
Yes, I mean, I think we have to be realistic. You can't, as a government, prepare for every single scenario exhaustively. So you have to make choices as to which are the most likely scenarios that you're going to have to deal with. But with the benefit of hindsight, and I shall try not to use that phrase too often, you know, if you look at MERS in 2015, if you look at SARS, you can see evidence of these viruses actually taking hold. And we didn't ask the searching questions as to whether you could have, we should be doing more preparations for one of those viruses becoming more contagious even than MERS turned out to be in South Korea and other places.
But it's not about hindsight, is it? Because, Chancellor, as you accept, and if I may say so very, very fairly, there was a failure at the time to ask the more searching questions that were required to be asked.
Correct.
And the fourth strategic failure, which is more connected with the response to COVID, is that because the reasonable worst case scenario doctrine planned for the realistic worst that could happen and made assumptions as to the number of deaths, this tended to prevent debate and thought about what might be done to prevent those catastrophic consequences ensuing in the first place.
Correct. That is actually linked to the kind of, we should be worrying about flu, because
yes,
flu has, as I understand it, a shorter incubation period, is much more transmissible, it's much harder, it doesn't have that asymptomatic period where, but that is why, for example, in the whole of Operation Cygnus, there is no reference to testing, to quarantining. Those are not things that we put any energy into. I would just add one other thing, which we did touch on earlier.
East Asia?
I think there was a groupthink that we knew this stuff best. And there was a sense that with perhaps the exception of the United States, there wasn't an enormous amount we could learn from other countries. And certainly, you know, I didn't, this is with apologies, this is with the benefit of hindsight, but I don't think people were really registering particularly Korea as a place that we could learn from. I think it's very notable Korea did not have a lockdown in the first year of the pandemic. They avoided a lockdown at all. And what I think is interesting is that the reason that they had that superb response, I mean, in the second half of the pandemic, quite a lot of East Asian countries didn't do very well because they didn't get their vaccines out as quickly as we did here. But in that first year, I don't think there's any doubt that places like Taiwan and Korea did incredibly well. But that was actually because there was a lot of public criticism of the Korean government after the MERS epidemic in, I think, 2014-15, when their laboratory testing capacity was not up to scratch. They didn't have a network in place, and they learned those lessons. And there was clearly a narrowness of thinking of which, you know, I was part, which didn't think hard enough about that kind of potential pandemic.
That fifth, I'd suggest, strategic failure is addressed at some length in your witness statement, and to focus down on what it was that East Asian countries had, because of their MERS and SARS experiences, thought about, planned for, and debated. What was it that they had given consideration to the funding of and the problems associated with mass testing, mass contact tracing, and mass quarantine, in essence? And as you say in your statement, that those were issues which we as a country did not focus on. But the Exercise Alice report, which you didn't see at the time, was based upon an assumed MERS outbreak, was it not? And the Exercise Alice report at the time, 2016, made reference, did it not, to the need for more learning about mass testing, mass contact tracing, mass quarantine. So it's not a matter of hindsight, is it, Chancellor? That was something that was flagged up in respect of the East Asian learning in the context of a MERS exercise in 2016.
Yes and no, if I
of course.
may be so bold. I mean, I think if you read Exercise Alice, you can still see now, obviously I didn't read it at the time because it wasn't shown to me, but you can see that there was still this underlying assumption that you would be likely to be dealing with something of limited total number of fatalities.
In a hospital setting, essentially only.
Indeed. And if you look at the recommendations, I think there were 12, and I think the Department of Health and Social Care thinks that 11 were implemented and one wasn't. They didn't have the urgency that you would have wanted, knowing what we went through just a few years later. So, for example, the PPE recommendation doesn't say we need to check that we've got enough PPE. It says having enough PPE, and we may not have enough PPE. It says having enough PPE is very important, and we should do an instructional video to make sure that everyone across the whole system knows the importance of having enough PPE. The reason so I don't believe that even if I had been shown Exercise Alice, I would have necessarily asked for things to have been done differently. What I think is, the reason it's important, it is literally the only thing, as we mentioned earlier, that talks about quarantining and the importance of quarantining. And if there was one thing that could have slowed the progress of COVID when it actually arrived, it was to understand the importance of early quarantining to stop the disease spreading, and to understand there are types of pandemic where it is worth putting a massive amount of effort into slowing the spread, and that we should, one of the very first questions we should have been asking ourselves is this one of those pandemics that you can actually slow and save lives early on or not? And I don't think we had asked those questions.
But the reality was, wasn't it, Chancellor, that those lessons or actions, as they were called in Exercise Alice, whether or not they were brought to your attention, and you said they weren't, and there was no evidence that Alice was ever brought to your attention. The report itself identified a number of actions which self-evidently were worthy of further exploration, that they were the actions recommended by the very report itself, by the exercise. And the actions focused on, amongst other matters, port of entry screening, option plans for dealing with the cost benefits and practicality of quarantine versus self-isolation, plan for mass community sampling, and the development of live tools or systems to collect data from infected persons in order to be able to better manage testing and contact tracing. So regardless of whether or not ultimately that would have been of assistance when COVID struck, the fact remains that to a large extent those particular recommendations, for whatever reason, were never carried forward to fruition.
That's not my understanding, but I think it's obviously something for the inquiry to get more details from DHSC. My understanding is that they believe that 11 of the 12 recommendations were implemented. But I think you are right to say that here was the one bit of all our pandemic preparations where we were closest to thinking about a COVID-style pandemic, and it got very little attention in the grander scheme of things.
I believe that the quarantine options paper in Exercise Alice was deprioritised by the DHSC on the 28th of September 2016. So, at least in relation to that,
Okay.
nothing came of that. All right.
Or is that the one to which the Chancellor was referring that the department thinks wasn't implemented? Or
It's
is
not,
that...
my lady.
It's not?
No, the one I was thinking about was NHS communications. So I hadn't heard what Mr. Keith just said.
So, may we take it that because Exercise Alice was not brought to your attention, nor brought to your attention was any of the work done following Exercise Alice, or any of the ways in which the various actions recommended in Exercise Alice were not given effect to?
Correct. I didn't know about Exercise Alice.
All right. Going back to the 5 strategic flaws or aspects of groupthink that I've suggested to you, does your witness statement identify that there are steps which may sensibly be taken to challenge groupthink, whether by way of greater external challenge to challenge orthodoxy, or a greater awareness of the events which have befallen other countries and how they've responded, but also in relation to improving the political structure in relation to how planning is prepared for?
Yes, I mean, I think there are lots of things that we need to do to avoid that kind of groupthink. But I do think it's important to say this was pretty much the whole Western world that was thinking this way about pandemics. But the first thing I would say is that, you know, we all discovered how incredibly important SAGE was at the start of COVID, and it's really important within SAGE that there is contrary thinking and challenge going on, I hope that SAGE is structured in a way to make that possible. I think that the other thing that I would say is that if you look at the way government works, curiously, the kind of contrary thinking tends to come from ministers who come in with a bunch of experienced expert civil servants, highly professional, and ministers come in with their priorities, and the civil servants say, we can't do that, Secretary of State, for this reason or that reason. And so that's really where the most creative discourse happens. But what failed here was that, of course, ministers are not scientists. So the kind of challenge to groupthink when there's a scientific consensus is never going to be done by a politician in the most effective way. So when it comes to things like scientific consensus, you need to have structures where you are welcoming contrary thinkers. And the civil service tends to be a very consensus-driven body. And I know that I believe that you're not able to use the Health and Social Care Select Committee's evidence as evidence for your inquiry, but if I could just put on the record that I was extremely struck when both Dominic Cummings and Matt Hancock gave evidence to that committee that, you know, we said to them, why didn't you challenge this idea that you could stop the growth of the pandemic, that this was somehow inevitable? And they both said it was incredibly difficult, with an enormous amount of regret. It was just really, really difficult to challenge a deeply held consensus inside the system. So I think what I'm saying in a rather long-winded way is that you need to have contrary thinking amongst the experts. You can't just rely on it being the elected representatives challenging the civil servants. That has its role, but within expert bodies you need to have that that challenged the red team approach and so on.
It's not always easy to get that, though, is it, Chancellor? Because I remember in another world I used to be involved in criminal justice. And the number of times I saw a theory develop within the medical profession about the cause of injuries or the cause of death or something. And if the person who propounded the theory was sufficiently senior, forceful, and had the personality to carry the day, then it seemed that a lot of their colleagues went along with them. So how do you make sure you get the experts who'll do the challenging?
I completely agree. And, my father was in the Royal Navy, and in the military you have the same thing, where sometimes it's the most junior officer who actually has worked out the solution to the problem. But if you have a rather overbearing general, they don't feel able to speak out. So I think in areas like pandemic preparedness, precisely because it's so difficult to see round corners what might happen, I think you have to have structured challenge one way or another in the systems. And I think that's, I would say SAGE is the most obvious place where it's important to do that, but we should think about that across government.
It's the little boy who said the emperor's got no clothes, isn't it? How do we get a cadre?
And we can make life very difficult for those little boys. That's the truth.
I hope you'll forgive me for verbaling him. I think Sir Mark Warburton said at one stage that the government chief scientific advisor was a licensed dissident. But Chancellor, from what you say, no committee, it would seem, however diverse, experienced, and wide-ranging in its composition, is going to be sufficient to be able to address, firstly, the mare's nest of ministerial accountability that appears to have been developed from having a number of ministerial positions dealing with various different aspects of resilience. And secondly, the need for that challenge to orthodoxy to come from outside government so that it is listened to, and also politically it may be better enabled to take or to recommend or advise difficult funding decisions for consideration of the government of the day. And therefore, is there not a case for a senior cabinet minister with responsibility for EPRR to be appointed, who may have the ear of the Prime Minister, and also for an independent resilience body to challenge orthodoxy and to provide guidance, set strategy, organise exercises and report to Parliament?
There is possibly some merit in that, but I would say that in my experience of the Prime Minister I've worked with, the most effective ones always surround themselves with people who give them completely honest challenge to any course of action. And I would say that's a very important characteristic of successful leadership in any field, that you are getting people who aren't afraid to tell you that something you're thinking of doing is a load of rubbish. That's quite a fundamental thing, and it doesn't always happen. But I think there is one other thing I would say that can help. So what we do have in this country is a very open press and very extensive and respected academia where there are lots of dissident voices. And I think that if the sage advice to ministers had been in the public domain earlier in the pandemic, I think there would have been lots of constructive criticism from academic organisations, universities up and down the country, saying, have we thought about this, have we thought about that, which could have informed SAGE's thinking. I think they did come round to thinking that actually the Korean approach to a coronavirus is worth serious consideration. But it didn't happen until May, as far as I can glean, of 2020. And that in that period, transmission had increased to about 5,000 a day. And then it was inevitable that you were going to have to use a lockdown. Had we got on the case much earlier with that approach, we might have avoided that.
But coming back to your first point about prime ministers, in your experience, having a wide range of views in front of them and of advisors not hesitating to speak truth to power and to challenge orthodoxy, isn't the problem here that it was the system which failed to provide for a sufficient degree of challenge? ministers in their exalted status don't know necessarily what's going on lower down in the system. There needs to be a body that challenges orthodoxy on the part of the system itself. It's not a prime ministerial issue, it's a structural system, is it not? A structural issue. Right.
When I was Foreign Secretary, I discovered that my predecessor, William Hague, had instructed his officials as Foreign Secretary that anytime there was a disagreement inside the Foreign Office about the right course of action with respect to, I don't know, Iran or someone like that, he wanted to be told about the disagreement. And I think that there is a strong sense in the civil service that there's they need to come to a consensus view and give ministers a recommendation of a single course of action. And that makes challenging groupthink harder.
All right. Can I ask you, please, about a specific issue, which is, and you'll know from the evidence as Christopher Wormold, the taking place of a departmental board meeting in September of 2016 in the Department of Health. It is, please, at 57271. We needn't, I think, trouble you with the detail of the departmental board because Christopher has given information about what it consisted of. But these were the minutes of a particular departmental board, a very senior part of your then department, which was doing a deep dive into major infection diseases. And at page 6, please, at paragraphs 25 and 26, the view of the board from which you were absent was it was more likely than not that even a moderate pandemic would overrun the system. At the extreme, there would be significant issues if it became necessary to track or quarantine thousands of people. A decision to fund high-end quarantine facilities had already been deferred by ministers. All decisions in response to an outbreak or pandemic would need to be made by the department as a Department of State, though arm's-length bodies would have their role to play. There were, however, concerns about how resilient the somewhat fragmented system would be, especially in light of previous or future funding cuts. The concerns expressed there, even in the context of a moderate pandemic, about tracking, quarantining, how fragmented the system was, appear now, perhaps with hindsight, to have been rather prescient.
Well, as you mentioned, I wasn't at that board meeting, and I've checked as to why. And it was, and if you will have seen from the first page you showed up that there were actually no politicians present at that board meeting because it was 3 days before the start of the Conservative Party conference. And in fact, I was making my biggest single announcement as Health Secretary on that first day of the conference, which was the increase in medical school training places by 25%. So there was a lot of work going on ahead of that. But I have subsequently read all the minutes of that board and indeed the presentation made by Helen Shirley Quirk. And I think there is nothing in there that I wouldn't have known. It was a month before Operation Exercise Cygnus. I think that's why it was put on the agenda. And my attitude would have been, and by the way, the same predisposition to worry about pandemic flu and to worry less about respiratory viruses, I think, is in the papers that were presented to the board. But my view would have been, I'm about to do Exercise Cygnus, and which we will deal with these issues exhaustively.
All right. Can I now turn, please, to the issue of the resilience of the United Kingdom health structures, to which you've devoted a considerable part of your witness statement. You make the point in your witness statement that the NHS budget was protected from some of the most difficult elements, to use your words, of the austerity period, and that in real terms health funding increased on a number of occasions, not least in November 15, when you secured
an overall increase in the NHS settlement, and again in 2018. But you make some observations about how, against the quite separate and extremely difficult issue of funding, something needs to be done about running the NHS hot all the time because of the obvious deleterious consequences of doing so in terms of the resilience of the health structures as a whole and ultimately our country. How can one avoid having to run the NHS hot whilst at the same time leaving funding questions open for future politicians?
I think it's a very, very important question to ask. So I became convinced during my time as Health Secretary that the NHS needed more capacity. It wasn't because I was thinking that I had a crystal ball and I was thinking there could be a pandemic around the corner. It was because I was dealing with a winter crisis every year. I was seeing huge pressure in A&E departments. I was seeing pressure on waiting lists. And when I arrived as Health Secretary, there was a view that we would need fewer and fewer hospital beds because surgery was getting quicker and you had a lot more day surgery. You could discharge people more quickly. Pregnant mums could go home much more quickly after they'd had their babies and so on. And that changed when I was there because I thought that was more than counterbalanced by the increase in older people and the pressures caused by demography. So I decided we did need more capacity. I think the number of employees went up by over 100,000 during my time as Health Secretary. The number of doctors went up by 17,000. But it didn't happen in a structured way. And I think that what we need in the NHS going forward is a much more structured way of analysing how many doctors and nurses we're going to need in 5, 10, 15 years' time. That is for the NHS's regular business. When it comes to the pandemic, I think there's a very specific reason why that matters, because I think the NHS did extremely well in the pandemic. I think that, the majority, if not the vast majority of people with COVID who need an intensive care bed got one. But we did so because we were able to do what, for example, the German health minister isn't able to do, which is through a centralised structure, switch off everything else and say we're just going to focus the 100,000 beds we have on COVID patients and make sure that that is the priority. And when you read comments in the papers about how good the NHS, how well prepared the NHS was for a pandemic compared to other health systems, I think that's really what they were talking about. They were saying there was a centralised structure that allowed you to make big decisions from the centre in a way that other countries would not be able to do with a more fragmented healthcare system. But the price we paid for that was a big interruption to cancer care and other treatments, which is partly why we have this big backlog that we're trying to bring down now. So I think you do have to make a judgment about, you can't obviously build empty hospitals in the, to deal with a pandemic that might happen around the corner. No country in the world could afford to do that. But you do need to think about some latency in the capacity, and that was part of the reason why I argued that we should have the big funding increases that I secured in 2015 and 2018.
Does the same analysis apply to workforce planning in particular and the numbers of NHS doctors and nurses? You refer in your statement to the fact that there have always been issues, of course, with numbers of the NHS workforce and with planning, and you describe how you became aware of the importance of workforce planning. In the context of pandemic planning, is there any way in which you can have a latent capacity in terms of sheer numbers of NHS employees to be able to deal with the contingent possibility of a catastrophic pandemic?
I don't think any healthcare system can plan to have as many doctors or nurses as you would need in an extreme pandemic situation, just because of cost and also because of the fact that you just don't know what kind of situation you're going to be dealing with.
Indeed.
But I think that we should be better at long-term workforce planning, and I did conclude as Health Secretary that the structure we have, because it takes 7 years to train a doctor, means that it's never given a high enough priority in the system. And when a Chancellor and a Health Secretary are negotiating a spending review settlement, they're thinking about how are we going to relieve pressure in A&E departments this year, how are we going to have more cancer treatments next year, but the number of doctors coming on stream in 8 or 9 or 10 years' time is inevitably further down the priority list, and you need to have some mechanism that makes sure that it always gets the priority it deserves, rather than what we have at the moment, which is a rather lumpy way of increasing doctors. I persuaded Theresa May in 2016. I was very proud to do so, and we had a big increase then. But the first doctors from that decision will be coming on stream next year. So that gives you an idea of the time delays involved.
So is the stark reality that an improvement in resilience structurally walks and must and can only walk hand in hand with a general improvement in terms of workforce numbers and the health and the financing of the NHS as a whole? There is no practical way of bifurcating the two issues.
I think that structured workforce planning will make a very big difference to our overall pandemic resilience, yes.
What about social care, or in particular adult social care? You say in your statement that one of your regrets as Secretary of State for Health and Social Care was that you're unable to secure a longer-term funding settlement for social care or a long-term plan to relieve pressures and inequities in the social care system. Does the same analysis apply, that an improvement in resilience must necessarily depend on improvement in the system as a whole, and of course that depends on funding?
It does. It's slightly more complex because I don't think any country in the world that I'm aware of has a nationalised care system where all the care homes are owned and provided by the state. And so I think all countries have a semi-public, semi-private system. Again, I think there was an increase of over 100,000 in the social care workforce in my time as Health Secretary. But I wanted there to be a long-term plan for the social care sector. I negotiated a long-term plan for the NHS with Theresa May and Philip Hammond in 2018 and was hoping to do so for the social care sector. And I think that was next on their list too, but then unfortunately that government fell and we had the pandemic and it didn't happen. When I became Chancellor in the autumn statement last year, I did put through a £4.7 billion annual increase in the social care budget because it was unfinished business in my mind, and I hope that will make a difference. I would say that in social care, though, if I'm looking at global best practice and resilience, I think the experience of MERS and SARS in Korea and Taiwan, I did look at what they did with their care homes, and I think I spoke to a professor from Hong Kong University during the pandemic who said that they had not had a single care home death in Hong Kong. And there, the key issue was not so much the long-term planning. By the way, we should do the long-term planning anyway because it's very important for the social care sector, but that wasn't the key issue. The key issue was infection prevention and control, and the fact that following MERS, they'd said that every care home had to have a named person responsible for pandemic planning in the care home, and they very quickly stopped external visitors going into care homes to prevent infection being brought into care homes from the community. And I think they were required to have a supply of PPE as well permanently there. So I think in Korea they had some care homes where the staff were asked to live on site at the peak of the dangerous period to stop residents getting infection. So it was really around, I would say, the biggest difference we could make in the social care system when it comes to pandemic planning is that area.
those latter issues are, of course, matters which will be looked at in greater detail in my lady's later module on social care. Finally, the topic of Operation Yellowhammer, with which you'll be familiar. The emails and the letters from the Department of Health and Social Care when you were Secretary of State make plain that following that NSC-THRC meeting to which you were referred earlier, that committee had put into place, or rather the then Prime Minister had directed the institution of the pandemic flu readiness programme. And in the bundle, as you're aware, there were a number of letters from yourself to both Theresa May, MP, and to others, in which you stress the quote, the vitality, it is vital that this work continues to be prioritised and resourced by departments given the significance and scale of the risk. So you are concerned to ensure that the work ordered by that committee, which is the work streams done by the Pandemic Flu Readiness Board, be continued to be prioritised. You ceased to become Secretary of State on the 9th of July 2018, and thereafter the necessary preparations for a no-deal exit intervened. And evidence has been heard by my lady as to the extent of the interruption and the impact of those necessary preparations. To what extent were you aware, once you had left that post as Secretary of State for Health and Social Care, of the degree to which the work that you had called to be prioritised was being affected by Operation Yellowhammer?
I don't think I was aware at all.
And is that because, of course, you were Foreign Secretary?
I was Foreign Secretary. I mean, I will say, you know, in answer to the broader question of, because the Brexit vote happened when I was Health Secretary, how did it impact my work as Health Secretary? It was really one very specific thing. I was concerned about the future of our life science industry, so I spent a lot more time than I had previously visiting life science companies in this country and around the world, because I wanted to protect our ongoing life science investment. So I did spend time on that, but I don't recall ever hearing that pandemic preparedness had been deprioritised when I became Foreign Secretary.
My lady, those are all the questions I have for the Chancellor. May I ask you, please, for permission to publish the Chancellor's witness statement?
Yes, and let that be a standing direction,
Yes.
unless anybody indicates for some reason it shouldn't be published.
And then there are, as I can see, my lady, you're alive to two requests to ask questions from the core participants under Rule 10 for COVID-19 Bereaved Families of Justice UK and Northern Ireland and the Trades Union Congress.
Thank you. First, Mr. Weatherby, and then Mr. Jacobs. Thank you.
Mr. Hunt, I ask a very few questions on behalf of the COVID Bereaved Families for Justice, which represents the interests of many bereaved families across the UK. Just picking up from where Mr. Keith left off with capacity and resilience, particularly nursing resilience and staffing levels. Were you aware that the Welsh Government put in place in 2016 legislation providing for nursing staffing levels, health boards and NHS trusts in Wales during the relevant period?
No, but what happened was that, and this may or may not be connected to that, we had a terrible scandal at mid-staffs, and we in England had a very radical overhaul of hospital regulation, and we introduced Ofsted rating for all hospitals and so on.
Yes.
And the Welsh Government were asked what they were going to do in response to this because there were some issues in Welsh hospitals. I believe that might have been their response.
I think it was to have regard to the importance of providing appropriate numbers of nurses in all settings. Is that something that you ever considered, given staffing levels in England? Was that anything you considered bringing in terms of England?
I thought it was extremely important to have appropriate staffing levels. I think the number of nurses increased by 24,000 during the period that I was Health Secretary. The main focus of my time as Health Secretary was patient safety, and I was very aware as to how staffing levels would have an impact on patient safety. And I did look at whether one way to address this was to mandate staffing levels. But I think in the end, the problem with that approach is that you can only mandate staffing levels if you actually have the doctors and nurses to mandate. And that's why you need a long-term workforce plan to make sure you have the ability to do that.
If you have staffing levels, then you've got something to work up to then.
Well, if you mandate it, I did look at whether you should simply say it's a requirement, for example, that there should be one nurse for every 8 patients on a dementia ward. If you make that a legal requirement, then the hospitals will have to pull those nurses from somewhere else.
Understood.
And if those other areas matter, then you would cause damage to patients in those other areas. So that's why I didn't believe it was an option until we increased training.
You mentioned a couple of times the number of nurses and the number of doctors that you put in place. But yesterday, the inquiry heard powerful evidence from Professor Davis, the Chief Medical Officer who worked closely with you. And she described the disinvestment, her word, in the NHS as affecting resilience, and the UK being at the bottom of the table in regards to the numbers of doctors and nurses with comparator countries. So isn't that a powerful argument for why there should be minimum levels of doctors and nurses, probably other things as well, but isn't that a powerful argument for that?
It's a powerful argument to increase the numbers of doctors and nurses so you can put those levels in place, safe staffing levels, and I would support that. I wouldn't use the word disinvestment because, in my time, I think the NHS budget went up from 101 billion to 124 billion. But do we need greater workforce capacity? Absolutely, we do.
Yeah, I think the point was the bottom of the table in terms of comparator countries, in terms of those numbers.
Well, I think I don't want to suggest that we have got to the right place when it comes to workforce planning. I think we need to go further. But I think the latest figures I've seen out of the 38 OECD countries, we're 5th in terms of the proportion of GDP we invest in health. So I think in the period since 2010, compared to other countries, we've grown, but I think we can do better when it comes to workforce planning.
Similar point, though, that the inquiry is going to hear evidence from the chair of the BMA, British Medical Association UK Council, Professor Bamfield. And in his statement to the inquiry, he indicates that the BMA regularly raise concerns with government in relation to the state of public health and healthcare systems and their lack of capacity and resilience. And the BMA's communications ensured that government were fully aware that the public health and health systems were struggling to provide adequate services even in normal times, and that action needed to be taken. And then, no doubt, when he comes to give evidence, he'll be able to show the documents and reports he's referring to. But during your period, in the period running up to the pandemic when you were in office, do you recall those persistent concerns being raised by the BMA that the government's funding was insufficient to sustain the NHS?
Very much so, because there was a junior doctors' strike that lasted nearly a year, and it was because I was trying to, the immediate cause of the strike was my request that we should have better weekend staffing at hospitals, because I thought that mattered for patient safety. But in the course of that strike, I was trying to understand why it became such a bitter and long strike. Doctors were saying, you're asking us to work more on Saturdays, but we don't have enough doctors in the week.
Yeah.
And I looked at the evidence and I thought they had a point, and that was why I introduced a 25% increase in doctor training places in October 2016, followed incidentally by a 25% increase in nurse and midwife training places.
But it isn't the real answer to these issues that insufficient consideration is being given and needs now to be given to long-term sustainable funding for the NHS to bring its resilience up and to ensure long-term that there is sufficient doctors, nurses and other resources for business as usual, but also to be able to play a full part in emergency shocks.
I don't think you can fairly say that there weren't big increases in the clinical workforce during either the time I was Health Secretary or even the broader period since 2010. But what I would say is that I don't think it happened in a structured way that it should have, and I think it would be much better if it was done not because a particular Health Secretary at a particular moment takes an interest in it, but because there's a long-term plan which includes thinking about resilience as to how many doctors you're going to need in 5, 10, 15
clear
years'
minimum
time.
long-term standards with proper funding, transparent so everybody can see.
Yes, but just for the avoidance of doubt, I think it is important to say that the funding levels did go up significantly, and we do fund at comparable levels to other European countries.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt.
Thank you very much, Mr. Weatherby. I said Mr. Jacobs, but I can't see him.
To the back of the room, my lady.
Oh, there you are.
I may be obscured from you, but I think I can see the Chancellor. Good afternoon, Chancellor. I have just a few questions on behalf of the Trades Union Congress. Chancellor, could I start with an answer that you gave just a few moments ago to Mr. Weatherby and your evidence that in terms of spending on the NHS as a proportion of GDP, the UK or the NHS features fifth, I think you said, amongst the 38 OECD countries. When looking at NHS spend as a proportion of GDP currently, does that in reality reflect, at least in part, not so much an increase in funding, but our GDP falling behind, or our growth in GDP falling behind our peer countries?
I don't believe so, because we've grown at broadly the same rate as Germany since 2010. I think our GDP growth rate is, some years it's up and some years it's down, but our GDP has actually grown faster than France and Japan since then. So I don't believe that's the reason.
Chancellor, you pick Germany. Is Germany not the sole other G7 country that has a broadly similar GDP growth or lack of it than the other G7 countries, for example?
No, I think we grew faster, if you're talking about since 2010 as a baseline, we've grown faster than Italy, Japan.
Sorry, Chancellor, focusing on recent developments, so during the course of the pandemic.
Well, if you're talking about we spend fifth out of 38 countries, that's where we are today. And as I say, in terms of recent GDP growth over the last decade, I think I'm not sure I think the point I would say is, I think what you might be saying is, could we have gone up that league table quite a lot because of growth in the last couple of years? because of a lack of growth over the last couple of years. Is that the question
Well,
you're
Chancellor, let's look at it a slightly different way, given that we are focusing on the NHS as we go into a pandemic at the beginning of it. Is it? You've said where we are today, but is it right that in the decade or so leading to the pandemic, we generally lagged behind peer countries in terms of spending on the NHS as a proportion of GDP?
Well, I just remember when I was asked that question as Health Secretary many times, I seem to remember that we were generally bang on the Western European average and the OECD average during the period I was Health Secretary. I don't have the exact figures in front of me, but I think we were broadly at the average level.
However we compared, I think your evidence a few moments ago was that in your time as Secretary of State for Health and Secretary of State for Health and Social Care, you did become convinced of a need for more capacity within the NHS. Is that right?
Correct.
And one of the matters you describe in your statement is that after Operation Cygnus in 2016, you agreed that both the NHS and social care system were fragile and in need of more funding. Is that right?
Correct.
And in response to that, there was an announced increase in funding in June 2018. That was when the announcement was. Is that right?
Yeah, there was also an earlier announcement in October 2015 or December 2015, towards the end of 2015, but the bigger announcement was then, yes.
Yes. So the bigger announcement, June 2018. And is it right to say that that related to an increase in funding over 5 years that was to start in 2019, 2020?
Either 2019-20 or 2018-19.
Okay. Do you think it's correct to say, Chancellor, that realistically that funding would have been too close to the pandemic to address the fragility in the NHS that you were concerned about in 2016?
Well, I think the way to put it is, as I mentioned earlier to Mr. Keith, that when I arrived, the NHS budget was 101 billion. When I left, it was 124 billion. That was a negotiation for an additional 33 billion.
Yes, that might be an answer to a slightly different question. My question was, you're concerned about fragility in 2016. The funding increase comes in, I don't think you can quite recall, but the 2019-2020 tax year. Do you agree with the simple point that that was too late to address the fragility which you yourself were concerned about?
I don't think so, because, look, I accept your broad point that I think there needed to be more capacity, that I think the health and social care system were fragile. But I also recognise that as a country, we had very fragile finances in 2010 following the global financial crisis. And we had to do some work in order to get ourselves in a position where we could afford the big increase that I negotiated in 2018. So I don't think it would have been possible to negotiate that increase any earlier, because I don't think the funding existed to do so.
One final matter, Chancellor. We heard yesterday from Dame Sally Davies. She was your Chief Medical Officer, wasn't she, throughout your time as Secretary of State for Health and for Health and Social Care? You describe her in your statement, don't you, as your excellent Chief Medical Officer. Is that right?
Yes.
What she said yesterday, and Mr. Weatherby touched on a part of it, she described not having resilience in the NHS, and by comparator data, compared to similar countries per 100,000 population, we were at the bottom of the table on number of doctors, number of nurses, number of beds, number of ITUs, number of respirators, number of ventilators. Is that a picture you recognise? And do you think it's a pretty damning picture of the state and capacity of the NHS as we went into the pandemic?
It's a picture I recognise and I try to do something about with big increases in doctor, nurse and midwife training places, with big increases in the NHS budget so that we would be able to afford to employ them. So, yes, that is exactly what I thought. I thought the NHS needed more capacity to increase the doctors per head to closer to Western European levels. But the context, that was the NHS that the government inherited, and there was also a financial crisis, so it was going to take some time in order to address those issues. But do I agree with Dame Sally that we need to improve our capacity in those areas? Absolutely, yes.
Chancellor, thank you. Thank you, Milady.
Milady, COVID-19 bereaved families of Justice Cymru have emailed in to say that they have been thoroughly traduced by my failure to ask a question that they were told I would ask, and therefore they seek your permission for me to put the question that wasn't put. May I have your permission to do so?
Certainly.
Chancellor, did you have communications with the Welsh Ministers for Health in connection with pandemic preparedness and preparation? And how effective were the systems of communication? Were they as effective as they could have been? And if not, how could they have been improved? It described itself as a single question. It may not be.
No, I think it's probably in response to a negative comment in the papers from the then Welsh Health Minister about his lack of engagement with me as Health Secretary.
Mr. Vaughan Getting.
Correct. And the answer was that there were quite strained relations because the Welsh government responsible for the NHS was Labour. The Scottish NHS was under the control of the SNP, and I was the English Health Secretary, and I was responsible, and I was obviously Conservative. And the reason, and that doesn't mean to say you can't have cordial relations with people from different parties, but in this particular case, the NHS was the central battleground in every general election. And so in every general election, there was a narrative that Labour would say here, the NHS is in a terrible state. We would say it's in an even worse state in Wales. And this is not the place, obviously, to get into the rights and wrongs of those claims, but they were the claims that were made. So we didn't have very good relations. I fully accept that. For the sake of pandemic preparedness, what was my strategy? My strategy was that we needed to have the best possible relations at an official level. And I think that actually that was one of the positives that came out of Exercise Cygnus, that the chief medical officers for the 4 nations did develop a network. And actually, I think that was something that worked pretty well during the pandemic as well.
I think I should observe, Chancellor, that given that the etymology of this issue was Mr. Vaughan Getting, that in his witness statement to Milady's inquiry, he says, in the context of Exercise Cygnus, Jeremy Hunt was the United Kingdom Government Health Secretary. Although he was, I think, present for the opening of the ministerial engagement element of the exercise, he was absent for the second day, and a junior UK Health Minister took the chair. And he says this, my impression was that UK ministers did not take ministers and officials from the devolved government seriously. Has your evidence been, in fact, that you were present on that day when the decision had to be made by the de facto Secretary of State in that exercise to make decisions about triage to which you've referred? And so you were very much part of that exercise.
I was there for the first day, I think in its entirety. But as I say, I was conscious of the political challenges of close cooperation given the context we were in. And so my approach was always that we should nurture the closest possible relationship at an official level where those political rivalries didn't exist.
Thank you. Milady,
Thank you very much.
That concludes the evidence for today.
Chancellor, thank you very much indeed. I hope you haven't taken up too much of your time. Thank you for your thoughtfulness. 10 o'clock tomorrow.
Thank you, Milady.